That's one way to respond when your quarterback gets a big pay raise. Jared Goff, $212 million on a 4-year extension. Last year is an option year. And John, he earned it. I'll say it. He earned this deal. And I think while we had a phone call earlier that suggested this is SOL, this is not SOL. Come on, guys. I thought we were done with that. This is not too much money for Jared Goff. The money will look better 12 to 24 months from now when others get paid. Dak Prescott, Tua, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, and then the next wave after that. He will end up being paid right in line with where he is. This is what you pay for stability, and you rewarded a guy who earned it. A leader, someone who's very resilient, which is what this team is built on.
Yep.
I think there will be tough choices moving forward because it is a salary cap sport, but I fully trust Brad Holmes to draft around those concerns. There's the stat people have seen where unless your quarterback makes 13% of the salary cap or less, you don't win the Super Bowl, Mahomes being the exception. Could Brad Holmes be the exception where you can continue to populate the roster with cheap, young, really good football players? And Jared Goff, will he be $13 million, or 13% of the cap this upcoming season? And what about 3 or 4 years from now when the cap goes up? Like, I don't feel like it's an absolute where they paid Goff and now they can't win a Super Bowl. I think the biggest issue now becomes making sure the offensive line stays upright beyond this season, because that is the key. Jared Goff was elite with a clean pocket. Not like, very good game manager. He was elite. Most quarterbacks are good when clean. Goff was the second best quarterback in football. Better numbers than even Mahomes.
Well, and
he was a disaster when he was pressured. So that's the key here.
Where it goes bad is when you start overpaying multiple guys. And I'm not saying they're overpaying anybody right now, but I think this is an example of why you let a guy like Jonah Jackson walk. I didn't think he was going to be worth whatever he got paid out in L.A., $20 million a year for the next 4 or 5 years. I didn't think he was worth that. So now you have Graham Glasgow. You go out and you get Kevin Zeitler. You still have Frank Ragnow, who I think is, we talk about the highest paid players at different positions. He's the highest paid center as well. Yeah. And you pick and choose where you want to pay guys. And if you feel somebody's not worth what they're asking for, Jonah Jackson, I think that's case number one, that they're willing to let a guy walk because they don't want to overpay. I don't know what happens with Aleem McNeil. I don't know what him and his agents are asking for. I got to believe going into the final year of his contract, those discussions have begun. And I don't know if they'll get it done because you don't want to overpay a guy.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, I don't want to do the show on an Excel spreadsheet in 2026. I generally feel like you're going to restructure some deals. You may get squeezed out on a guy or two, but if your general manager's worth his salt, and we all believe Holmes is, then it's fine. It's why I think as much as today is a celebration and a reward for Jared Goff, it's about Brad Holmes moving forward, steering the ship through more expensive waters where, you pay Sewell, deservedly so. You pay St. Brown. I mean, there's a lot of money. If you get Hutch next season, that's a lot of money tied up into 3 or 4 guys. It's on your general manager to fill in the gaps for guys that you will not be able to pay in the coming years, and you feel like you have one of the best in the sport. So that's part of what alleviates some of my concerns. Like, it's twofold. It's Goff played better, right? I was famously someone who did not believe in him. He played better. He won me over. He earned this. And I feel like you have a general manager who can help thread the needle through what's going to be a more difficult stage of the franchise. I mean, he's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. It is going to require them to be a little more creative. And I think the option year is a great example of ways they're already being creative with this deal.
And we're only talking about the guys. We mentioned Laporta down the road.
Gibbs.
You're also going to have Gibbs. You're going to have Jack Campbell. Is he take over for Alex Anzalone as your stud off the ball linebacker? We've seen them get paid mainly in Chicago in the last couple of years. Baltimore has done it. Brian Branch is going to be one of those guys that comes up. They're going to have to pick and choose. When you master the draft and you hit more times than not, you are populating your team with really good players that eventually will need to get paid. Doesn't mean they have to all get paid by you.
Right. 248-539-9797. And then the other part of this conversation is Hendon Hooker. Wayne, you've been waiting to talk about him. Lathrop Village, you're on 97.1.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Wayne.
Okay. Basically, here we have a quarterback. We drafted third. He was potentially, had he stayed healthy, he would have been in the first round. he would have been potentially the Heisman Trophy winner. This is Brad Holmes' sneaky best pick, because Brad has an affinity for picking these players at position at times. You're like, what the hell? And then you figure out after they start playing, it's like, what the hell did you know? You know, because he's really good at finding talent. Let this play out. Let's see what Hooker does in the preseason. Because I feel like Goff, he's got 2 years to get us to a Super Bowl. If he doesn't, hopefully he has a trade. There's a trade clause. He doesn't have a no trade clause in there that we can send him to somebody else, because I don't think he has that gene. I don't think he has a championship gene. And that's what Sean McVay saw. That's why he got rid of him.
Well,
a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. Until he does it, you don't know.
Right.
And he took this team in 3 years, along with Brad Holmes adding to the roster, the coaching of Dan Campbell and the assistant coaches. But this was a team that was led by Jared Goff to the NFC Championship game. And they did not make the Super Bowl, but it wasn't because of the performance of Jared Goff.
Goff did not play well in the Super Bowl with L.A. He didn't. I mean, Belichick outcoached McVay. He was pressured. He did not deliver. It was an ugly performance. But you're right.
One of the greatest defensive battles in Super Bowl history on both sides.
I think Goff's a better quarterback today than he was in L.A. True?
Oh, there's no question he is.
He's grown. He's matured.
And I expect him to continue to get better.
Yeah, okay. He didn't become faster. His arm didn't become stronger. But as a processor, I think he continues to grow and become more of a quality quarterback. And beyond that, he is set up for success in Detroit in a way that I think is even better than what he had in Los Angeles. So that's part of the discussion here about what is he capable of. Last year, he was capable of putting this team in the Super Bowl. I do not blame him for the NFC title game. Jahmyr Gibbs, fumble. Josh Reynolds, in your hands on a 4th down and a 3rd down. Kindle Vildor, off your face mask on one of the flukiest plays we'll ever see. Like, Jared Goff didn't make those mistakes. Jared Goff played well enough to win the first 2 playoff games, and he played well enough to win the 3rd one on the road in San Francisco against the Niners. So I guess he did enough to win me over. Clearly there are people who are skeptical. The Hendon Hooker thing is fascinating, right? He goes, this guy is the best pick he's ever made. Hendon Hooker's not going to see the field unless Goff gets hurt.
Right.
Because Goff's deal is longer than Hendon Hooker's deal.
Goff, we'll have a 3-game sample of Hendon Hooker when we get to preseason games.
Yeah.
Because Goff is not going to play. We've already seen that. I've backed off my stance on regards to veterans having to play in the preseason. It's the evolution. I'm making my evolution in front of everybody right now. So we're going to get a chance to see Hendon Hooker and what he can do when the preseason games roll around.
248-539-9797. A lot of good things about paying Jared Goff, right? Stability, taking care of your own, keeping this thing rolling. Off-season where you anchor in a bunch of good football players, keep your coordinators, etc., draft well. One issue that John Jansen has with the Jared Goff extension, it's after the update, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions inked a deal with Jared Goff yesterday for 4 years with $212 million. That most likely wraps up the majors deals for this year, but there are others that will pop up in the next few. Dan Miller told me how he thinks the impact of Sewell, St. Brown, and Goff's contracts may have on those. The Tigers beat the Marlins yesterday 6-5. A 3-run eighth gave them the lead for good, headlined by a Spencer Torkelson 400-plus foot bomb. It's Tork's second homer in as many games. Matt Manning made the start with Kenta Maeda on the IL. He tossed 5 2/3 innings, allowing 3 earned runs. Wenzel Perez also added a pair of hits, including a double. Now we know the Week 1 Monday Night Football matchup. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will visit the 49ers in San Fran. The full NFL schedule release coming at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Amazon Prime announced that Coach Prime has been renewed for a third season. The series highlights the University of Colorado Boulder's football program. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, John. What's the issue with the Goff deal?
Well, we heard after the season that Brad Holmes kept his receipts from last year's draft in regards to positional value, running backs, tight ends, linebackers, off-the-ball linebackers. I only have one receipt that I'd like to cash in at this time. I thought that they should have done this deal last year. And if they had done it last year, they probably would have saved about $7 or $8 million a year. It would have been about a $45 million deal because that's what the market was at that time. And that's what Jared Goff had accomplished at that time. Now, fast forward another year, takes him to an NFC Championship game. We saw last year, whether it was Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, we even saw Joe Burrow during training camp. They raised the value of what a starting quarterback, a tier 1 or tier 2 quarterback, is going to be paid. And Jared Goff has, again, reset the market. Whoever is next will set the market again. It's only going to continue to go up. They could have saved themselves about $8 million a year over 4 years. That's $32 million. If you're looking to sign a guy like Aleem McNeil, you can fit him in that salary cap saving. So that's the only problem that I have with this is I felt that he had done enough over the course of his career, not just what he did here in Detroit. And what I thought he could be was a quarterback that could lead you to and win a Super Bowl. He hasn't done that yet, but you make this investment now at $53 million a year, and you're paying more than you needed to pay. Now, on the flip side of that, there's always two parties that have to get this done. Maybe it was Brad Holmes that wanted to do it. I read off a quote from him about how he has been a big fan of Jared Goff's. He thought that he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback his entire career. And maybe it was he was ready, but Dan Campbell wasn't. And until they are in agreement, they're not doing something of this nature that is this big of a ticket item until they both really believe that this is the quarterback that could take them to a Super Bowl. There's also another variable, Jared Goff. Did Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes say, yeah, we should get this done this offseason? And they started negotiation. One thing I really can appreciate about how Jared Goff has handled this, as well as the Detroit Lions and mainly Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, is they haven't taken any of the conversations public. They have always remained, this is between us and Jared Goff and his representation. We're working on something this offseason. Last week he said, yeah, he's earned an extension. That was the most that they had said about trying to get something done since Jared Goff has been here. So it could have been that they wanted to do it last year, but Jared Goff said, no, I'm going to bet on myself. I want to put together another year, and I want to let some of these other contracts play out. But this, to me, I'm the big guy of saying, let it play out. This is a situation where I didn't want it to play out. I felt like he was that quarterback that the Lions needed, and it's only going to cost them more the further you push it down the road. They finally got it done yesterday, and it costs them $53 million a year.
The irony of you labeling something a mistake because they let it play out.
Yeah.
That if they had not if they had just made a rash, it wouldn't have been a rash decision, but if they had made a decision earlier, they would have saved themselves a bunch of money. To your point, we had never seen a quarterback deal average $50 million a season until last year.
Right.
Now it is the marketplace that which all the other quarterbacks who will be extended will use. So Jordan Love, you're going to go, that guy's not worth $50 million. He's going to go, this is the going rate. There's now 5-6 guys making $50 million a year. You think I'm one of the great young quarterbacks in the sport, Green Bay, right? Pay me. And Dak Prescott, he's got the Cowboys over a barrel. He's going to go, it should start with a 6, and who knows if he gets there or not. When you wait, you pay more. And this discussion was had on this show, right? And throughout the station a year ago. You wanted to get it done a year ago. Tom wanted to get it done a year ago.
Same reasons that John said. We were out in front of this about March of 2023. That if you believe in him, what changed? He had almost an identical season statistically. Actually, if you want to split hairs, he was slightly better 2022 than 2023. You can either use QBR or QB rating, whichever one you like is the universal stat that show. He had 12 picks last year. He only had 7 in 2022. I think Brad Holmes knew what he had when he acquired him.
Yeah.
No, from day one, I have said I actually thought I was in Camp Rico when they acquired Goff that Goff may potentially be a part of the future. For all the people out there that how dare we criticize anything now, I'd love to hear from people who thought Goff was maybe the solution from day one because he was a throw-in. That's what everybody said. I never thought this day would come. I thought they would try to make him work. I never thought he'd get this. I mean,
yeah.
But I mean, look, a constructive criticism, and since you said it last year and I said it, I can cash this receipt.
Sure.
Brad Holmes, maybe I don't buy that Goff bet on himself. Look, is it possible?
It's possible. I'm not saying that happened. I'm not saying it was Dan Campbell that was a holdup or Brad Holmes. The fact of the matter is they didn't do the deal last year when it would have cost them less because the going rate for a franchise quarterback was less. Every year that you wait, it's going to continue to go up. And I've always been, when I say play it out, let it play out, I want to see more evidence. I want to see what comes to light because then you have more information is what you want to make your decisions on. And at February and March of last year, I thought we had seen enough evidence, enough information to say, let's sign him and make sure that we can get him at this year's going rate instead of next year because nothing changed.
So last year's going rate was about 45. You look at Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, those have been the comparables. Let's set Goff at 45 instead. Now it's 53. That's your $7-8 million.
Yeah.
What I called a certainty tax because I was not someone, you guys know this, who believed that Goff was this guy.
Really?
And so I wanted some certainty. I wanted to see him replicate what he had done in his second year with the Lions because his first year with the Lions was not very good and his last year in Los Angeles was not very good, and I wondered how much is he a product of a good football team. So could he be a driving force? And he was big in the playoff games. So for me, then I could say, fine, is it $8 million you'd rather have? Yes. I'll pay for the certainty of knowing when I make that level of commitment, the largest contract in the history of the Detroit Lions, I better damn well be sure. I'm okay with the fact that they waited. I think it's fair if you want to offer it as a criticism today, but I don't blame Brad Holmes for wanting to get one more year of evidence that they were comfortable making that commitment.
It's constructive criticism, too. Look, I love the deal. I just think they could have done this last year and saved some money and maybe saved a player. I think John's spot on with this. This was our point from back then. I mean, to me, if you can't buy into that critique, I actually think you're a blind Brad bot. I do. I actually believe this is my personal opinion. I believe Holmes maybe wanted to do this last year, and not everybody in the organization was on board. And my guess is that Dan Campbell was pretty critical of Jared Goff. People forget the first 7 games of 2022 when they were 1-6, and he was throwing pick sixes like they were on discount or something. Mm-hmm. I mean.
Who was he throwing the ball to? Who was he protected by? Like, there's a lot of different reasons why
Sewell
that
and St. Brown were there.
Yeah, but Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't really come on until the back half of that year.
Correct.
And another contract that I think you could use as to why this should have been done last year. We talk about the high end being obviously Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert. All right, does anybody think that Jared Goff last year was going to be paid as much as those guys? No. But Daniel Jones, who signed a contract at $40 million, so you would have been somewhere in between. Obviously, he's better than Daniel Jones and should be paid as such, but it would have been right around that $45 million mark.
They paid a certainty tax. Are you okay with it? 248-539-9797. And just general reactions to the Goff stuff. We've hit on as many of the different ways to discuss this as possible, but whatever sticks out to you, we got the open phone lines. Let's go to Corin in Columbus. Corin, you're the guy that sounds like Brad Holmes, right?
Yeah, that's me. So I think this is a great deal. Number one,
of course you do.
Jared Goff is better than Justin Herbert. He's better than Jalen Hurts. He's better than Joe Burrow. He's proven more. He's only had 2 losing seasons, which you guys have already touched on. First year with the Rams, first year with the Lions. I 100% think that he bet on himself last year because he knew how good this team was. He knew how good he was going to be. And he knew where the quarterback market was going. I think $53 million is a fantastic deal, and you got to think about it. All those other deals are 5-year deals. Ours is only a 4-year deal. Panay, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Golf are 3 cornerstones on offense. All of them locked up for 4 years, and his money doesn't even kick in until not this upcoming season, but the next season. So
Correct.
by the time his money kicks in, he'll be the 6th highest paid quarterback. You can't tell me that he's not a top 5 quarterback in this league. I don't care what statistics you look at. He operates the Lions offense better than there's not 5 other quarterbacks in the league that operate their offense at a higher level than Jared Goff operates the Lions offense. So to me, that's all that matters. I think what we'll see is when Ben Johnson, eventually if he leaves. To me, this was is it a Ben Johnson or is it a Jared Goff thing? And I think last year he proved that. Ben Johnson's a great play caller. He's great for what we have, but Jared Goff is an efficient operator of an elite offense, no matter who's calling the play. So I think that's why he absolutely earned this money. It's a great deal, I think, on both sides because we got a player that feels like he's appreciated at the quarterback position. We're going to be a Super Bowl contender for the next 6 years, no doubt.
My only issue is when we had you on last week, why couldn't you just break it with us then? Good
Thanks,
stuff,
John.
buddy. We appreciate your time.
Thanks. Yeah.
He does sound just like Brad Holmes.
He does.
And he uses a lot of we's, and they're normally very complimentary of Brad Holmes.
Yeah, I don't know if Brad Holmes taking his kid to work though.
And any irony in effect, he called the minute John Dare questioned the savior.
Right.
I mean,
know.
it's like, whoa, he's cashing receipts on
yeah.
me.
I better call. Yes. Let's fire up that other personality.
I think there's a chance it's really him.
There's no
They're
way.
so cocky. All right, I know.
It would be incredible. Anyway, we got more calls to get to, maybe more luminaries. 97.1. Yeah, let's tell you about Moran Chevrolet. Guys, when the weather's getting better, you're making plans. Maybe you're going to head up north. Now's the time to get to Moran Chevrolet and get yourself all set. Right now, you can lease a 2024 Equinox LT for only $289 a month. That's $999 down, 36 months. Pick up your new ride, or how about this? They'll deliver it directly. How easy is that? It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. On Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. MoranExpress.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We're going to get to the phones. Whatever sticks out with this Jared Goff conversation to you. Maybe it's, did they waste the Hendon Hooker pick? Did they pay Goff too much? Expectation, win a Super Bowl? Do you trust that they can do that, paying him as one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the sport? Number 2, as you wake up this morning behind only Joe Burrow. Go to Brian. Brian, you're on 97.1.
How you doing?
Good.
Cool. I don't like this signing or the extension of the contract. I just think you can insert anyone in here and it'd be, just as effective and on the cheaper too. I mean, like you said, you could have got him cheaper last year, maybe even as low as 37. But it's also, to me, it's like contradicting for Brad Holmes to do this, because it seems like he wants to build this thing around the youth, and you got Hooker sitting there, you got Bridgewater. I'm not saying those guys are better or anything like that, but I'm saying with this particular extension, you're paying for like the respect factor, which is fine. You should respect your veteran leaders, and he brings that to the table, and the guys respect Goff, and the organization clearly loves him. But I just think in the grand scheme of things, like, you save money, and then you're giving yourself the ability to pay guys more in the future, especially when last year you had no idea what you were going to get Laporta, and he turned out to be a stud. So had Laporta just kind of been a bust, it'd been one thing, but you insert him as a top-notch offensive weapon in this offense, and it bolsters the fact that you could even go cheaper on a quarterback just given that, because now you got the running game, tight end, you got some good receivers. The offensive line is top-notch.
Brian.
If Goff went to Atlanta or Indy, he'd suck. I'm telling you.
I don't know if he would suck,
Yeah.
but we could agree that
Everywhere he's gone has improved the team.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
From Cal to St. Louis, eventually L.A. Rams, and everybody knows what Detroit had been for years.
But my question, Brian, is, okay, who is that average quarterback that you would have gone out to get? And even this year, if you said, you know what, Goff's not the guy, we want to be able to pay all these other individuals, we're going to give these monster contracts, who was the quarterback? Kirk Cousins was the top free agent quarterback. Were you going to go get him? Is he better than Goff?
Yeah, I know, John. If I could go down the list if I wasn't like at work right now.
Okay, so
go over these things, but
the available quarterbacks were Baker Mayfield, who he ended up signing back in Tampa, was Ryan Tannehill, Gardner Minshew, Jacoby Brissett, Jameis Winston. Those were the ones that were available this year. Is any of those, do they excite you about leading this team to a Super Bowl?
I guess not, but what I'll say is that Goff didn't excite me either, and he came in as a stopgap type of player, but the quality of the team around him, John, enhanced his abilities, didn't it? So
I would
who
agree
knows?
with that.
Sure.
Maybe a Brissett or what have you could have been good in this offense just the same.
Brian, they would be
Or at
good.
least-
Brian,
at least
Brian.
effective.
I think you're close, but you're missing the key piece here. Like, you are right that this offense is QB friendly, that most quarterbacks would be good if they had a run game and time to throw and a clean pocket. Most quarterbacks would achieve the best version of themselves playing for the Detroit Lions, which, side note, big compliment to the Detroit Lions, because that wasn't always the case. It was the opposite debate we had with Stafford here. Big ups to the Lions for changing that, providing that setup for any quarterback. But where he's missing is, John, is where you were trying to lead him, which is the goal isn't to just be a very good football team. The goal is to win a Super Bowl. And the idea that any quarterback would win a Super Bowl here, I don't agree with. He brought Jacoby Brissett. I mean, like, come on, dude. Like,
Right.
It's not good enough.
Tyrod Taylor.
I mean, that's so disrespectful to what Goff has done in his career. He's done this with 2 teams now. It's just the difference of the things going your way and not going your way in NFC Championship game second halves, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he wasn't the problem in the loss last year. He was one of the least of the problems. I mean, decision-making and a lot of other things. Are you guys surprised at all of – we've had a little more negativity today than I'm
not surprised at all, because the quarterback position is always going to be very polarizing. Goff has been polarizing because a lot of people planted their flags when he got here that he couldn't be a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and it's hard for them to back off of that stance.
But you're roughly what? Somewhere between 6 and 10 there's only 6 or 7 better quarterbacks than him in the world, right? 6, 7, 8, maybe you want to argue, depending on your list. The bottom,
He's definitively a top 10 guy.
And those guys aren't available.
How are you going to get one of those other guys? Because that's the only way you upgrade here.
Well, so people's argument is they would save on Goff and put the rest of the money into the roster. One problem, roster's already pretty kick-ass.
Yeah.
Is there an example of that working with any other team in NFL history?
Well, the point,
In modern, when cap and all this stuff mattered.
So I saw Ticket Text today. We've had pages of them. So this just anecdotally, I remember someone saying Brock Purdy's going to make about $1 million a year, and Goff's going to make about $50 million a year. So San Francisco's going to get an extra $50 million to juice up their roster. That is an advantage for San Francisco. That would be the argument.
Okay, but the problem is if we're not, yes, the goal is to win a Super Bowl this year. And I think they have done enough to beat San Francisco and be in the power rankings ranked ahead of them. Now we'll wait and see when that matchup occurs because it's going to happen in the regular season. But in the future, all right, that is an aging roster. Deebo Samuel, the offensive line is aging. Their defense is aging. At some point, they're going to have to make a decision. Do we pay Brock Purdy or do we try and find the next Brock Purdy? But what do they do with the rest of the roster?
It's all fine and good out there. Guess what? The 49ers had their chance last year. They should have won it last year. They didn't. They've missed their chance.
Let's get to Eric and Carlton. You're on 97.1.
Hey, hello, guys. Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't know, are these people out of their minds? I agree with my big U of M buddy there. They should have signed him last year at a cheaper rate. Goff he's been there. Holmes knew what he was doing when he was making this deal, that if you put the right guys around him, that this kid could take us all the way to the promised land, which he's got us further than anybody else since back in, when we played in Maryland down there against the Redskins. I honestly believe it's not Goff. Everybody's looking at this from the wrong perspective. It's fault. It's our defense right now. I think we scored 31 points and lost 34-31 against the 49ers. You know how Mahomes in Kansas City won? Mahomes is one of the best quarterback in the league, obviously, but he won because of his defense. They held Baltimore to 10 points. And that goes back to what I've been saying all along. We are not addressing the one position that if we add another stud over there, that'll make our entire defense better. If we get another edge rusher that can help Hutch out, and we put more, it creates more pressure on the opposing quarterbacks. Quarterback is a position of decision making, and if you hurry them up and make them to make the decision quicker, that's going to improve our defense. That's going to improve our back end, our middle guys, and everybody. And that's just the way I look at it. I think the Goff signing was freaking awesome, and I think this kid will win a Super Bowl here if we address the defense. And I think Brad Holmes will eventually come around to that. I think he's his own worst enemy. He's trying to do it in the cheapest way. Let's sign a freaking stud defensive end rusher, and I guarantee you we're there. That's just my opinion.
Well, there will be another free agency period next year. There will be the opportunity to draft a possible edge rusher to help Aiden Hutchinson next year. So is any roster across the NFL without holes?
No.
And so you try and do everything that you can to patch as many holes and give yourself depth at every possible position. And if you don't address the opposite edge of Aiden Hutchinson, which I do believe they are thinking that James Houston returns to the form that he had his rookie season, that they will get production, however much they can get out of him, of Marcus Davenport in first and second down situations. Now you look at what they did in the secondary. It's a passing game. And yes, you have to be able to pressure opposing quarterbacks, but what we've seen from Aaron Glenn is he likes to do that in a number of different ways. And you're going to always have, most times, 5 defensive backs on the field. What did they address this offseason? The defensive back. And that's with losing a player that they didn't think where they were going to have to cut.
Talking Cam Sutton.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had Carlton Davis, and then their first 2 draft picks are corners. In that way, it feels like Brad is building the defense, or he's building it is the wrong word, addressing the defense maybe backwards, where we would say, get the edge guy for Aiden. That's a more pressing need. We had those conversations. Backwards in the sense that he's building from the back end of the defense. We know we're going to have to blitz. We're going to throw our corners on an island. It's why we went out and got 3 dudes this offseason, and he said with us last week, we expect it to be vastly improved. So would I prefer to just have a flamethrower opposite Aiden Hutchinson and just go, hey, you two go burn down the house? Yes. That's not the way they elected to go.
But are you better?
Yes.
Defensively up front with DJ Reader.
Yes.
Marcus Davenport on one side, Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, and then hopefully you see some development from a Broderick Martin. Hopefully you see a jump like we saw from Aleem McNeil in Josh Paschal.
To Tom's point, the negativity is surprising to me, and I know it's weird.
It's a lot of money, and it's a polarizing position.
Right, but like this year, he unquestionably strung together a consecutive, accurate, smart, successful
NFC
quarterback season.
Championship.
But that's more team success. You got to judge the position and how he played the position. He played well in the playoff games, plural, and he played well in the NFC title game. So I felt like I saw a guy convince me.
Yep.
Evidently, there were people who remain unconvinced at this point, and that doesn't mean I've ignored his flaws. I know what you know.
Yeah.
Hey, he gets pressured, he's going to wilt. He's not very good, but I trust Brad Holmes to continue to provide him the stability to thrive. I know we have a good general manager here in Detroit.
Highest paid Detroit athlete ever, right?
Ever, right?
Maybe that's just shaking the earth here a little bit. I think the big money thing maybe offends blue-collar town people sometimes, that kind of thing. And he's not a tier 1 quarterback. He's a tier 2.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just kind of the unsettling thing. You have the tag out there that, people think you can apply. So, I think once it soaks in a little bit, people will be very happy he's our QB.
Cabrera higher paid, right? Talking all-time athletes.
Yeah, in terms of, but the length.
Dollars?
I mean, he's got 8 years on that.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't play
year.
out that way.
Well, and in some ways, I know we're late, but in some ways, this is kind of the similarity is you had no choice. You had to keep Cabrera. Cabrera's a Hall of Famer. You're in the World Series window. You have to pay him. If it doesn't work out, same kind of thing with Goff. You're in your Super Bowl window. He's very good. He's not a Cabrera caliber player, but similarities there. It's 97-1. Torkelson on the mindset. Let's get back to the phones, talking Jared Goff, who's been waiting the longest. We got damn near packed phone lines this morning. We got Ronnie in Novi. Ronnie, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
I'm in a bunch of fan groups, Lions fan groups, and the funny thing is there's so much negativity even after that has occurred in the last few years. I mean, Goff ain't the best quarterback, but he's pretty good.
Yep.
And I mean, one thing is his durability. He's so far hasn't missed any games. Pretty accurate. I mean, sure, there's a little ducktail, whatever you want to call it. Not a perfect spiral, but I mean, he fits it in a small window there. He's a winner. Like, what else do you want? The end goal is to win the Super Bowl, obviously, and be a sustainable team. But, I mean, we've got every piece. I think the only pieces we're missing now is right now maybe a good linebacker that's good in coverage and defensive end that, opposite Hutchinson. But other than that, I mean...
It's a Super Bowl roster,
again,
Ronnie.
One of you guys...
Yeah.
Huh?
I said it's a Super Bowl roster, Ronnie.
Yeah.
It is. And you know what? Last year, believe it or not, at the beginning of the season, I predicted 12 wins. We won 12 games. This year, I'm saying we're going to the Super Bowl. I feel it. You can sense it based on just how the players are acting, how they feel, what they're thinking.
That's certainly the expectation.
Nobody's shying away from it. You said 12 wins last year. Schedule comes out tomorrow. You play that game. We're not really going to play the game to see how many wins. Like, we just have a belief this team is going to be making noise in the playoffs again.
I'll make a prediction.
Well, we will. I just mean, like,
Yeah, and when he talks
things
about
have changed. It's not about regular season. It's now about postseason.
Yeah, and the expectation has raised. It's not just about winning the division or making the playoffs or getting a playoff win. The expectation is now Super Bowl and Super Bowl championship. And in regards to his durability, Jared Goff's durability, 3 years with the Detroit Lions. In year one, he missed 3 games. So he has been a very durable quarterback, and part of it is because I don't think he moves fast enough to actually get hurt.
Well, you keep
and he doesn't get hit. He stays clean in the pocket.
Yeah, you keep him in a clean pocket. Let's get to Sean in Canton. Sean, you're on 97.1.
Guys, this was a mistake. Hopefully Brad Holmes won't live to regret it, but I don't know, man. They shouldn't. I don't believe that they'll ever win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. They lost in the championship last year because of Jared Goff.
Whoa. Because of Jared Goff, what did he do in the NFC Championship game to lose that game?
Not what he did, is what he couldn't do. The guy cannot move. San Francisco won because Purdy can extend plays. You have to extend plays in the NFL. In today's NFL, you have to as a quarterback.
If Jared Goff, if Josh Reynolds catches the 4th and 2, most likely they win that game.
If.
Right, but that's not in Goff's fault.
Yeah.
You're talking about one play, dude. I'm talking about the whole
Okay, how about 2 different Reynolds drops? Oh, it's only 2 plays. How about the Gibbs fumble? Goff should have super glued it into his abdomen. That's 3 plays. No, I'm not done. Hold on. You're going on hold. Let's go to another play.
Yeah.
The Kindle Wilder. Should Jared Goff have run onto the field as the 12th man and swatted the ball into the ground? That's 4 plays. You want to do the whole game? We can go through the whole game. Sean, you got more thoughts?
Well, the placement, if you want to talk about if you want to hang up on the Reynolds play, how about the placement of the ball?
All right.
What, in his hands?
John, he should have walked it into his hands. He should have walked in and super glued it into his fingertips. Otherwise, he's never going to be a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, I mean, you could make a lot of arguments, but he is not the reason that they lost the NFC Championship game.
John,
he's the reason they were there.
I was the big Goff hater, and I won't entertain that. I don't know who these people are that are still dug in on this. Does he need a great O-line to be successful? Yes. Is he mobile? No. Did they get to the NFC title game with him playing very well? Did he play well enough to get to the Super Bowl? Yes. What are we doing here? He gives you stability at that position. And if your general manager is as good as we think he is, you're going to have a great roster around him for years to come, even with the salary cap, because it's going up and you trust your GM to draft well. Come on. Heather with the news. Heather, hi.
Hi. A Westland man pleaded no contest last week to charges of sending threatening emails to Governor Gretchen Whitmer in the fall. In February, the 51-year-old man was charged with using a computer to commit a crime and 3 counts of malicious use of a telecommunications service. So he is accused of repeatedly sending nonsensical, harassing, racist, and threatening emails to Whitmer. Michigan State Police did execute a search warrant at the man's house after he threatened to assassinate not only her, but also the president. He did admit to sending those emails, but he is going to be sentenced on June 4th. So the annual Michigan-Ohio State game is staying right where it's been for years. So the biggest rivalry in all of college football, already set for November 30th in Columbus, Ohio, will kick off at noon. It will air on Fox. This early afternoon kickoff has been kind of this annual tradition.
Oh, yes, it
and a lot of people tune in for that tradition.
Oh, yeah.
So last November, the game between the two schools drew more than 19 million viewers on Fox, making it the second most watched game in the history of the rivalry. Now, it was also announced that the Wolverines will open with Fresno State on August 31st at Michigan Stadium in a 7:30 p.m. kickoff time.
Miserable.
That's going to be on NBC. This is the first meeting between the teams.
What do you mean, John? You're not going to wait around all day for the big Fresno State kickoff?
Miserable. Like the whole, okay, we finally have, given the option, every game would start at noon. I think everybody understands that from me. But given the option between finally having a non-conference game of legitimacy in Texas in week 2, if money makes the world go round, you're going to get more viewers and more money by putting Texas, something that people will want to wait around all day to watch, versus Fresno State.
So this is Fox's fault because big noon is their primetime window, so they put their biggest game.
Big fan.
I know you want the noon games, but John, wouldn't it be better to wait all day for Michigan, Ohio
That's my
State?
No.
Well, same logic with Texas.
Tradition trumps that. There's no tradition. This is the first time Fresno State has ever played. There's no tradition.
Okay.
In other news, several child care providers and parents took part in this annual event called National Day Without Childcare. And those who took part in this participated in something called a stroller march. So a big march. This took place in downtown Detroit. Started at Techtown Detroit, ended at the Cadillac Place building in Detroit's News Center neighborhood. And the event, this march, was basically taking place to highlight the outrageous cost of childcare, to advocate for funding that would offer better wages for providers, make more affordable healthcare, all sorts of things surrounding that, because we talked about it.
Healthcare is bonkers.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how people do it, how some people can do this. I mean, one, childcare is essential, because you have to work to pay for your rent. You have to work to put food on your table. But some people can't work because they don't make enough money at work to pay for childcare in order to pay for.
Sometimes your entire salary, and even more so, goes to childcare than you're making.
Well, and it would be really easy for me or anybody else to say, well, then don't have the kids. We want people to be good parents, fathers and mothers, and be able to take care of their children. Come on. Like, that is ridiculous how much it costs. It's more than an arm and a leg.
It's wild. Finally, former NBA player Glenn Big Baby Davis was just handed down a 40-month prison sentence after being found guilty of all sorts of things, including healthcare fraud, wire fraud, and yada, yada, yada. The list goes on. Well, after being sentenced, he did joke that it presented a really unique opportunity for him to basically improve his physical condition. So he did this Instagram live video, and he said he was going to use the time behind bars to get in shape and stop eating hamburgers.
Hope he has a good time at the club. I mean, that perspective, you could look at it as he's obviously half his glass full, or glass is half full. Most people would look at that as going 40 months in prison. Yep. Not a trip to Club Med.
He's going to become The Rock, so he says.
Well,
all right. Well,
somebody's Rock.
Heather with the news. We got more people want to talk. Jared Goff. I want to move Michigan, Ohio State to a night game, but we don't have time for that today. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you and ask you questions and get to know you as best as they can. They did it with me, and then they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. They're also deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You guys want to talk about it? So do we. Jared Goff extension. Golly. $212 million. $170 guaranteed. It's a 4-year extension. The last year, according to Tom Pelissero, is an option year, which makes it a shorter commitment. Still a
4 years from now.
Yeah. Still makes it a pretty large financial commitment. $53 million on average per season. It puts him second only to Joe Burrow. Is he one of the 2 best quarterbacks in football? No. In a year and a half, will he be paid like one of the 2, 3, 4, or even 5 highest paid quarterbacks? No, probably not.
No, by the time the season starts,
right.
He won't be.
My point is, by the time his deal kicks in, he's going to get paid like one of the 7 or 8 best quarterbacks in football, which is probably more in line with who he is. And the Lions paid for stability, rewarded a guy who played well. Come on. I mean, there's really no reason to be.
And they invested a guy in that they think is going to take him to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that's how this will be judged. I mean, when you were in that rarefied air when it's Super Bowl or bust, and that's top-down organizationally. Goff's no different. Keith on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'll try to get to my point really quick. It's hard to criticize because you just don't know the temperature of the room. But I would, if first of all, if I'd have been Jared Goff, I might take a little less, and you can laugh at me and say, okay, whatever, a business is a business. So if business is a business, then we got him for this year, tag him, and then see where you're at, and you have him for 2 years. I worry about losing other players. That's why I don't like the deal. I'm of the side of to flip a coin that the team made Goff more than Goff made the team.
Sure.
So therefore, if you lose some of these surrounding parts is where I'm worried. But truly, these guys inside the room know that if they tag him, you might know this, John, are you going to tick other players off in the future where they say these Lions, they tag their best guy, they tag their heart and soul of the team. But if you're just cutting everything out of the picture and you're calling this a business, Goff gets the most that he wants and the Lions want to do the best, I would have let him play. And if he does great, tag him because you still got Hooker, which would have been a first-round pick. He could be garbage in the future. Who knows? But now that looks like a wasted pick. So that's it. That's where I'm kind of coming from. If it's pure business, I would have let him play and I would have tagged him.
Well, one of the things that was a knock on the Lions in the past is how they treat their employees. And you could say not the front office because they were extremely loyal, too loyal to some of their employees. But this is how you're treating the face of your franchise. Jared Goff is the face of the franchise. Your quarterback is going to be that. Where does it go? It goes owner, goes general manager, coach, quarterback. And you want to treat those from the top down the way that you want to set the example for the rest of the team. And there's a lot of things that we'll never know about the conversations regarding this contract. I can only tell you from my example of when I was going through contract negotiations. I wanted to make sure that because I was a part of an offensive line unit, that I didn't price other guys out. I wanted to be paid market value, but I also knew that part of my value is the value of the guard that I have next to me, the tight end that I have on the other side, the value of the center. So when they offer you a contract and you're in negotiations, you want to know what the plan is for keeping all of those valuable pieces in place. And for the quarterback, obviously he saw what they did for Penei Sewell. But what is it? How are they going to continue to structure this offensive line? Is me making $53 million prevent us from having this? So I'm sure that they laid a plan out in front of him that's not only for him, but also their plan for all of his weapons and those that are going to allow him to be successful.
We have so many pages of ticket text. There's a couple I wanted to read before we get to Doug and Gator. We had a guy call in who sounds just like Brad Holmes. I don't know if you've heard this guy before. Ticket texter goes, how is this not Holmes? He needs to call in every day. I need to hear from, quote, Brad Holmes all the time. And Brad Holmes calling in to defend himself while using an imposter name is the greatest thing any GM has ever done, signed Rob.
Yeah, we have had that guy call in.
It's incredible.
It is great.
Yeah.
Like, you sound just like, yeah, I get that all the time.
And no surprise he approved of the Goff move. We've had a surprising amount of pushback on it today. I don't know if that surprises you guys.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
It's.
I got a question for you, John, because somebody asked me and I said, I got to ask John, so I'll do it on the air.
Okay.
They called and they said, Doug, you have this sense of urgency to get this done, but he's under contract this coming year.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just let it play out and sign him at the end of the year, or let him play out and franchise him? I'm very, very cognizant of the culture being changed. And I feel like if they'd gone into this year where they basically re-signed 2 other star players and told the quarterback, we're not re-signing you, it creates an environment that might undermine what feels like a winning culture in the locker room right now.
Culture is a big thing, and I just mentioned this before you guys walked in. How you treat your employees is a big thing. The tone that you set, and your quarterback is the biggest tone setter on the team. And you're not. I thought I'm the big guy of let it play out. And in this one, I was of the mindset they should have done this last year. One, I thought that Jared Goff had shown enough that he is the franchise quarterback for the Lions. I also thought that the longer you go, if people are upset about 53 this year, if you let it play out another year, what is it, 60 million next year?
Yeah.
This roller coaster is not going down anytime soon.
So this is part of having a good culture.
Yes, it is making sure that you take care of the players that are producing for you. They did it with Amon-Ra St. Brown. They did it with Penei Sewell. They set the tone.
I felt like you couldn't not sign Goff. It'd basically be saying these 2 are more important to us even
than the most important position in all of sports.
And yet you can't just give him $70 million if that's what he wants, which he obviously didn't. I'm
right.
doing extreme, but it really struck me as incredibly important to get this done.
Yeah, and I thought this early in the offseason that the number started at 50. Anything less than that would have been a hometown discount.
A bargain.
Yeah, and anything more than that is just market value.
And once they didn't give a home, they're not going to ask, here, Amon-Ra, here's your big deal. Penei, here's your big deal. Goff, will you take a haircut? No,
right.
if they said, Amon-Ra, Penei, and Jared, here's what we're trying to do. We need you each to take a little bit less. That's one thing.
Right.
But once you pay the first 2, you can't. You're not getting
cheap out on your quarterback.
It's also funny because he's making twice as much as those guys are.
True.
Yes.
Yeah,
and you're asking,
against the market,
would it be obscene to ask him for a pay cut? Of course.
But the other thing that I said too is I guarantee you at some point they sat down with the plan, because we all know, we all believe, and I think Jared Goff is a very smart quarterback. He knows that he is best served by having top players around him, a supporting cast. So they probably sat down and said, okay, here is our plan. Here is our plan, not just for you, but for the other positions as well. That is legitimate conversation that goes on.
We're going to have AJ Hinch on the show tomorrow, schedule release tomorrow, but what do you guys have coming up next?
A lot of Goff talk, and the walls are closing in on me. I'll just say it. The walls are closing in.
Oh, boy. Gator knows. It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber, the Tigers made a pair of roster moves yesterday. The first was a matter of formality after Kenta Maeda was placed on the IL over the weekend. They needed a starter to take his place, and that was Matt Manning, who tossed 5 2/3 innings last night in a 6-5 Tigers win. The other came as a surprise as Shelby Miller hit the IL as well with ulnar nerve inflammation. AJ Hinch commented before the game that Shelby's been working through some intermediate soreness with the nerve stuff. He's been pitching through it fine. He had that 9-pitch outing where everything was fine, and then he'd have a couple where the stuff started to decline a bit, and he didn't feel great coming out of it, end quote. The 33-year-old has pitched in 15 games this season and holds a 4.41 ERA. Game 2 of the Marlins and Tigers series coming up tonight. Reese Olson makes a start for Detroit. First pitch at 6:40 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Amari Sankofa, Pistons beat writer, doesn't think the team will stand pat at number 5. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, we got big news today, obviously, with the Jared Goff contract with the Detroit Lions, and there's a lot to discuss here. We also do what we do here at Carson Anderson. We got an approval rating out there. If you want to vote on Twitter, do you approve of the contract? At DunganGator971, and the voting is heavy. The comments are coming in. Phones are already hopping as, let's face it, this is a big, big story. Jared Goff gets a 4-year extension worth $212 million. Average annual value of 53. We don't know the year to year, which matters. But we're gonna do our best to try and piece together what this means for the Lions moving forward. Can they still continue to compete at the level they've competed with the quarterback taking up a greater percentage of the cap? But first, Gator, how are you today?
I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty happy, with what happened. I love that they signed the quarterback. That's done.
Mm-hmm.
It's over with. It seems like from the Lions standpoint, it's pretty painless. Like they just whipped out 3 giant contracts and doesn't faze them. And I think that's a lesson we should all learn here. If we put all this trust in Brad Holmes, I'm not sure why anybody's freaking out about the total. I mean, they see it as, wow, $53 million a year. Yeah, it's a ton of money. It makes him, the second highest paid quarterback in the league here on May 14th.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, that'll change dramatically. I mean, this is the same thing we went through with Stafford and when he got paid. And, there's going to be a handful of quarterbacks over the next year that are going to get contracts that'll likely exceed this total. And Jared Goff is a major reason why this team has been as successful as they have been. So, everybody's got their part, and they're signing those big guys to contracts. I don't have much of an issue. And, of course, last night we had the Tigers win. So,
yeah,
I'm a happy camper.
We've experienced in Detroit, and if Goff goes on to win a championship, we've experienced something like this before. And that is where a surprise emerged from a trade that we didn't expect. And it's the Grant Hill trade when the Pistons got Ben Wallace out of it. It felt like, trying to make the most of what they had available to them, and it didn't seem like this was going to be a winning deal for Detroit, and it turned out to be a deal that set the tone for a championship. Now, when Stafford got traded, the prize was the 2 first-round picks. Goff felt like a throw-in. In fact, if I recall correctly, wasn't Goff, they got the second-round pick to take Goff's contract, the second first-round pick to take Goff's contract. And so it to say this has worked out well for both teams is an understatement, but the Lions have yet to get to the finish line. They've yet to get to the mountaintop. The Rams have done that. But this is a step to solidify what is been a very good player in Detroit. Look, I brought this up last week when Brad Holmes was on our radio station and talked about the Jared Goff contract. And hearing him discuss it, I moved off the antsy position because I wanted Goff re-signed and started feeling confident based upon the way Brad Holmes foreshadowed a little bit of the news of this week. And my take is as follows. Is your guy talented enough to win the Super Bowl with the contract you are paying him? What I mean by that is there are probably, maybe a dozen, 15 quarterbacks that in the right situation could win a Super Bowl. And what I mean by right situation is some guys will need a loaded team around them. Others don't. If you have Patrick Mahomes or you have Tom Brady or you have a guy that in his era is the elite guy, that guy can take up more of the cap because you don't need as much around him to win a Super Bowl. If your guy isn't that elite guy, what percentage of the cap is he taking up? And can you build what you need around that quarterback given the percentage of the cap that he eats up? And in Goff's case, the question is, did they cross the threshold? I tried to do a bunch of math on this today.
Oh boy.
To figure out what percentage of the cap he takes up. And we'll go over the numbers as the show goes on. It's not an exorbitant percentage if the cap continues to rise based upon its typical rate of inflation. Last couple of years, it's moved up like 14% and 13.6%. So I did a conservative 13.75% increase every year moving forward throughout the Goff contract. And you see what percentage of the cap a $53 million cap hit would take up. It might not be a $53 million cap hit. The first year it might be 40. The second year it might be 45. The third year might be 52. The fifth, and then it might get up to $65 million in terms of cap hit, but if the cap is going up, it's about percentage of the cap, not the actual number. It's the percentage of the cap that's important. I will say this, though, just a little foreshadowing here. The difference between what he will make this coming season, the final year of his contract, he's a $32.2 million cap hit, to the first year of the extension, which would be 53 if it's indeed 53, the difference in percent could cost you Frank Ragnow. Like in the 6% difference. Right now, Ragnow is the closest player they have to 6% of the cap. So that's costly unless you draft incredibly well.
Well, that's a big thing, right? Yep. It's all about building the team through the draft, and then you add to the team through free agency and trades. And this is what they've got. They've got players here that, the first two guys are guys they drafted that they gave extensions to. Goff is a guy they traded for, and they're giving him the extension. And the next names are going to come up. These are big decisions. What do you do at the end of the season with Taylor Decker? You're talking about a guy who's a $19 million cap hit this year. If Taylor Decker is going to come back to the Lions, he's not coming back at $19 million. He's going to come back at significantly less.
One would imagine.
Yeah, I'd have to think that. He wants to be here. I think the Lions would like to have him here because there's been success and barring any catastrophic injuries this year. But what is ultimately what is that number going to be? Maybe it's just a part where the Lions part ways and they like the development of some other guys they have. They'll move Sewell over to the left side and boom, here comes new right tackle. But it's not just Taylor Decker. There's Aleem McNeil, who is not much of a cap hit this year. He's $3.4 million, just under 3.4. But Aleem McNeil is a free agent at the end of the year. What is his contract going to be? Do the Lions want to pay him $20 million a year? Because that's what it's going to cost.
Yeah.
So that's another guy that could go by the wayside and be a cap casualty. Maybe that would be the case whether or not they sign Goff. I don't know if that even comes into play. He just may have priced himself out anyway.
Yeah. You can't pay everybody. You want to, but you can't. You have to pick and choose, and they are making their choices now. Does it mean it might cost him Aleem McNeil? It might. You better draft well.
Well, this is where Broderick Martin needs to take a giant step this year, right? Josh Paschal, please take a giant step this year.
Mekhi Wingo. There's a bunch of guys.
Show me something. Yeah, they've got guys in the defensive line that come pretty cheap. Show me something.
All right, 248-539-9797. Do you approve? Why and why not? I think it's important if you do approve, why? Because it's a big chunk of the cap. But it's not in a ridiculous percentage of the cap, and it doesn't make it impossible to build a winner around it. It's going to be more challenging. It doesn't really affect the 2024 season at all. They still have like $23 million in cap space this year because it's an extension that kicks in after this year. 248-539-9797. Approval rating, we'll take it. You can also vote at Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter and comment there. We'll get some phone calls and feedback as they come in. It's Carson Anderson here on a Tuesday on 97.1 The Ticket.
So let me tell you about a great experience I had recently with a local company. I needed a new garage door, and I called the right people for it. I called Precision Garage Door. They took me a call immediately. What am I, Irish here? They took my call immediately, not me call. They took me call immediately. And scheduled an appointment right away. The guys came out, took a look at the doors, and these got to go. Let's get you set up here. John, Jeff, the whole crew did an amazing job. They're great to work with. The true professionals. That's what you want to do. You want to work with professionals at a time where finding great service is really, really tough. Well, let me tell you something. If you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. I couldn't be happier. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
All right, my man, what do you think the approval rating is right now on the Goff contract?
I think it's probably pretty close. Is it just simply approve or disapprove?
Yeah, I mean, I can read the whole tweet. Lions signed 29-year-old quarterback Jared Goff to a 4-year extension worth $212 million, average annual value $53 million a year. He will play this year under his old deal, $32 million. That's the cap hit. The yearly breakdown isn't known yet. For now, it's the second highest quarterback contract in the NFL behind Joe Burrow. Do you approve of the deal? Your choices are yes, I approve. No, too much money.
I think it's pretty close to 50-50.
Okay. Kang, have you seen this? What do you think it's at?
I haven't seen it. Approval, how much I would say 88% approve.
I'll go 54-46.
Okay. Yes, I approve 86.3%.
Wow.
No, too much money, 13.7.
I'm putting too much faith in the vocal minority.
You've been reading a lot of hate or something, Gabe?
I see it, yeah. I probably shouldn't pay attention to it.
Hat Junkie 48204 says he earned the money. He's had some shaky moments, but ultimately he's done damn good. Dan writes in, I'm not going to select no if there was an alternative, if the alternative is he leaves. Yes, I approve, and yes, it's too much. About $20 million more in total value than I thought he'd get. Well, so you thought he'd get around
50.
Yeah. I mean,
or less.
Or less.
Just under.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those deals. If you liked it at 49 or 48, does 53 really matter? I mean, that's the equivalent of a player, a $5 million player.
Put that same tag on Sewell or St. Brown. If you like St. Brown, I forget what his number is, but
it's 110 and 125, isn't it, on those two?
Yeah. So if you liked him at $25 million, do you like him? Is it okay if you paid him 29? Actually, he's more than that, isn't he? Is he 30 million?
Who's that?
St. Brown?
Yeah, he's 30. He's straight up 30, right? But Scott writes in, this is going to look reasonable when you see Jordan Love's deal. CJJ, this contract is going to look like a steal within the next year. People that are whining about it are ungrateful. Matt says, I approve. That's the price of signing a quarterback today. Would I have preferred it was closer to 45? Sure. Who wouldn't? In a couple of years, there will be several guys ahead of him. So let's roll. Mem1634 on Twitter. By the time it kicks in, he probably won't be in the top 5 from Keeler. What were we going to do? Not pay him? LOL. So 248-539-9797.
The alternative, what they could have done with that, well, trying to keep him, by the way, and I'm not saying turn things over. I'm saying if you're going to try to keep him, but you didn't want to pay him, that is, you could have played a little more hardball and maybe try to play on his, his love for his teammates or something like that. I mean, instead of going for what market value is, and you could say things like, hey, dude, what's the difference for you, really, between 53 and 48? But that's what he's got an agent for. His agent takes all the emotion out of it. His agent's the one who negotiates the deal. But if you're the Lions and you wanted to get him for under 50 or at 50, you could have dragged this out and probably still have gotten it done.
Show additional replies that may contain offensive content. Should we do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to click on show. Whoever is against this signing is a stupid idiot on many levels. Price of doing business and damn sure isn't our money. That's from Roger.
Roger.
Yep. Careful. Very offensive. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. Julian in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Julian?
What's going on, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
So I don't know how much you heard from the previous show, but that's when I called in. And Twitter is, making me feel a little bit better about this fan base. But I was getting pretty frustrated with some of these calls, and I was hearing SOL a lot. And it was blowing my mind. Like, do some of these fans not realize where we were 3 years ago and how Jared Goff and this team has rallied around him and improved every single year? And all we've asked for the last 25, 30 years is to build a winner and have an organization and some competency up front that would say, hey, we're in our window. Let's freaking go win this. And that's exactly what we're doing. Like 5 years from now, this contract is going to feel like a $40 million contract, not a $53 million a year contract. Would I have wanted it to be close to 49? Of course. I think we all would have. But he's worth every penny we're giving him. The team absolutely loves him, and we're winning. We are in our window, and we have a Super Bowl roster. This is exactly what I feel like everyone has asked for years, and now we're finally living it and experiencing it, and I feel like people don't know what to do. And they want to find some reason not to believe in Goff and go win this thing. And this is exactly how I wanted an organization to do it.
Well, when you have good players and they're gonna cost you money, and I guess part of this is probably people are still a little bit gun shy because the Lions in the past have paid for players and they haven't rewarded them, and they got a long history of that, a long history of cumbersome contracts that really they didn't get their money's worth, and so it's hard to imagine. Wow, they've got all these guys, Amon-Ra, Penny, Goff, that they're giving raises to, and they might actually be worth it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he played as a top 5 quarterback for the last stretch of last year, and I just think we should be proud to have an organization that's going to say, you know what, this is what you did for us. You deserve this money, and it's not like we're overpaying for someone that's not worth it. He played like a top 10, if not a top 5 quarterback all year last year. And we can look at his numbers. He's reliable. He doesn't get hurt. I mean, I think he missed 3 games in his first year while he was here. He's a reliable quarterback. Does he have flaws? Absolutely. Every roster in the NFL has flaws. But I think it's silly not to sit back and realize that we have a top 3 roster in the NFL. The quarterback's the most important position. Pay him the money. We can see 5 to 10, 5 years down the line, it's going to be a friendly deal in comparison to the league. And I just feel like this is exactly what a Detroit Lions fan would want to see from Brad Holmes, locking up the core. We've finally entered our window, and there's nothing you can do besides, hey, you have 3 to 4 years to go win us a Super Bowl. Go do it. And he has all the motivation. The entire team rallies around him. I was already looking on Twitter. Taylor Decker already tweeted about it, pumped up as all can be. Proud of them. I'm just very happy with what we've done.
Julian, thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Russell next on 97.1. What's up, Russell?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in here. I agree and also disagree with this decision to extend Goff. Now, my reasons are, when's the last time the Lions committed this much money to 3 players? The first thing that comes to mind is Calvin Johnson, Sue, and Stafford. Now, we committed so much cap space to just those 3 players, but could never really build a solid team around those guys. So it makes me a little nervous committing this much money to St. Brown, Sewell, and now Goff. So my real question is, how is Goff going to be on this contract once Ben Johnson leaves and gets a head coaching job? Because we've never really seen that.
Well, he hasn't left in the last 2 years, and he's had the opportunity to leave. I'm not sure if he actually wants a head coaching job in the NFL, and the way that he has spurned teams, it may turn teams off on the Ben Johnson factor. I'm not worried about Ben Johnson, because even if he does go, this is a Dan Campbell team. They'll find somebody else to come in, and Dan Campbell ran this offense the first year, the second half of the first season. The other thing I would take exception to is Ndamukong Suh was not one of the big 3 because he was on a rookie contract and left as soon as that rookie contract was done. So if you want to talk about Calvin and Stafford being tied together, that's fine. You can live with that, but that's business in the NFL. And there's more money to go around now than it was then, but the percentages are what we look at. They're, how big is the percentage? That's why it's important when the numbers totally come out to look at.
I was wondering if you guys might be able to pull that up. I don't know the percentage of these 3s right now, the cap.
I only have the Goff numbers. I mean, right now, Goff is taking up 12.65% of the cap in year 1. The highest percentage he will take up of the cap is the first year, if it indeed is a $53 million cap hit in year 1. He will take up 18.24%, which, by the way, isn't the most in the NFL. That's if the cap has a standard 13. I went with a kind of a conservative estimate of a 13.75 increase every year moving forward, which is less than it's been on average the last couple of years, but just a little bit. But I just did a round number of 13.75. With that said, I'd have to see what how the three of those compare to other teams. Look, Brad Holmes is comfortable with it. He's the guy that's going to have to fit an entire roster under the cap, knowing what he's paying these guys. So we'll try and get those numbers before the show is done. Do you approve Jared Goff? 4 years, $212 million extension, $170 million in guarantees, average annual value $53 million. The actual year-by-year breakdown isn't available yet publicly. When that becomes available, we'll pass it along because that matters. Because it's all about the percentage of the cap. Percentage of the cap. And can you win with this guy given the percentage of the cap that he is taking up? We will get those numbers when they become available. More of your phone calls and feedback and your Twitter votes and comments, plus your feedback via ticket text. Also on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for those of you watching the show and commenting on the streaming chats on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket when you're there and you can see us. It's 97.1 The Ticket. All right, let's go over those numbers real quick, and then we'll get back to your phone calls, at least for Jared Goff. So I mentioned it. I mean, wouldn't we all agree the most important question is your guy talented enough to win a Super Bowl? And can you do it? Can you build the requisite team around him given the percentage of the cap he takes up? I mean, this is the core of the issue. If you have Patrick Mahomes, you can pay him more because he doesn't need as much around him. I mean, you can pay him the least amount you can and build the strongest team you can around him, but you probably have a threshold where you're like, because he's elite, you can go higher in terms of percentage of the cap. This coming season, the final year of Jared Goff's previous deal, he's going to get paid. Well, he's going to be a $32.3 million cap hit. That's 12.65% of the cap. I think we can say with a reasonable degree of certainty that they can win a Super Bowl with Goff taking up 12.65% of the cap. Correct?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this coming season, we're comfortable with that, a 32.2 million, 12.65% of the cap hit. Moving forward, if we give it a full average annual value, counting each year against the cap, $53 million, which it probably doesn't. We'll have to see those final numbers.
Yeah, I wonder if the signing bonus and guaranteed money that gets spread out even towards this year, does that change this year's cap number at all?
And then there's going to be voidable. There's an option year on the end, although it doesn't say whose option. Tom Pelissero said the last year is a option year. We'll see what that means. But if it's $53 million and the cap goes up for 2025, an average of the last couple of years, 13.75%, that'll bump the cap up to $290.5 million, and Goff's $53 million cap hit will take up 18.24% of the cap, so almost 6 full percent more. That is a difference of a player like Frank Ragnow. So that first year could be interesting. But again, throughout the course of the contract, with a $13.75 million cap increase every year, it goes from 18.24% of the cap when he's 31 to 16% of the cap when he's 32 to 14% of the cap when he's 33 and 12.4% of the cap when he's 34. Now, what does that mean? Well, it probably doesn't mean anything until we see the yearly cap hit breakdown, but that's on average at $53 million. It's not an exorbitant amount of money, a percentage against the cap when you compare him to other quarterbacks like Burrow. In fact,
Burrow's the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Yes.
Goff is number 2.
Yes. Now, is Goff a same player as Joe Burrow? Kang, you actually did some deep dive into that. And what did you come up with?
I came up with, I'm not saying Jared Goff is better than Joe Burrow, but the gap isn't as big, I think, what most people would think or have you believe. The thing is that Joe Burrow has over Goff for sure, that we all know for factual reasons, is that he's younger, right? But he's not some young buck. He's 27 years old.
I was just going to say, he ain't that much.
He came in the league already older. He had to transfer while he was in college. So the age gap between the two is 2 years, okay? In the last 7 years, Jared Goff has missed 4 games. And I'm not including the rookie year where he didn't start, in the beginning, right? Joe Burrow has missed 13 games in his first 4 years in the league. They actually have the exact same winning percentage right now in their career of .569. Their touchdown to interception ratio is very, very similar. Joe Burrow, a little better on the touchdowns. The interception rate, virtually exactly the same. Passer rating, Jared Goff, 93.6. Joe Burrow, 98.6. Burrow edge. But the QBR the last 2 years for Burrow, 60.8, 51.6. Jared Goff, 63.3, 60.3. Jared Goff better. Jared Goff, 3 Pro Bowls. Joe Burrow, 1. Both have a Super Bowl appearance. The gap isn't that big. And if you want to go back to, like I said, Joe Burrow's younger, so he's a higher ceiling. Only 2-year age difference. And did you know Jared Goff's first 4 years in the league, statistically, he was better than Joe Burrow. So my point is, though, this is a great deal for the Lions. He's making less than Joe Burrow, and he's not. The gap isn't that huge. I think this is a win-win for all parties aside. I think Brad Holmes, like you said earlier, Doug, he's planning for the future. He knows, he put this money out there knowing that what he has to do in the future with Aleem McNeil, Taylor Decker, possible free agents, possible rookies that have to re-sign. I love this deal for everybody, and Jared Goff earned this.
All right, 248-539-9797. I mean, we all approve in this studio. The percentage of people that have voted and approved, it is 86.5% on Twitter. Do you approve? If so, why? If not, why not? Demetrius, you are next. What's up, Demetrius?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
Hey, do something very difficult. I got to set my silver cornbread and my blue Kool-Aid aside for a minute.
Okay.
And try and talk logic, reasoning, and Gator's favorite topic, math. Right?
Oh boy.
So if you do it this way, take the 32 and add it to the 212, it's 5 years, 244. First of all, Doug's right. It's about percentage of the cap. But if you think about this contract as 5 years, 244, you're talking 48.5 AAV. And now you're not comparing him to Joe Burrow. You're comparing him to Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray, right? It's a whole different narrative if you look at it that way. But Kang just trumped me because Burrow comparison really isn't that bad. But I think that if you want to control the narrative, the 13% that are upset, if it was 48.8, would they be upset?
Okay, Coach, you're going on.
Burrow,
you're going on I see what you've done here. You've taken this coming season where he's probably pretty grossly underpaid and woven it into the next 5 years of Jared Goff. We are getting him at a discount on average over the next 5 years because he is so woefully underpaid the first year.
Correct. If you present it that way, it's a whole different narrative. And I think the 13% just boils down to about the 3% of guys who, they're just that guy.
Yeah.
That dude who's never going to be. I love it. Obviously, I'm a bread and Kool-Aid guy. I loved it the minute I heard it. So I think it's a great deal, like Kang said. And now after Kang just told me, I got to go eat some cornbread and Kool-Aid.
I'm super excited. Demetrius, interesting way to look at it. And yeah, that maybe helps some people.
Well, here's something else. You talk about needing people around you. Like we think that Goff definitely benefits from having better players around him. What's Joe Burrow going to look like without T. Higgins or without another receiver that he's got, without Joe Mixon at running back? What's he going to look like? Is he going to take a step back? I mean, he only played 10 games last year because he was hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want this to turn into a trashing Joe Burrow segment, but it's about the comparison because Joe Burrow is the standard based on what he gets paid. He's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And I don't think anybody would complain about what he's getting paid because, it's Joe Burrow. You automatically think, yeah, he went to a Super Bowl a few years ago, and Cincinnati is a really good team. Well, the Lions are a really good team and almost got to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So now they just paid their guy, and I'm not sure that I'm actually pleasantly surprised that people don't have as much of an issue with this as I thought they might today.
248-539-9797. Don is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hello, this is Don from Detroit.
Hi, Don.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure. Go ahead, Don.
Bad reception.
Don, are you there? All right, we're going to put Don on hold and come back to him. Don is in Howell and next. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So this is what I'm thinking. Last year, when Jared Goff's camp was probably, they were thinking about doing this extension. I think Brad Holmes' side, I think the Lions side wanted to get this done last year. And I'll bet you Jared Goff's group said, you know what? If I wait, am I going to make any less than what I would sign for right now? And if I play very well next season, won't I be in for a good payday? So what do I have to lose to wait one more year to renegotiate or negotiate my contract? Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he would have signed last year, let's just say, I think Brad Holmes' side wanted to get it done last year, and Jared Goff's camp was probably like, okay, we're just gonna wait and see how things play out because there's no money to be lost, right? There's only money to be gained, really.
Well, I'm sure that they would have wanted to get the deal done last year if they thought they could get it at a big discount. I think you would have to think in the back of their minds, they're like, well, we haven't made the playoffs yet. Let's see what happens. And then they make the playoffs, and then, all right, let's see how he plays. And he plays really well in the 3 games. And that kind of solidifies it.
But it's like, sure, now we're going to be in the running for that 50-plus money. But why would we settle now? Because if we went ahead and settled for something in the 40s, I don't have a chance to make any more money, and this is really his last big contract, right? So you're going to try and maximize, and I'm sure his group wants to do it too. They're doing the best by him. So I think Brad Holmes, of course, wanted to get it done. I don't think it was a matter of we're going to get these guys done before we do Jared. I think they said no, we're not ready to talk just yet.
Is there anything that leads you to believe that?
I just feel like I would have locked up Jared Goff first and foremost. because I would have got him at a discount. I probably knew I was already going to make Amon-Ra and Panay the highest paid when I was going to sign them anyway. I could have signed him for in the mid 40s, and we would have been laughing all the way to the bank. And they're like, no, we're gonna wait because we're not going to lose any money if we wait a year to negotiate. It's only have a chance to go up, and it could go up significantly if we win a couple playoff games, right?
That's the thing is you would have done it before they'd won the division and before they won both playoff games. And I'm not
sure.
I'm not sure how ready the Lions were to do that. I mean, Jansen said he would have done it after last year as well when they went 9-8 and. Look, this is a pretty Goff-friendly space, but I don't think anybody here would have done that.
I would not have. Now, in hindsight, if you told me that you could have gotten him at 45 and you would have saved $8 million a year, would I have? I certainly would have given it a lot more thought.
Okay, so if you knew after the 9-8 season that Goff would accept $45 million a year over a 4-year extension, you would have done it?
No, I'm saying about last year during the season. I suppose it's the same type of thing.
Yeah,
I think that's logical.
Wow.
If you think again, because if you think this is the guy and you see where things are going and you know where the cap is going to be.
At that point, he'd given us half a good season.
No, at that point, he'd given us a season and a half a good season. Remember, it was the last 6 or 7 games of the first year when they won 3 games that he was really good. Then it was all of the season of 2022.
You might be right on that. I just don't know that I would have done it before they won the division and won the playoff.
To me, it doesn't even matter now because he's here. What's interesting is that I think that the caller said something about the waiting on this, and it may just end up coming down to the logistics of when he actually was going to sign the deal. When he had St. Brown and Penei Sewell right away on the night of the draft signing, and everybody's like, well, what's going on with Goff? Oh, nothing's imminent. Uh-oh. Maybe it just came down to logistics. Like, hey, man, I got a lot on my plate right now. We'll get it done. But I got, this stuff to do and this stuff to do. I'm not terribly concerned about it. We will get it done the next couple of weeks.
You signed him after last year, it would have cost you free agents in the offseason. Well, if he did an extension 2 years out, I don't know. I guess it is all water under the bridge at this point. 97.1 The Ticket. Walls are closing in on me, Gator. We'll get to that today at 11:02. You don't know what this is about, do you?
I don't, but I can guess.
All right, we'll get to that at 11:02. 248-539-9797. Don, we'll give this another shot. Are you there?
Well, he ain't gonna do nothing to you because he can't get out.
Hey, Don. Hey, Don, buddy, you're on the air.
Oh, Don.
Don. Maybe we'll try again. Mark in Detroit, you're on 97. Oh, God.
Come on. Want to get away?
Sean, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Wow, those guys they're doing well.
Yeah.
So I think that, Doug, you're going to have to redo your percentages maybe even before the show is over when they release the annual numbers of this deal.
Probably.
Right? So,
Probably.
And I also think that all these people that are complaining that it should have been under 50 are going to get quiet real quick because I'm no GM, but I've read enough articles on this topic, and it's not that complicated to understand. So I believe what I read, it states that it's basically a 5-year deal, not a 4-year deal. And they can spread a significant amount of this in signing bonus over the 5 years, not the 4, including converting some of this 32 for this year to signing bonus. So when that happens, he's going to be upper 40s, mid 40s of a cap hit unless they backloaded this thing somehow. But he's going to be like $48 million a year in the cap hit over the course of the 5 years, and that's what everybody's upset about, that he wasn't there, when in reality he is, right? So that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's this is an important part of this that we haven't seen yet, and that is the yearly breakdown, the voidable years, the outs the contract has, and not to mention always the flexibility to renegotiate a deal midway through. At this point, you know what I'm most concerned about? I'm actually most concerned about the 2024 Lions, and here's what I know. You got a bunch of guys that were all in for this team that nothing has changed in terms of locker room dynamics, in terms of culture fit, in terms of the important pieces coming back. We lost one in Jonah Jackson and maybe replaced him by a guy who's as good and cheaper, or maybe dare I say better. I don't know, but we'll see. They've improved the secondary. Like the 2024 season is pretty short up at this point. And that's the most important
agree
thing.
with you more. And I went back and watched the 3 playoff games, and I would encourage everyone to do that and take a look at Goff, St. Brown, and Sewell and what they contributed to the team during those 3 games. It's astonishing, right? And to have them all locked up here it's an amazing feat. To have the guys who are still on rookie deals that contribute like crazy locked up for several more years is amazing. And I'm telling you, when they come out with these numbers, they're going to spread this over 5 years, and it's not going to seem that bad.
You're probably
I think
right.
it's just a phenomenal day for us.
You're probably right. Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. I'm tempted to try again. Hey, Don, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, buddy?
It is Don from Detroit?
It sure is.
All right. Thank you for taking my call the second time.
Well, this is the third time, Don, because I don't know if you know, we came to you and you were off talking to somebody else in the background.
I was actually letting the dog out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well. Hey,
Now we know who.
Third time's a charm.
And listen. To the people that's worried about the prior administration and how they gave too much money to other people, we never had a general manager to draft like this general manager has. So, you can't make a comparison of what happened before to what's happening now. That's the first thing. And Goff played in the playoff game, the championship game. He hit those 4th down passes. The guy dropped them. You can't say what he did. He stepped up. So you got to pay the man. He stepped up and did everything he was asked to do. You cannot throw the pass and catch the pass at the same time.
No, he can't. No, he can't. I mean, look, we've talked about that San Francisco game. It's a rare case scenario where the game is over, the Lions lost, and really the quarterback play wasn't a topic. He played well enough to win. And
he played very well. He played well enough for his team to go to the Super Bowl. when people make the comparison and say, when people make statements like, "Oh, he got to win a Super Bowl," well, if he throws the ball to the guys and the guys drop him, you can't blame the quarterback for that. I don't know why people short on this quarterback. I was one of the greatest Stafford fans in this city, but this guy has done things Stafford couldn't do, and some people got to come up with that. I think a lot of these ex-Stafford fans are against this contract. That's what I believe.
I don't know if it's I kind of wonder if it's the same people. I kind of wonder if the same people that didn't like Stafford don't like Goff.
I feel like Goff's name is almost like the reason I did the comparison with Joe Burrow is obviously like Joe Burrow is the only quarterback paid more AAV than Jared Goff, right? Annual average value.
Yep.
I did the comparison because I just want to show the gap is not that big. And I think if you just don't mention the name Jared Goff, you'd be like, oh, I'd pay that quarterback just under Joe Burrow. But I think you putting up the name Jared Goff, and everyone's like, oh, Jared Goff, the guy's like, he's mid at best, right? He's just a bridge quarterback. Well, you know what? This bridge quarterback just earned a franchise quarterback contract. He earned this, and he deserves this.
Yeah. No, I think it's valid. I'm going to guess that most people in Detroit and NFL fans all over probably think of Burrow is in the top of the heap when it comes to the quarterback conversations.
Yeah, I mean the knock on Joe Burrow is he hasn't stayed healthy. He's missed huge parts of 2 of his first 4 seasons in the league.
Yep. All right. Do you approve of the Jared Goff deal? More feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox via ticket text from an unnamed text. I'm sorry, no, this is from Kim in Sterling Heights. Yes, I approve on the Goff deal. Worth every penny. From an unnamed texter, guys, this is one of the biggest mistakes the Lions have made in their history. You do not sign a mediocre quarterback for that much money. Very stupid. How many interceptions and fumbles does this guy have to commit when the line's not playing so well to prove to you that he's a mediocre quarterback? How many? I hope the Lions implode. I hate this organization.
Well, he's got 27 interceptions in the 3 years he's been a Lion. That's an average of 9 a year. And he's got 78 touchdown passes in the 3 years. That's like 29 a year. So would you take 29 and 9?
Yes.
Okay. Now he's had some fumbles, a few fumbles each year.
Yep.
And he won not one but 2 playoff games with this team.
How many mediocre quarterbacks win divisions?
Well, people will say the division was bad. Okay, fair enough. Then how many mediocre quarterbacks win not 1 but 2 playoff games and have you with a 17-point lead in the NFC Championship?
It can happen, but it doesn't feel like that's what just happened.
He's not mediocre. He's also not elite. He's in between there. He's like, I think, appropriately rated in the 8 to 11 range somewhere as quarterbacks are. And that's a lot better than average. 16 and beyond is mediocre. Come on.
I can't believe that this is somebody's actual take. I feel like this is a troll.
Probably, but he allegedly hates the Lions, right? Is that what he said or wrote?
It's one of the biggest mistakes the Lions have made in their history. You do not sign a mediocre quarterback for that much money. Very stupid. How many interceptions and fumbles does this guy have to commit when the line's not playing so well to prove to you that he's a mediocre quarterback? How many? Well, I'll just say this. Way more than that. I hope the Lions implode. I hate this organization. That's what he wrote.
I hate this organization. He's with the NFC Championship game, and he hates the organization.
Terrible.
The general manager has turned things around completely. The head coach has turned things around completely. The new owner has turned things around completely, but he hates the organization. Mm-hmm. Good take.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. Spencer Torkelson is riding a 2-game homer streak after his left center field blast last night to put the Tigers ahead in the 8th. A.J. Hinch has enjoyed watching it. The Tigers face Ryan Weathers today for Miami. If you're wondering whether Torkelson may get another homer, he's surrendered 6 in 8 starts, but is more of a ground ball arm. Coverage begins at 6:50 right here on 97 or 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. This just in, Denard Robinson, the former assistant director of player personnel, is no longer employed by Michigan football. He was arrested April 15th after a single vehicle accident for operating while intoxicated. Former NFL QB Tom Brady is preparing for his broadcasting debut with Fox this fall. Michael Strayhorn let him know who will be covering Week 1 on the air. Dallas is set to face the Browns. The Week 1 Monday Night Football matchup was also announced today. It'll be the Jets and 49ers. The rest of the schedule, if it doesn't already all come out today, is scheduled to be released tomorrow at 8 on NFL Network. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So that's where the walls are closing in on me, Gator. Hear what Otto had there at the end with the schedule release?
Oh, with your shooting the boot?
Yeah, for people who don't know, I made a shoot the boot guarantee several weeks ago that the Lions would be on primetime opening weekend. There's a Thursday night game. There's a Friday night game. There's a Sunday night game. And at the time, I was hoping there'd be 2 Monday night games. And I thought, well, of course, the way the Lions have taken off and look at their schedule, it's filled with really good games. They'll be a prime candidate. I'm going to go ahead and shoot the boot, guarantee it. Well, the Friday game was already determined. It's in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and it's Eagles, Packers. And then yesterday they released the Thursday night game, which was Ravens Chiefs,
good game.
Which had me do a little digging. Okay, I got Monday night, and I got let's go look at the Monday night. Last year there was only one Monday night game. The year before that there was only one Monday night game. The year before that there was only one Monday night game on opening weekend. They've been parking the doubleheader Monday nights on week 2. It's been 4 seasons since there's been a doubleheader on the opening weekend of Monday Night Football, and it doesn't appear it's going to happen this year. And then it was released today. It was leaked today that the Monday night opener will be the Jets versus San Francisco in San Francisco.
Oh, boy.
So I'm left with one option. Now,
Sunday night.
That option is Sunday night. I did predict it would be the NFL putting Caleb Williams in a major market, Chicago, on the air on national TV against what became the darlings of the NFL last year, the Detroit Lions. But the walls are closing in. My options appear to be down to 1. And it's the Sunday night game. Now, there is good news. There are 16 games a week. Okay? And
these are facts.
The week, well, when there's no buys.
Until there's no
there's buys.
But,
But there's been a release of Tom Brady's first game on the mic will be Dallas at Cleveland, which is a Sunday. I believe it's a 4 o'clock game on Sunday.
What matters is it's not a Sunday night game.
It's not a Sunday night game. So that takes up another one of the. So we've got, let's see, the Thursday night game, the Friday night game, the Monday night game, and that game. There's 11 other, there's Detroit and Chicago, and then 11 other options for the Sunday night game. I'm sticking with it because I have no choice that the shoot the boot guarantee that the Lions will have a primetime game. The prediction is it will be against Chicago on Sunday night.
Doug, we do have some breaking news from the NFL. A night game has been released, and it is the Bills and Dolphins, Week 2, Thursday night.
Oh, wow, Week 2.
Week 2, Thursday night. So you're still good.
How about that? It has no effect on you?
No effect.
None whatsoever.
All right.
Do we have any idea what's up with the slow roll here of the schedule release?
Well,
it seems as though...
Because the NFL knows what they're doing. They're trying to beat everyone to the punch because you know how this works. So they're like, you know what? We're going to leak our own schedule.
But they got their show, the TV show tomorrow
They're
night.
not going to leak all of it, Gator. They're just going to slowly they're starting to release week 2 games now.
I mean, the week 2 leak. What is that about?
This is the second week 2 game they've leaked. So that's Thursday night, week 2, Dolphins, Bills in Miami.
Okay. And the other one.
These Thursday night games so far, fire. Good games on Thursday nights to start the season.
Well, when you're Amazon Prime, you pay that much money, you want good games.
Yeah.
All right, so here I sit with one option left. The flag is planted. Sunday night, Lions against the Bears, Sunday night.
All right.
But if the Lions get the Sunday night game and it's not against the Bears, the only thing I guaranteed was prime time.
Right.
You're still good, Doug.
Walls are closing in, though.
No, this just makes it more dramatic for the
running
win.
out of options. Running out of options. I'm down to one. But it's the one I always believed. I really do wish it was a second Monday night game, though. All right, 248-539-9797.
I'm not a fan of the 2 Monday night games.
You're not?
No, because they end up playing at the same time. They overlap each other, I should say.
Yeah.
Like, what do you got, a 7 o'clock and a 9 o'clock start? I don't like that.
Yeah, well.
One game's all we need.
Okay.
I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Are you?
You got Sunday night. You got this.
Well, look, it's,
else
if
are
it's
gonna
wrong,
put
who else are they going to put on Sunday night?
What are they going to do?
I mean, there's a lot of good games that are options, but we don't have the week to week. We don't know what they're going to be week to week. But anyway, I'm confident though. Made the prediction because I'm confident. It's just like when they're getting down to the end and you're running out of possible places to park the game. We got one place left to park the Lions. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. The big news today is Jared Goff's contract extension. Do you approve of the deal? It's a 4-year, $212 million deal, $170 million guaranteed. The Lions have locked up 3 huge players this offseason, one being Amon-Ra St. Brown, then Penei Sewell, now Jared Goff. Do you approve? More feedback, JC in Elm Park. Great for Jared. Just seems that his, quote, worth weakens our ability to acquire extra free agents or keep another starter soon. Love him, but the high 40s would have given us over the top, gotten us over the top.
They have a window to win.
Yep. So you know what, JC? There's a phrase out there in sports that people use all the time, betting on yourself. You know who's betting on himself right now? Brad Holmes is betting on himself. Brad Holmes is betting that he'll be able to continue to draft the way he's drafted and find players in the draft. First-year contracts don't cost you nearly as much as veteran contracts. So when you draft guys and you draft well and you're finding starters in the draft, and the next thing you know, you're paying those guys, percentages of what veterans get at the same position with the same production, it allows you the luxury of locking up your best players. Brad Holmes has done how do I keep us where we are? I hang on to my most valuable assets, the hardest ones to replace, Amon-Ra, Penei, Jared Goff, and moving forward, probably Hutch and a couple others. And Holmes thinks he can make up the difference by developing, drafting and developing, and keeping those cheaper players in-house. And that's the formula. He's betting on himself.
Well, there's a balancing act. And when you make 3 giant signings like he's done this offseason, that's even more puffing out his chest. Like he knows what he's doing, right? And it's in collaboration with some very smart people that he's got in the front office that work with him, Dissner and others. People are cap captains, or they're ninjas with the cap, and it's not just ninjas with the draft. They know what they're doing. I trust it. I'm not the fact that they got it done and was a little bit more than I thought it was going to be. I'm okay with it though, because I've gotten to the place where I totally trust Brad Holmes.
248-539-9797. Brandon's in Woodhaven and on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
So before I get to the golf point, that A.J. Hinch comment at the top of the hour, like with Torkelson and his law and people not supporting him, well, we are 40 games in, and he hasn't done anything. That people have every right, not to, think otherwise about Torkelson. I mean, 40 games in is a great mark, I think, to start the baseball season and what production you're going to have for the year.
I'll have to go back and listen to the comment. I missed it. Gator, did you hear it?
I don't remember the comment.
All right. Well, anyways, I was just saying, I think people, that don't agree with Goff's contract have to realize that, not anybody can come into the Lions' offense. This offense is built for Goff, and I think that.
Hello. Oh, just dropped off.
There goes Brandon.
I did want to tease one little. It's not a tease. I would actually come out and say it, or I could tease it. There's a pretty amazing stat with Torkelson as it relates to last year.
All right, we'll play the soundbite in question, too. And more of your phone calls coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you got some numbers there?
I do. So Spencer Torkelson this year has the 2 home runs because he hit the one last night.
Okay.
This is May 14th. Today is May 14th.
Yep.
He also has 13 doubles and 16 RBI.
Okay.
Last year,
yep,
he hit his 3rd home run of the season on May 7th. He hit his 4th home run of the season on May 20th. He is 1 home run behind pace of where he was last year when he hit 31 home runs for the season.
That's weird.
Last year, on May 14th, he had 17 RBI. This year, he's got 16. He's 1 RBI off the pace. Last year, he had 8 doubles through this point in the time. This year, he's got 13. So take that for what it's worth, but what it tells you is that he really heated up after the first 6 weeks of the season, so to speak. So is he that far off from where he was? Not really.
Interesting. I mean, the pace, he really picked up the pace, obviously. And look, I'll make a case that last night's home run was way more important than getting the first one. A couple things. One, it was meaningful in the game. But secondly, it's like, okay, if I go out and par the first hole, all right, big deal. I can par a hole. But if I par the first hole and I par the second hole, I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? So I think that second home run, in almost every measurable way, it was bigger than getting the first one.
Yeah,
getting the monkey off his back.
Apparently, his longest home run of his career is OPS. By the way, is 10 points better right now than what it was a year ago at this time.
Yep.
So maybe he is just heating up like he did last year. We shall see. But it was certainly a big sigh of relief. You could see how pumped he was when he hit it, the bat flip. The team cheering him on, and obviously, like you said, a massive home run when you look at it for the game because they needed it. They just blown the lead, and here they come back, and he hits a 2-run bomb to give them the lead.
All right,
and end up being the winner.
Do we got the soundbite, Kang, that the listener mentioned that he took umbrage to? I didn't. I was out of the studio, but during most of the update, came back in and said that soundbite. This is AJ Hinch about Torque after the home run last night.
What did the caller have take umbrage with?
That's a soundbite that he was referencing?
I mean, that's the soundbite that was played in our update. I don't know what else that's what he said, right?
And he took umbrage with that. And saying, hey, he's a dangerous hitter, but he's been struggling. What?
All right.
We must be missing something. Okay, we move on. 248-539-9790. The nerve of AJ Hinch. Take him to task. I'm making no more excuses after that soundbite. This guy. Let's go to Colin. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Colin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay.
Real quick, AJ Hinch. The ball's on that guy, man. Just awful. For the people who are taking umbrage to Jared Goff's contract, I just think it's a great idea. I don't know what all the angst is. Maybe it's because he's the second highest quarterback right now. I understand all that, but the salary cap's going to go up every year. These contracts are getting insane. And by the time the dust settles, maybe even next year, he's going to be the 5th or 6th highest quarterback, which is about where everyone ranks him. You know, that second-tier quarterback range. So I really don't understand what all the fuss is about. I love it. He brought this team to new heights. He's a perfect quarterback for the system. I understand you need to build around him and insulate him in order for him to be successful. But I'm okay with it. He operates his offense like an absolute machine, and he deserves it. He just outright deserves it. And maybe some of the money, the extra couple million a year, because we all thought he was going to be upper 40s, maybe it was a little back pay for the last year of what he did. taking us to the NFC Championship game and really performing well at the NFC Championship game. So I really don't see any flaws with it. I know it's an inflated number, but in the future, we're going to look back at it, and it's not going to be that high of a price
Well,
tag.
you know what? You said something about it. He'll probably settle in, be 5th and 6th pretty quick, and that's about where he's ranked. Remember last week, CBS Sports had a quarterback ranking that had him ranked 13th in the NFL? If somebody subscribes to that theory, they'll probably never like this contract.
Oh, I completely agree, but I disagree with the ranking. I think Jared Goff it's just his pocket presence, his passing abilities, his decision making. I know he's had a couple fumbles, but for the most part, he really does protect the football and doesn't put this team in a situation to lose. He doesn't lose the game for the team. For me, that's really important for the quarterback.
The money does kind of even itself out. I mean, did the Lions have him on the cheap relatively for the last couple of years? Yeah. And now they're, because of this deal, when it does kick in, where is it going to stand? Right now it's number 2, but it hasn't kicked in yet. It won't kick in for another season here. So where is it there in the grand landscape of quarterbacks? It'll probably be, down to 5 and then keep sliding because other quarterbacks that the contracts come up, they're just going to get more and more because that's where things are headed. But for me, I look at a percentage of your top players and what they're getting. And if you want to look at the top 3, because they got these 3 guys in the offseason they just gave monster contracts to, 2 of those guys go into all 3 contracts go into effect next year.
Yep.
It's not even this year, right?
Yep.
Because this is the 4th year for both of those players. So it's I don't know. It's just relative. It looks daunting right now, but it really won't be as daunting as you think. Now, if it prevents them from signing guys that you want, or re-signing guys that you want, if you go to the season's end and they lose in the first round of the playoffs and you could point, well, the reason that they did that was because you can't do it after this year. You have to wait down the road before you see if it's actually hurt the team. And right now, there's no damage at all.
You're right. 248-539-9797. Zach is next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Zach?
Hey, how are we doing?
All right, Zach. Get that seatbelt on.
So, sorry. My point was okay, so this is where I'm at with the Jared Goff situation. So, I wasn't really happy that we signed him for that amount of money because, we're giving him $53 million a year, and I just flat out don't think he's worth it. To me, I would have waited until his contract was up, and then we could have talked about it. Because to me, for $53 million, right, that's more than Lamar Jackson's making. And to me, Jared Goff's not that quarterback, right? So for 53, we could have called Lamar and just asked him, hey, how much money do you want, and how many rings do you need? You know what I mean?
You could wait. You could have done what?
We should have just called Lamar and asked him how many rings he wanted.
Lamar, who's under contract until 2029.
Before he...
Yeah. What? But my point is, that's the level of quarterback you get for $53 million, and it's not Jared Goff.
So,
I get that he threw for 4,600 yards, but, to me, he has the Justice League blocking for him. We have the best O-line in the NFL.
Yes, and they probably still will.
Yeah.
So
are you guys okay with paying $53 million to Jared Goff?
Without question.
I'm not.
Without question. But Lamar Jackson, calling Lamar Jackson and saying how many rings do you want, how much money, he's under contract. You can't get Lamar Jackson.
No, but I'm saying that's the level of quarterback we should have got, and I don't think Jared Goff is that.
Are you upset with, if you were a Cincinnati fan, with what the Bengals are paying Joe Burrow?
I think Joe Burrow is a better quarterback than Goff could ever be.
Well, did you hear our numbers comparison, how similar they are? First 4 years, Kang, did you say first 4 years Goff is actually better than Burrow?
Yeah, he had better numbers than Burrow. Obviously, he got a huge contract extension with the Rams because of that.
Yeah.
I just think people underestimate and underrate how hard it is to do what Jared Goff just did. You put it, so he threw for 4,600 yards, he had 29 touchdowns. Like anyone can do that.
Yeah,
and I know he had a good offensive line, but the man won 2 playoff games, should have won a third. He made the right throw to the right receiver that dropped the ball that probably cost him the game in the NFC Championship game. I'm not saying Jared Goff is better than Joe Burrow, but the gap is not that big, people, and I think it's because of the name. And they're only 2 years apart in age.
Yeah, but and could and should are two different things, right? So Jared Goff has consistently proven that he can't run the ball. That he's not a.
Well, that's why he brings Lamar Jackson.
Okay, is that the number one thing?
Yeah, no, that's the thing I can't stand is that gun to his head, he can't run for 2 yards if his life depended on it. But we want to pay him $53 million a year.
Yeah, because I'd rather see him throw it for 3 yards.
Quarterback. He's not him.
No, if a prerequisite to winning in this league is a mobile quarterback, you will never like this deal. And as far as you're concerned, and you brought up Lamar, and now you brought that up. So if you're not mobile, you're not paying a guy.
I just think for that amount of money, we could have got somebody better.
Who?
Kirk Cousins. Or we could have just.
He just went Kirk Cousins on you. Oh, Doug. Oh, Doug's walking away. Doug's walking away. Oh, boy.
And Doug loves Kirk Cousins. At least his fire pit he does.
He loves the fire pit for sure.
You just made.
Now he's got to find a new fire pit.
The caller just made Doug get up.
Doug's not happy.
Take off his headphones.
He's taking a lap. He's
pacing.
You take your time.
Yeah.
You just take your time and simmer down over there. You're okay.
Hey, Doug, go ahead. Gator, you can take us to break.
Yeah, it's okay, Doug.
Doug, don't worry. Gator's got this. Don't worry.
I thought he was going to say Hendon Hooker. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so look.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Previous guy is got his list of criteria, what it takes to win in the NFL, and he thinks you have to have a mobile quarterback. He cited Lamar Jackson as sort of the standard, should have put the money, throw the money at Lamar Jackson, even though he's under contract. I mean, did he mean when he was available a couple of years ago? Yeah, but I don't think he ever got to free agency, right? Didn't he basically sign, well, whatever. Goff can't run for 2 yards of his life save, depends on it. I would have put the money towards somebody better, Kirk Cousins. I just went back and quickly looked up from Mock Draftable, the website that has some numbers from there. Kirk Cousins 40 time, 4.93. Jared Goff, 4.82. Can't win with Jared Goff. Lamar Jackson in the postseason, 2-4. Jared Goff, 5-4. I like Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's, this is an apple to oranges comparison. If you want to try and win, if Lamar Jackson's your quarterback, you try and build a winning team around Lamar Jackson. And if Jared Goff's your quarterback, you try to build a winning team around Jared Goff. What do you call it? The Justice League is the offensive line? Yeah, they've built that. They can afford that. They've got that.
Which also wasn't around healthy the whole year, by the way.
And what they've decided is they've taken the quarterback they have that's proven he's got a skill set that you can win with in this league. And win pretty big. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's taken a team in Detroit to an NFC title game. He won 2 playoff games here, won a division, led the way. And his skill set, which is mostly throwing, it's not running, they figured out how to build a team to make it work with this guy. And offense wasn't the problem last year. My man went Cousins.
We started Lamar.
Yep.
And then pivoted to Cousins, but I'm a big Lamar Jackson fan. I love Lamar Jackson, but something Lamar Jackson has not been throughout his career, healthy. And Lamar Jackson is now letting everybody know that he's dropped weight.
Mm-hmm.
And he plans to play around 205. He wants to play at 205.
Those quarterbacks the running quarterback takes a lot more hit. A lot of them get hurt. And when they don't get hurt, that's fine, but as they age, their most important skill set declines. They start to lose a step or two. A mobile quarterback can stand back there in the pocket and deliver into his 30s. You think Lamar Jackson's going to be running around like that when he's 32, 33, 34?
Probably not.
No, look, but I was cool because I'm like, okay, me and my man have a fundamental difference. He thinks you need to be able to run. I don't. That's fine. We can draw the line there. If you have to have other skills to make up for it, and you have to be pretty damn good at it. And what Goff is good at with accuracy, with the ability to process information quickly, deliver the ball to the right spot, to make the throws in crunch time, which he's done plenty of. Now, deep ball game needs a little work, probably, but the biggest deep ball threat is a guy who's just getting into the league right now. There was a play against Baltimore, ironically, last year where I remember Jameson Williams looking over one shoulder and the ball being over the other. Goff can't throw deep. Or did this young, just getting into the league, cutting his teeth wide receiver look over the wrong shoulder, run the wrong route? I mean, what would make more sense? So I don't think that's his strength, the deep ball, but he gets all the blame for that when their biggest deep threat, who I think is incredibly talented and can be an amazing player in this league, is just the route running is a big part of it too.
But here's what I will say to defend him. I can understand.
Defend who?
The previous caller.
Okay.
I can understand people that will have the mindset that if you're going to pay somebody to be the second highest paid quarterback in the league, that they should check more boxes than what Jared Goff checks. I can understand that. The difference is, though, everybody's unique based on their situation. And the Lions situation is excellent for Jared Goff, where he doesn't have to check off those other boxes of being mobile or having the most cannon-like arm in the league. He doesn't have to, because he's elite in things like football acumen and accuracy. He has an excellent offensive line, perhaps an elite offensive line in front of him. He has a really good running game behind him. He also has one outstanding receiver and other guys that are meh, but have potential. but he fits in this team. So this team can go ahead and afford to pay him like he's as a second-paid quarterback in the league because they don't need him to do the other stuff. You know what Baltimore needs out of Lamar Jackson? His legs, desperately, because Lamar's arm isn't anywhere near as good. It's a improving product, but he makes his bones.
Lamar.
And look, when they get into Cousins, I think Cousins and Goff are very similar quarterbacks. The difference is one guy is like 6 years younger.
The other's faster.
Well, that's the thing. It's, Goff isn't sexy. He's not flashy, and I think a lot of people need that. And some people confuse that for a guy that can run as a quarterback, and that's just not the case. You know what Goff's also elite at, Gator? Winning big games here. No one has ever done what Jared Goff has done here in Detroit, ever. And when he says to go out and get Lamar and Kirk Cousins or whoever, it ain't that easy. There's a reason why people sign these quarterbacks to big deals or trade a ton amount of capital for a quarterback. They're hard to come by. The Falcons went out and spent $100 million on Kirk Cousins because they didn't have anywhere else to go, and then they went and drafted a quarterback 8 overall because they're like, oh my God, we might not get a chance to draft another quarterback. The Denver Broncos gave up the farm for Russell Wilson. When one quarterback becomes available, people jump all over it. Jared Goff, they did not want this guy to become available. He's in-house. He works here. He's proven it. You sign him. You move on. That's it.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Corey next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Corey.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Corey.
Listen, dude, I'm a truck driver, and this dude almost had me, literally pull off the road with that last take. I was like, Jesus. Okay, he's talking about, let's get Lamar Jackson. Let's compare Lamar Jackson's resume to Jared Goff's resume, okay? It doesn't add up. Doesn't add up at all. Jared Goff he's been to a Super Bowl, okay? Not with the Lions. He's been to a Super Bowl. What else? And he's took the Lions dumpster team to the to the championship game, NFC championship game. So when it comes to that, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna roll with Jared Goff. And then when this dude's talking about we need a mobile quarterback. Is the GOAT a mobile quarterback? Was Tom Brady a mobile quarterback?
No.
Was Eli Manning a mobile quarterback? No. Exactly. It doesn't take a mobile quarterback. It takes a system. And the Lions built a system around Jared Goff's skills for the future.
Well, it takes a team, and that's what they have. They have a pretty complete football team that has gotten even more complete in the offseason. We're very excited about where they can go because Jared Goff wasn't the reason this team lost the NFC Championship.
Was not at all. He didn't drop those passes.
He didn't drop the passes. He didn't fumble the football.
He didn't
misplay the deep pass. Yeah, no.
He played the game cleanly enough to win the game. You can't pinpoint one play that he made in that game that say, Jared Goff the lost us this game. Not one play.
248-539-9797. Tim is next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay, Tim.
Jared Goff, just watching him, I mean, maybe he doesn't throw a long ball, but at 20 yards, he is deadly accurate, and he's got some zip on the ball. And he can throw it in there so close to being intercepted, but not being intercepted in a completion. It's amazing. And their running backs and that, I mean, do you really think they're going to need Goff to even throw a pass this year? They're going to run the ball the whole time.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to throw a pass, but yes, they do have a complete offense from weapons on the outside, tight end. They got running backs. Yep.
You got Laporta, you got St. Brown, you got the running backs, you got the offensive line. Why do they need him to run the ball? And all these other quarterbacks that run the ball, just do a graph on how many of them make the whole season. Can make it through a whole season.
No, you don't need him to run. But the people are watching every play of every Lions game, and they're projecting that on every quarterback in the league. And when you see that there will be plays that, hey, why didn't you take off and run for that first down like so and so would have? Well, he's still looking to throw the ball because he knows that's where his bread and butter is, and people will hold that against him. But what they're not doing is watching every single play from every game from every other team and recognizing that those quarterbacks don't do what you want them to do every single time either.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. People are hot now. 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers win last night. Torque another home run. This time a game winner, 6-5. They beat the Marlins. Yay. Now 21-20 on the year. Big news, all the trumped everything, was Jared Goff's 4-year, $212 million contract extension, $170 million in guarantees. Do you approve? Approval rating's pretty high. Not everybody does, and that's okay. We actually welcome the debate, although there are times where the patience wears thin. But look, there's different prisms with which people look through and see the football world. Gator, I'm really, really cool with this because I think they found a formula that works for them. Do I think Jared Goff is a flawless quarterback? No. Do I think anybody and any athlete, $53 million? No, does anybody deserve that kind of money? I mean, it's crazy. It's insane money. But in the business of the NFL, if you're going to re-sign your guy and he's looking to be a free agent and he's established, and I think everybody can say he's at least a very good player in the league as a quarterback, if he gets to the open market, like the bidding's going to be crazy. Now, with that said, you lock your guy up before he gets to the open market. They didn't have to do it now. They could have let it ride. I'm against letting it ride, especially after they had signed Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell. Because the one thing that has happened, which is pretty incredible, is the Detroit Lions under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have changed the culture. We had talked about the losing was woven through the culture forever. Everybody talked about changing it. Nobody was able to. And the big part is when you start winning and you get people on board, there's been so few distractions. There's been not a lot of nonsense. And once you signed Amon-Ra and Penei, having Goff go into a year where he's like, wait, do I have to prove this again? Like, you don't believe in me as the leader? I didn't want there to be any chance of that undermining this culture. And so, yeah, I think it was pretty important. And I brought it up with Jansen as a player. Is that how they'd look at it? And he was basically said yes. So, that's behind him. They can keep this thing intact, keep the culture what it is, because I think that's a part of this. And as John said, players like playing for organizations that reward the players that go out and win for them. And they're three of their incredibly important assets. You could argue three of their top 5 assets they've locked up. They've locked them up.
Yeah, and we need to keep in mind, these are extensions that don't go into effect until next season. So this upcoming year of 2024 doesn't have an effect on it. It affects it in 2025. Mm-hmm. And we'll see what the effect is when the actual numbers come out on these deals to fully dissect it. But for this upcoming season where we have all these high hopes and expectations for this team to, hey, get back to where you got to last year. And the thing with me is that if you're going to commit this much money to these 3 players, then the goal is a Super Bowl. It's not to just get back to the playoffs or just to repeat as division champions or to win a playoff game. You need to win the Super Bowl. That's the goal.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jeff. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Good, sir.
Yeah. I just wish people would stop comparing Goff because you know what? I'm thrilled that he got his contract, and it's going to be just like St. Brown. He's going to get his contract, and in a couple of months, someone else is going to get him more money. So why can't we just enjoy what we got? We wanted Goff, and now he's signed. I mean, he's a very good quarterback, and one of the things these guys that love the running quarterback, they forget one thing. A lot of these running quarterbacks, with the exception of Joe Burrow and Mahomes, they don't seem to be such great masterminds at game plans at what they're doing. They just seem to run around. Yeah, they're elusive, and they keep the drive going. But you look at some of the games in the last 2 years, Goff has brought you some amazing victories that other great quarterbacks, they lost to. They lost to him. Like, look at a couple years ago when he played Monday night with the Rams, and he beat Mahomes. Okay, that wasn't an accident. That was skill. So do they want to win a Super Bowl or don't they? Because that's why I want Goff. He's going to win you a Super Bowl. So that's all I got to say. What do you think?
I don't know that what you're saying about running quarterbacks is necessarily true. You could make a case that a quarterback with the skill set to run actually can maybe go to that skill set without letting a play develop. Like, hey, I'm going to bail out of here. Whereas a mobile quarterback might take a little bit longer, stay longer in the pocket to deliver the football. But look, I mean, I'm not here to. I don't even think you need to downplay what running quarterbacks bring to the table. I do think it's a useful skill set.
Well, I think there's a difference between mobile and being a running quarterback. There's a big difference. Justin Fields is a running quarterback. Lamar Jackson is a running quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is a mobile quarterback. And do I wish that Goff had the skill of mobility more? Absolutely. I wish he did. He could buy himself more time, stay behind the line of scrimmage, let his receivers get open, and deliver it. But at that point, aren't we nitpicking? Tim got to the NFC Championship. Are we nitpicking on what the problems are with this team? If the biggest issue is that the starting quarterback, and this isn't the biggest issue, that the starting quarterback isn't as mobile as you want him to be, or isn't mobile, period. You want to say he's not mobile? I'm not going to disagree because he's not. But if that's the biggest problem with the offense, and the offense is still putting up 28 points a game or whatever they do, 26 points a game, it's not really a problem. What's held the Lions back, or what we perceive to hold the Lions back, is the defense. Now, last year in the NFC Championship game, it was dropping a couple of massive passes that shouldn't have been dropped. Yep. It was a bad exchange that resulted in a fumble lost that never should have happened. It was, plays on defense where they couldn't make the play when the play was there to be made. So it seems a little fluky what happened in the second half of that game against San Francisco. I would love to have seen the rematch with the Lions and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl from week one. That would have been an amazing way to start and finish the season.
Yep.
But hey, things happen. Let's move on to the next year. The next year is upcoming, and I can't wait to see what this team looks like.
248-539-9797. Bob is next on 97.1. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're great.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, listen, I know it's counter to the talk show radio format, but there really isn't much to discuss with this whole thing because the market sets what Goff is worth. And is Goff worth the money they just paid him? Heck yeah, he is. Otherwise, they wouldn't have paid him. The business at hand shows that this quarterback is worth every penny he's getting paid right now. Do we want to have Patrick Mahomes for our quarterback? Sure we do. But not everybody can have Patrick Mahomes for their quarterback. And we're in the enviable position of having so much talent on this team that they're making these big money decisions right now on keeping the top tier players that they have. We've never had to deal with this before, and it's kind of funny to have people go, "No, he doesn't do this and he doesn't do that." Well, guess what? When Kirk Cousins came out and was the top paid quarterback in the league, was he the best quarterback in the league? Not even close.
No, I think we can just go to Stafford. Stafford was the same thing. I don't know if Kirk Cousins was ever the top paid quarterback in the league, but
we did the same topic with Stafford.
We did the same 100%. Topic with Stafford, absolutely. And I think that the people that might be bristling at this, they're looking at door number 2, which is the guy that's on the bench right now, because he has a different skill set. I think partially. I think it all ties into this. We remember we had a call last week, and then somebody said, what about saving the $50 million you're going to pay Goff and spending that elsewhere on the team if you turned it over to a guy who's on a rookie contract and who was a third-round pick and not getting the first-round monies? It's even less. You're saving so much money for you to do that. Could you make up the ground of the inexperience by bringing in more talented players around because you've got the $50 million to spend? Or would you simply not have given him the big contract and let this season play out, and at the end of the season you run the risk of, if you want to bring him back, then you're going to have to probably pay him more, Goff more, or have you found out by that point that you realize that the guy on the bench is going to be good enough, and again you're saving the money?
248-539-9797. Now the question, one of the questions, a legitimate one out of this, is what becomes of Hendon Hooker? And I heard the morning show talk about, was Hendon Hooker a wasted draft pick? We'll get to that today at 12:05. Phone calls, feedback coming in. Jared Goff's contract extension. Dave Burkett asked on Twitter, aren't they going to have to start trading off guys? His answer is interesting. We'll get to that in the noon hour as well. Here on 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The NBA Draft Combine is underway. If the Pistons keep their 5th overall pick, some think they will go after UConn center Donovan Clingan. Clingan describes what kind of player they'd get. Clingan stands 7'2" and averaged 13 points and 7 rebounds in D1 ball last season. All the Week 1 NFL primetime slots have been accounted for with the exception of Sunday Night Football, and the Lions aren't included in any of them yet. Thursday night, it's Ravens and Chiefs. Friday pits the Packers and Eagles against each other in Brazil. Sunday, the Cowboys and Browns tango at 4:25, and then Monday night, it'll be Jets and 49ers. The entire NFL schedule will be released tomorrow at 8 on NFL Network. The Lions locked up Jared Goff yesterday with a 4-year, $215 million deal. Dan Miller talks about the commitment that ownership has shown the last few years. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You've checked. There still is no leak on a Sunday night game, right?
Nope. No, there's not. No, there's not. So walls are closing in on me. The Monday night game is leaked. It's not the Lions. Thursday night game, not the Lions. Friday night game, not the Lions. There's only one Monday night game this year on opening weekend, we believe. And so all I got left is Sunday night. Now, I was like Sunday night against the Bears was my prediction. I did shoot the boot guarantee. I did, Gator, I did, that they would have a primetime game in week 1.
Still have a chance.
Walls are closing in.
It'd be nice
But
to
you're
include the runner-up in the NFC and the opening weekend.
Well, and they're a team that people like watching. Like, we got some juice now. So
I think that could be who are the teams that are involved right now? Thursday night is
Kansas City and Baltimore.
Kansas City, Baltimore. Friday night
is Green Bay and Philadelphia.
Green Bay and Philly. Monday night is the Jets and
San Francisco.
So Bills and Lions. I know you're saying Bears, but
whatever. I'll be wrong on the team. Just please put the Lions on Sunday night.
I think you might get this, Doug.
I think I will too.
Well, are you sure? You don't sound like
you think he might. That's a great statement.
Yeah.
I think you might not.
There's a possibility that you might be right.
Yeah.
You know what? If I had to do a 51, I'd say you're going to get it. How's that? Does that feel better for you?
Much. Anyway, we await that announcement. So, Hendon Hooker, with the Jared Goff contract, that is obviously the big story today. What does that mean for Hendon Hooker? And the question is, did they waste the draft pick putting a third-round pick in a Hendon Hooker? Hendon Hooker is an interesting quarterback prospect. He showed enough at Tennessee in terms of arm strength and accuracy that interested me. You loved him.
He's the best quarterback in college football that year before he got hurt.
He was having a very good year in that offense, a little bit different offense than I think what they'd ask him to do here, but that doesn't mean he can't. But he was hurt, and it took a handful of snaps with the first team, 11v11 last year, I'm sure, in practice. The question is how important is he moving forward? It's an impossible question to answer, although I decided to look back at how many quarterbacks miss significant time. And it's hard to do without going through everybody's actual game logs. I do know this. Last year, 19 quarterbacks played 15, 16, or 17 games. 19 of 32. 19 of 32 teams. Now, some players were just flat out replaced for performance. So it doesn't account for all the injuries. But in 2022, 17 quarterbacks played 15, 16, or 17. In 2021, 18 quarterbacks played 15, 16, or 17. And that's about the norm, it feels like. Would you trade a third-round pick for a quality backup quarterback if you're a team with Super Bowl aspirations? And I would. For a quality backup quarterback. We were looking at the backup quarterback situations around the league, and they're not great.
They're not great.
No. They have taken a chance that they could have a great backup quarterback situation. But we don't know that yet, and I don't think they know that yet. So I think it's too early to say what the Hendon Hooker draft pick is. Grade it. What is it? Because the reality is there's really no way to know with Hendon Hooker until he gets into live game action.
Right.
Which he didn't last year.
No, you can gauge. We'll definitely be able to gauge more this year, provided he stays healthy, which there's no indication to think that he wouldn't. We'll be able to gauge something during the preseason games, because Goff isn't sure as hell going to play a whole lot in the preseason games. He didn't last year, so why would he play much this year? He wouldn't. So who does that give the reps to? Gives the reps to Hendon Hooker, who's playing a lot of makeup. He didn't get a chance to play last year because of the injury. So I think you're going to see a lot of Hendon Hooker in August, and hopefully we don't see him the rest of the way. And if we do, it's mop-up duty at the end when the Lions are up big. That's when you want to see him.
Best case scenario, the guy's really, really good. He's your backup quarterback. And then at some point, if you and if he has to play, he plays well. And if he plays great, maybe you trade him. If he doesn't play great, even if he plays great, maybe you keep him because you're trying to win a Super Bowl. And I would argue that having a quality backup quarterback is an insurance policy that every GM and coach would want. Every single one.
Well, yeah, and we don't know until a couple years down the line really what's there. And you brought up the point that really good starting quarterbacks are hard to come by, and everybody wants to get their starting quarterback, and sometimes it doesn't work. But the price being paid for it is at a premium. Look what happened with Russell Wilson, for instance, as Hank brought up, and that blew up in the face of the Broncos. But nonetheless, pretty big quarterback. The Jets went for Aaron Rodgers. Guys have become available now where they weren't available 6-7 years ago. Now they're available every year. There's somebody that's available in the offseason, or not just somebody, but several. So who's to say a couple of years from now that the Lions aren't in that situation that, you know what, maybe we can move on from Goff because we like what Hooker is. Maybe they've won a Super Bowl at this point, and they can trade him for value, because you could. Or the other way around, like you said, if you've got a guy that everybody thinks is going to be the new hotness, he's done a great job as a backup, then you can move him along. I think the Lions are in a good situation.
The thing about trading Hendon Hooker is I think the only way that they can get anything really valuable is if Goff is like lost for a season. You have to put a lot on tape to get anything. Like I've heard people say trade him for first-round pick, trade him for second-round pick. I think that's like Goff gets hurt early. The team doesn't lose a stride, goes back to the NFC title game under Hendon Hooker. Like you're not going to play Hendon Hooker for 3 games and get a first-round pick for him.
No, but you might be able to squeeze a second-round pick depending on how he looks in 3 games, Doug. And
I don't think you could even get that.
I don't know. I think teams are so desperate for quarterbacks, starting caliber quarterbacks in this league, that they will trade everything for Trey Lance, who played in Division II, essentially, right? Like, honestly, and the nightmare scenario for you, Doug, probably would be if Goff does go down for a couple weeks or whatever, and Hooker looks really good. I mean, the calls will not stop. You guys already know this.
Yeah, look,
you guys already know this.
Let me make something clear. That's not a nightmare scenario for me. That's a great scenario because it means the Lions, we'll take the calls. I'll be a big boy and take the calls.
How about we just silence it this way? Anybody that wants to trade Hendon Hooker, it's not happening anytime soon, right? He's got a 4-year deal. He's starting year 2. If any of that talk's going to happen, it's not going to happen this year. It's not likely to happen next year. Okay, it'll be likely to happen going to that last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a moot point. It's an absolute moot point of this right now.
The reason I don't think you're getting all that much for Hendon Hooker if he plays 3 games, no matter how good he looks, is when it was all said and done, Jimmy Garoppolo was traded for a second-round pick after playing, I think it was 17 games over 3 seasons with New England. He had to play a lot. and win a lot, and he fetched a second-round pick. There's no way you're getting much for Hooker.
What did Sam Bradford get when he got a first-round pick? How much did he play? I forget. I'm asking because I don't know.
I'd have to go back and look.
We're
working out of Garoppolo's numbers right now.
Well,
and Garoppolo only made he played even less. He played a little bit less than that. But let me go look at the Bradford thing now, because some games he was just playing a mop-up duty. Sam Bradford,
because he was drafted by St. Louis, right? Oh yeah, he played a bunch, but he was always hurt.
Yeah,
always hurt. And he got a first round.
Anyway, look, I don't. Hooker's future is impossible to determine at this point because it's so much predicated on Jared Goff's health. I mean, ideally, a guy never plays, never called upon, never asked to. I think they play him in mop-up duty, but he doesn't really play in live situations. That's the ideal situation. But if he has to, I mean, let's hope that he's a quality backup, because those things are valuable. Quality backup quarterbacks are incredibly valuable. 248-539-9797. Damon's on a cell, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Damon.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
I don't know if you lost track of the subject or whatever, but I have a question for you.
Okay, I don't know if you have us on speaker, but if you could take us off, it's hard to understand you.
No problem.
All right, what's your question?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your
How
question?
many quarterbacks in the last 5 years, starting quarterbacks, have had major injuries in the last 5 years? And I guarantee in the top five, Garrett Goff's in the top five of those who hasn't had a major injury. You know why? He's not running around like a big idiot. No offense to running quarterbacks. But, I mean, think about it for a second. If you do the statistics, you'll find out that a lot of quarterbacks that are, quote-unquote, immobile, they're probably healthier in a sense outside of getting ran into through a sack. Another thing, too, I found some interesting statistics from the trade between Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff. They're identical, except one major obvious thing, which is Matthew won a Super Bowl. But Jared is also 7 or 8 years younger than Matthew Stafford. He still has a long way to go, guys. And when it comes to Hendon Hooker, if you want like this with a mobile quarterback or eventually have one on the field, if Jared ends up having to come off the field for injury, there you go. We have one already in the lineup.
Well, I did see some Stafford-Goff statistical comparisons, and they are remarkably similar since the trade went down. But Stafford won a Super Bowl. Goff is not. I would guess that both teams would do the trade all over again. It's one of these deals, right?
Of course.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams won a Super Bowl, and the Lions are trending in that direction. They built the team not solely on the Stafford trade. That's not it. But they built the team, and they used the Stafford pieces to make them better.
12:30, Lion Insider asked, are they going to have to start trading off guys? We'll get to that at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. When it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. We know how awesome that Detroit football season was, and Detroit baseball, well, off to an interesting start. Best start in 8 years. And with the whole new Bally fiasco, the streaming stuff, Twin Peaks is here to rescue you with every game live in-house. They've also got basketball and hockey playoffs going on. What makes Twin Peaks great on game day, for starters, you won't find a colder beer in the state. The beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees, and when you combine that with a mug that's only used once a day that's been freezing for 6 hours, you get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up the beer of the month, Blue Moon, and see for yourself. Combine that with the ice-cold draft from the Scratch Kitchen food, and you have a recipe for success. Try some signature dishes featuring house-smoked items like the ribs or brisket, or if you're a wing guy, check out their always hand-breaded to-order boneless wings. They got something for everyone, and also there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. So grab the crew, head to your nearest lodge, and bask in the glory that is Twin Peaks, the best sports bar in the darn state. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, let me clean up a mess that I made. So Tom Brady gets hurt, first game of the year. Jimmy Garoppolo comes in. Wrong. It wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo. It was Matt Castle, who played the whole year and as a starter went 10-5.
I don't think you said though.
I didn't do the first part. I got Garoppolo and Castle mixed up. Castle also got traded with Mike Vrabel for a second-round pick after going 10-5 as a starter. So the point actually still stands. I just kind of got the years and the individuals mixed up. To get value for Hendon Hooker, and by value I mean anything as much or more than what you'd used to get him, a third round, a second round, a first round pick, he'd have to play a ton. I still believe that. Matt Castle started 15 games, went 10-5, combined with Vrabel, got a second round pick.
But Garoppolo did not play a ton.
Garoppolo did not play a ton.
Hardly played at all.
He played over 3 seasons. He did play.
In 3 seasons, he threw 94 passes.
Yep. But the point is, he was around. He played in the preseason. People saw him. I don't think you're getting much for Hendon Hooker unless he has to play a lot, which I hope he never has to do. 248-539-9797. Ken is next on 97.1. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I'm sure I'm just stupid, but here goes. Right? So Brad Holmes comes here from L.A., and then the next year he brings Jared Goff. And
weeks later he brought Jared Goff.
Does anybody not think that he wasn't going to get re-signed? I mean, that's his guy. And, oh, by the way, luckily, we've always had a decent line, and so they drafted pretty good on top of that, which got even a better line, which lends right into Jared Goff. So I'm not really sure why we're all surprised, but again, I'm probably just stupid.
It's not a signing. I think the money part has some people going, "Wow, that's a lot of money to pay the quarterback who has some holes in his game." But what's not a hole in his game is, I don't know, he wins. He makes players around him better.
And the alternatives are what? I mean, like I said, this team is carved for him. Now, is he like Tom Brady can win you games that shouldn't be won? I'm not really sure. I think Jared Goff does that, but he doesn't have to because they're building a great team around him, and then we can always go to the one and done quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls that you never hear from again.
Brady is the GOAT. There's no question. I mean, he's got all the Super Bowl rings to show it. He left New England and still won the Super Bowl, so obviously he's the GOAT. But one thing Tom Brady had going for him, a lot of things he had going for him. One of the things he had going for him in New England was they had a really good defense always. It seemed like they always had a really good defense. The Lions are trying to build that defense. The Lions got better last year in one aspect for sure where they were outstanding against the run, but they had a ways to go when it came to stopping the pass. And they've addressed that this offseason through free agency, through trade, and through the draft. All 3 ways they addressed it.
Bro is not stupid. But I don't think people are surprised. I think some people are hesitant at the money. But yeah, Brad Holmes has always believed in Jared Goff before anybody else here did. Although you were curious. You were Goff curious. Gator, when they traded for Goff, Gator was Goff curious.
Well, I just didn't think that somebody who had taken a team to the Super Bowl is, second or third year in the league was somebody you should just write off and say, oh, he can't play because he and the coach aren't getting along.
What's funny about the whole Goff dynamic is that typically, I think if you are drafted 1-1, people look at you very favorably over a long period of time. They go, wow, he did go number 1 overall. For some reason, I feel like Goff doesn't get that luxury. I don't think people look at Goff that way. And I'm not quite sure why it is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because he was traded for a 1-1?
I don't know. But you know what I'm saying?
Here's why. The reason why is because his coach threw him under the bus and ran over him several times. That's why. Because McVay used him as a scapegoat. Now, was Goff playing great his last season or two in Los Angeles? No, probably not. But I imagine if we did a deep dive into that situation, it was probably a lot more than just the quarterback play. There may have been some personnel issues. And there was clearly a clash between the head coach and the quarterback. And the clash was that the head coach didn't believe in the quarterback anymore, despite, the great things they had accomplished earlier in the career.
I think you're partly right, Gator. I think the quarterback guru, the offensive genius, and Sean McVay, he said this guy's not good anymore. So he must not be good anymore, right? Because that guy said so. And he knows quarterbacks. He knows offenses. And then the fact that he doesn't run and he doesn't have this cannon for an arm, like I'm talking like Josh Allen type cannon. People just don't think that he's that good, but he was drafted the first overall pick.
He was 1-1.
And he went to a Super Bowl in his first 4 years. He was so good. They went ahead and gave him an extension early. They didn't even have to give him an extension. He had 2 years left in his contract. But once McVay said he's no good, everyone thought he was no good.
I'm just surprised by that because I feel like we've gone through an era of Piston basketball where they keep signing guys and they're like, oh, Josh Jackson went number 4 in the draft, so it's worth kicking the tie. Well, Marvin Bagley went number 2 in the draft. Goff went 1-1, and people don't give him that 1-1 respect that I feel like comes with being a high draft pick. But it might simply be that if McVay cast you aside.
Yeah, he got assassinated by his coach.
Yeah. There's, I'm going to talk to my kids about this. There's a life lesson in here about taking a situation.
Taking lemons and turning it into lemonade.
What he has done, given this situation, is pretty remarkable.
Well, I mean, Jared Goff could have looked at the situation and said, oh, crap, I'm in Detroit. Great. I just got traded to Detroit.
Yep.
I went from top of the world, the team that I took a team to a Super Bowl. We didn't win it, but we got there. Hey, by the way, I just won a playoff game, and now I'm being traded for a guy who's likely to win a Super Bowl with my team. But now I got to go over here. New coach, don't know what that's going to be like. New GM. Well, I knew him a little bit, I guess, because he was part of the organization here. But all right, we'll see what we got. And at some point, he got it straight that this is his team. This is an opportunity for him, and he started making the most of it halfway through that season. But I remember when you and I, because it was still during COVID. It was this like 2021, and it was like March of 2021, and I was doing the show from my backyard, and because we were separated at the time,
yeah, right,
and we interviewed Jared Goff for the first time. And I remember we're going back and forth with him a little bit, and we wanted some of the McVay stuff, right? Like what was going on with it, and you could tell at some point he put his foot down. And he's like, "All right, guys, I'm not addressing that anymore. Just I'm moving on. I'm moving forward." And from that point on, like I think this guy's gonna blaze his own trail. We'll see where it goes. And to start the season, it really didn't go a whole lot anywhere, But this team didn't have a whole lot of talent around him, and then Dan Campbell has the tough love speech in front of the cameras and microphones and calls out the quarterback. And then the quarterback plays not just well, but remarkably well from that point on. And now he's got a $212 million contract.
Let's go to D in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, D?
DK Gator, what's going on, man? I can't take this no more, man. I really can't, man.
What's that?
You would think fans that love football would appreciate this signing for a great player. Now, good player. But not only a good player, fellas, but this guy has given almost $500,000 for college scholarships for kids in the city of Detroit in 2 years. So not only is he a good player, he has a good heart, bro. He gives back. He gives back to the community. Yeah. And you still got clowns out here, and I'm working with like 20 of them right now. Clowns out here that are upset with this. And I just don't get it. Bro, y'all guys been working in this plant for 30 years. You have never seen a quarterback take us this far. This is one hell of a ride this past season. And people are still not happy. Only in Detroit, fellas. If this is New York, if this is L.A., well, not L.A., New York, Houston, Dallas, they will appreciate this time.
I don't know about that.
I know a guy who's a big New York fan who hates Eli Manning, and they won 2 Super Bowls with him.
Can I, D, okay. Let's provide you with the opportunity to perhaps call out some of the people by name that in the plant that need to be called out that aren't grateful. Like, there are a few that stand out.
And guess what, DK? Half of them are in the paint department.
Really?
James, Jim, Nick. Come on, fellas. Scott Mitchell never did this. Joey Harrison never did this. The great Matt Stafford never did this. And it's still not enough. Hey, man, I got a headache, but I do got one solution. If we can get a space shuttle and put all these people that disagree with this signing, put them on a space shuttle, and let's get them the hell out of the city. Love the show, fellas.
All right, we reserve spots for James, Jim, and Nick.
That could get expensive.
It can.
Maybe just a bus ticket?
No, they'll learn. They'll come around, right? Let's save some money and hope they come around. The paint department. It's always the paint department. All right, they're going to have to start trading guys off. A question for Lions Insider. We'll get to that next on 97.1.
Well, it finally happened. We got weather changing, and it's great. But what we also have had is a lot of rain, which means moisture, which means you better check your basement, check your crawl space, make sure that it's dry. And if it's not, you got some problems. But don't despair. The right people are there to help you out. Do what I did. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your AC is going to run cold this summer. Make sure that your pool in the backyard is running warm as well. And you don't want to play the waiting game and get burned. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I think it's important that we occasionally have progress reports on two stories that have direct impact on us, the sports fan in Detroit. Gator progress report, Pistons president of basketball operations. Is there anything to report today?
I haven't seen anything.
I haven't either. Kang, you see anything?
Nope.
Progress report, Xfinity and Bally's. Is there anything to report today?
I haven't seen anything.
Gang, you see anything?
Nope.
Now you're all caught up to speed on two of the bigger stories in Detroit.
I still haven't gotten the Bally's app. I don't know when. I almost pulled the trigger last night.
Did you?
Don't pull the trigger yet.
Here's the problem. I keep finding myself when the game starts, I'm not at home. So I don't have that, okay, let me go watch this game. I get home, it's like the 6th inning, and I'm like, all right, am I going to go pay to get this app? And the game is 6. I know I'm going to have it for a week if I go free trial, but I want to be able to reserve it for a week where I know I'm going to be able to sit down and watch a bunch of games. We are going on the 6th baseball game in 5 days tonight. Tomorrow's the 7th baseball game in 6 days. So a lot of baseball. Kids baseball I'm talking about. So I'm losing a lot of time to that. And I don't want to watch half a game with my free week trial.
Well, that's another thing. It's like I wait in that they don't play a game on Thursday. I'm like, do I want to make it a 7-day? I want to make sure
it's in a 7 day. Yeah, I hear you.
Just download the app, man. It's $20 a month.
I mean, that's the thing. Is it?
Have you done it?
Principal, I'm not doing it. Once my name gets put on a show, I'll be able to afford it.
Look at that. That's a good line. Can we afford it? Can I afford it? Yes. Can I afford it? For sure. I want to do the 7-day trial thing, but also in the back of my mind, I'm waiting for progress.
It'd be nice to hear that they're back at the table.
Yep.
An offer has been presented. This thing is just so dumb.
I promise we get to it. A question for Dave Burkett, Detroit Lions insider with the Detroit Free Press. Some fan asked him on Twitter, are they going to have to start trading off guys to make all these players fit under the cap? Burkett says, I don't know about trading young pieces, but definitely can't re-sign everyone. Got 2 young cornerbacks on rookie deals. If they hit, that's a big savings. Aleem McNeil going to be due big money before long. They can start paying the comp pick game with guys they can't afford. What's the comp pick game? That is where you lose guys to free agency and you can get up to as high as a 3rd-round pick in return, which isn't great. I mean, expecting to get a Aleem McNeil production out of a 3rd-round guy, it can happen. In fact, they've done it with Aleem McNeil. But you know, you got to believe you can keep going back to that well. And I think Brad Holmes, as much of these contracts are a prime example to me of Brad Holmes betting on himself. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep restocking with younger players. We'll have churn at the bottom of the roster, and those players are going to be good and they're going to be cheap. But I got to stay top heavy with the players that we know are worth it.
He's rolling the dice.
Yep.
But he's rolled them pretty well so far.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dannon in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dannon?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call today.
Sure.
Just got a couple things. I want to get to Hendon Hooker, but before that, just want to acknowledge the last caller. Glad he was able to shout out the people in the paint booth there.
Yeah, the paint department. Those guys.
I'm still waiting for us to shout out all the guys who were upset with last year's draft. We should give them an opportunity to call in. You know, the people who were upset with taking Gibbs and taking Laporta. You know, give them an opportunity to, acknowledge them.
Dan, I'll give you your time. I just want to say, you just came up with a good middle of the summer, not much is going on topic. Call out your friends for their dumb takes, and we'll have people call out, and they can single them out. I like it.
So glad that glad that Gibbs glad that Goff got the money. You gotta pay the talent. I really think that we're gonna win a Super Bowl next year or two. I think we had a great draft last year, great draft this year, great off season with the free agents. I think we're trending in the right direction. So we might have to have that conversation in regards to the greatest trade ever. When you look at Goff and you look at Matthew Stafford, if you're able to bring 2 Super Bowls to 2 different cities.
I mean, look, it's an interesting way to look at it. If it was so good for both sides, does that make it the greatest trade ever? Interesting.
I would think so. But my last point here, so many years we just didn't have a clue who the backup quarterback was. And I really think with Hendon Hooker, the whole insurance policy piece, if Goff gets hurt, the expectation is for Hendon Hooker to go in there, win a couple games, and not lose a beat. And what's wrong with having a really great insurance policy? So my goal would be, he's on a rookie contract. To keep him as long as we possibly can. I'm excited to see what he's going to do this preseason.
I'm too.
I hope he gets like 60 passes to throw in the preseason. I don't know if he will, but I'd like to see it. I mean, at some point they'll bring in another quarterback, I imagine.
Well, I think Nate Sudfeld still. He's still.
Yeah, they have Sudfeld, but I'm just saying because they didn't play Goff much at all last preseason. Did they play him at all last preseason?
I'm not sure they did.
So you got to have at least, I would think, 3 other quarterbacks on the roster. Right now they have 2, and the last guy in is, whether it's Theo Day or whatever, will be cut. But I want to see how many snaps Hooker does get. Like, is Hooker going to play the first half in every game?
I'm good with that.
I'm fine with that. Give him the experience.
Yeah. I got one more box score to check here. If Goff did play in the preseason at all, he didn't accumulate any stats. I don't think he took one preseason snap. Derek is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Derek?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Now, I could be dead wrong. Now, I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong. I don't know it all. But I have to admit, I'm biased against Jared Goff for this reason, right? If you look at his career, I believe he got drafted by Jeff Fisher, not Sean McVay. So the first year he was bad. Sean McVay, who's an offensive genius, comes in, turns him to a quarterback, right? He gets traded eventually to the Lions. I believe that at least part of that year, Dan Campbell was OC, and I forgot the other guy that was OC for part of that year.
Anthony Lynn.
He didn't do well. And then when Ben Johnson comes in, he does well. I have always wondered about Goff. Is Goff talented, or is it the fact that he was coached by elite offensive coordinators? I am worried that it's really the OCs that made him. And Ben Johnson in the very near future will not be on this team. He is going to be coaching somewhere else. And what is going to happen to Goff after he leaves? Is Goff a really talented quarterback, or is he a guy who just lucked up and happened to be drafted and coached by 2 elite offensive coordinators? That part worries me.
Well, I guess it's a valid question because I don't want to see life without Ben Johnson personally. I hope Ben Johnson decides to stay here for a long time. And what I'm understanding about the way this has gone, it's possible. It's possible. Ben Johnson has had opportunities the last 2 years, and he has chosen to stay here, which is great. And there are reasons for it. It's more than just, he didn't like the jobs. He likes his job, and he knows he's good at his job. And I don't think he's leaving unless he's got the perfect opportunity. It's a valid question. I think the one thing is, how much do you trust Dan Campbell? How much do you trust Brad Holmes? Because I think those guys have 2 things. One is they obviously think Goff can do it potentially without him, but they also would be in charge of hiring the next guy to replace Ben Johnson.
Well, the question
or
is
grooming the Mark Brunell to replace Ben Johnson.
The question to ask is, how much do you trust Jared Goff? And apparently the previous caller does not. So, I mean, I trust Jared Goff. I think he gets sold way short when it comes to stuff like this. I think Ben Johnson's been great with the Lions, but I think he also may get way too much credit. This is Dan Campbell's team.
I understand his hesitation, but I almost feel like he's digging pretty hard to find a reason why not to like Jared Goff. But if Ben Johnson leaves, I'm going to be a little bit uneasy.
Is Goff a smart guy?
Yep.
Is he a really smart guy?
Yep.
Think he's picked up the offense pretty well?
Yep.
Not worried about it.
I think there will be some symmetry in what they decide to do moving forward.
Yeah.
King, what did you just say to me?
The Lions have tweeted something out about week 1.
Uh-oh.
All right, I'm going to stay off Twitter. We will get to that.
I'm not.
At 12:49 here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's summertime in Detroit, and that means baseball. Baseball team's in full swing. Pick up your favorite Stoli vodka flavor and pair it with a refreshing lemonade to enjoy while you watch. Sounds like a summer drink. Make it the summer Stoli. Celebrate with a Stoli blueberry and lemonade, or maybe try a Stoli vanilla espresso martini. No matter what your drink of choice is, remember Stoli for your premium vodka, whether it's at a game or in your backyard patio rooting for your favorite player to hit a home run. Stoli Vodka's got you covered. Pick up a bottle of Stoli Vodka today. And as always, Stoli asks that you please drink responsibly. All right, what is it? I feel the walls closing in on me.
You're good.
I made a shoot the boot guarantee the Lions would have a primetime game in week 1.
Oh.
The Thursday game got filled. The Friday game got filled. The Monday game is filled. There's only a Sunday game left because of the slow league. And the Lions just tweeted something out about week 1.
Yes, at Lions on Twitter /X, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
They put this out 15 minutes ago. Doug, who do you want to see week 1? Question mark.
Yes.
It's not who, it's when.
Well, I tweeted back at them. I said, I know someone who would like a Sunday night game.
They've got a ton of response from that, too, by the way.
They have?
A ton of response.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Just first glance, Gator, is there a team that stands out?
I didn't look at the teams. I just kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling because it looked like well over 100 responses in a very short amount of time.
So where are we at? What are we hearing? What are the people saying?
I see Niners, Rams, and Bears so far leading the way.
That's what people are asking for?
Yeah, Oh, Bears I think might be leading the way as more I scroll.
I'm thinking it's going to be the Bears on Sunday night, but as long as it's Sunday night.
But these fans voting for the Niners don't know that the Niners are already scheduled to play Monday night.
It's an excellent point. Excellent point. 248-539-9797. Did Gator come close to a road rage situation? We'll get to that today at 102. Let's go to E. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, E?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
I just wanted to kind of correct Gator about something he said earlier. Just real quick, he said that Goff led the Rams to the Super Bowl. He didn't lead the Rams. Gurley led the Rams to that Super Bowl. That was the main reason they got to the Super Bowl was because of Todd Gurley.
So nothing to do with the 32 touchdown passes or 4,700 yards passing and the 100-plus rating. That didn't have anything to do with it.
It played a part in it, but that wasn't the main factor in them getting to the Super Bowl, man. But I didn't like the Goff signing too much. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I just think that he needs arguably the best offensive line, arguably the best wide receiver, arguably the best tackle.
Hold on.
Arguably the best.
Hold on. Arguably, what did you say about wide receiver?
The best wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay. Hold on. You're going to make a case that Goff didn't lead him to the Super Bowl, Gurley did, and then turn around and make a case that Amon-Ra is the best wide receiver in the NFL.
He's arguably the best wide receiver in the NFL.
Who's making that argument?
I mean,
is anyone making that argument?
Times.
From who?
Not from you, or from a few callers on the station. From he's top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. For
I
sure.
would agree with that.
Nobody's disputing that.
I would agree. Top 10, sure. What else does
top
he?
5.
Okay, what else does he need the best?
Arguably the best tight end.
Okay, stop.
The best running back duo.
Stop. Who's making a case that Laporta's already the best tight end in the NFL?
The young man looks good, man.
So you think he's the best tight end in football?
Good.
Okay, you will make it.
I didn't say that.
Okay, but you're willing to make an argument. Hold on.
I'm saying
no, E. Then why even bring it up if you don't make the argument that Amon-Ra's not the best wide receiver and Laporta's not the best tight end? You are going out of your way to make a case that Goff isn't worth the money, bringing up things that you don't even believe.
It's arguable. I mean, I've heard the argument.
Would you make the argument? Would you make the argument?
I don't agree. No, I don't think he's the best tight end. No, I don't think Amon-Ra's the best wide receiver.
You are making the argument.
Okay, the top 5 at every position, then, like
what?
That's you need everything to be perfect. And I don't think making the guy the second highest paid player, in the NFL, you should have everything to be perfect.
Let's go to this.
Okay, look good.
So have they've signed St. Brown, who you want to be arguably the best receiver in football. They signed him, so he's here for 4 years. They've signed Penei Sewell, maybe the best right tackle in football. So he's here for the next 4 or 5 years. So the guys they need for Goff to be good are already here. And now they've signed Goff. So we got the band together. The team that made it to the NFC Championship game, they're going to stay together. And you're complaining?
I just think if you get paid that much money, you should be able to make other players better.
You don't think he made St. Brown better?
You don't think he made St. Brown better?
Okay.
No.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks for calling. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I am too. Do you think Amon-Ra thinks Jared Goff is in part responsible for his success?
Yes. Do I think that Jared Goff will say that part of his success is Amon-Ra? Yeah.
Yes. Going into last season, okay, when Goff had his best season as a Lion and the team played great, the Lions wide receiver room prior to the season was ranked 15th in the pass catchers were ranked 15th in the NFL. He went out last year with that group and a rookie tight end, and the rookie tight end deserves credit, okay?
He's good. He's really good.
He had a rookie pass-catching running back out of the backfield, their number 3 receiver. Last year, I believe it was Khalif Raymond, okay? If Khalif Raymond went into any other receiving room, would he be a number 1, a number 2, or is he at best a number 3? And I like Khalif Raymond. I don't want to trash the guy. But you've got Jamison Williams, who is just scratching the surface of what he's going to be, and my man thinks everything needs to be perfect. Even now, when they go to rank pass catchers in the NFL, even now, where do you think the Lions pass catchers are going to rank going into next season? Are they going to be
middle of the pack?
Are they going to be the best? I think they'll be better in middle of the pack. I think they'll be in the top 10. But he says everything needs to be perfect. Everything needs to be perfect tells me that they have like the best 1 or 2 wide receivers in the league, the best tight end in the league, the best pass catching running backs in the league. And our guys are really good. And now we're getting in this weird place where I feel like I'm trashing the rest of the Lions. But let's not get carried away with how great their pass receiving options are. Amon-Ra is top 5, top 10. I said arguably the best receiver in the NFL, but he wouldn't make the argument. Laporta was a rookie tight end. Josh Reynolds is a journeyman number 3. Who, when he says he wants him to be better, when Goff left L.A., Reynolds got worse. Reynolds went to Tennessee, did jack squat, comes back to Detroit, and is good again. But he wants Jared Goff to make people better. Ask Josh Reynolds where Josh Reynolds' best seasons were. Goff in L.A., Goff in Detroit. In between, nothing. Bernard, you're next. Hi, Bernard.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Do you believe the statement that love is blind?
That love is blind?
Love is blind.
Sometimes, sure.
Okay. That's what I think is going on with Jared Goff. I think love is blind in his case. I think people are so excited that they have this quote-unquote franchise quarterback. They're willing to overlook all his all his inferior traits that I don't see how it's possible when you got a quarterback going into the season, it's flawed, and you're going up against teams that are designed to snuff out his flaws, and his flaws are game-losing flaws.
Are they?
What are the flaws? Let's list the flaws. Let's go.
He can't avoid the rush. He can't keep plays alive. He can't go downfield.
How did he throw for 4,500 yards last year
and 30 touchdowns?
A lot of it is yet.
Okay, but do you think, Bernard? Let me ask you this: do you think going into last year now? Do you think the league is on to Jared Goff now? Like they didn't know all this stuff going into last year or the year before? They didn't figure out in his first 7 years in the NFL.
Well, I think it's being done. I mean, I know how y'all don't like to put everything on one person, but I think it's that offense, man. I think that offense is so creative. It's so creative that it got the defense on their heels. I don't think it's necessarily no particular player on the Lions. I just think it's the way he used everybody.
So why would you want anyone to go?
Well, it's because
is Amon-Ra overpaid?
Well, you're paying a guy top money that can't perform on the top level. And usually
what's the top level?
Works out well.
Which one of the playoff games didn't qualify as the top level? Was the NFC title game not on the top level?
Well, I mean, come on now. The Rams game came down to the last throw, to the last pass. It's not like the Lions ran over the
Who
Rams.
made that last pass?
No. I'm talking about the Matt Stafford pass that bounced off, that he threw the Puka in, and they didn't call holding. I mean, it came out
What
to the
about
last pass.
what about the third down completion Goff had to Amon-Ra?
Yeah, but how about him throwing the Reynolds outside where Reynolds had to stretch out to try to catch the ball? He didn't
The one
throw
that went off
ball
his
directly
hands?
to Reynolds. Reynolds had to try to stretch to catch that ball.
It's a vocal minority. It's a vocal minority. When they come
put
out,
my
it's
finger
hilarious.
on the button where we dump what I'm about to say and just say what I want to say?
Say it, baby.
No, don't say it.
Are you kidding me? All right, we got numbers on Goff's contract. And we'll get your reaction. 97.1 The Ticket. And I'm not sure what to make of this Albert Breer report. I'm just doing a lot of math here because
I'm glad you are.
Well, it's not that difficult. Although,
wow, thanks.
What I'm saying is, even you can do it.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Even you gave me the caveman treatment.
Let me just...
Whoa, even a caveman can do it.
Even Gator, no math, no fun.
Treat you like Gronk.
Albert Breer tweets out details on Jared Goff's 4-year, $212 million extension. $73 million in signing bonus. So that's money he gets up front just for signing. But that gets prorated over the course of the deal. So that's 18.25 per season is wrapped up in spreading the signing bonus over the term of the contract.
Unless they throw some of that this year too, which don't know.
Is possible. So that leaves $139 million on the remainder of his deal.
So $139 in salary.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep. So how is that? And this is where I get really confused. He says $125 million over the first 2 years, which would be $62.5 million against the cap. Because there's no way he's getting $125 million over the first 3 years of $139 million remaining. So I don't know how much this helps, but let's just get rid of the signing bonus and think $125 million over the first 2 years. $62.5 million, is that going to be his cap hit the first 2 years? The third year, it says $165 million over the first 3 years, which means a $40 million cap hit in year 3. And then he writes $57 million in 2028, which is an option year. You add all that up, it adds up to more than $212 million.
Well,
I would up to $222 million.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this all
so I'm confused by this.
Me not understand.
Me not understanding. Me do math. Me confused.
Yeah, it does add up to 222. Is he off by a 10 million somewhere?
I think he's off somewhere.
Maybe there's a incentive in there, a $10 million incentive that we don't know about.
Yeah. So this is the first trickling of what the numbers look like, and
is that 100?
Because all that really matters is how much does he count against the cap? What percentage of the cap does he take up in a given year? So anyway, that's what it is. It's for now. But we'll wait for the year-by-year breakdown.
I'm looking at the comments under Breer's tweet.
Yep.
And there's people that are definitely mentioning that adds up to $222 million.
Okay. And what is
he hasn't responded yet. No, everyone's asking where the extra $10 million is from.
Gotcha. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. I'm feeling a level of frustration because I have yet to hear the great argument that you have to be mobile to win in this league. I appreciate that you might believe that that's more important than I do and others do. But my guy who just wanted to make an argument that he wasn't mobile enough said teams know this. And I'm like, they knew it last year. And the offense was good enough to certainly get to the Super Bowl, if not win it. Their deficiencies last year were defensively, which they've put some resources into addressing. Bringing in DJ Reader, the first 2 corners they took there in the draft, etc., and other pieces. Marcus Davenport. And they still have resources to make other changes. But the scouting report on Jared Goff, he is going into his 9th year in the league. There is nothing, because my guy wanted to make the argument that teams are going to take advantage of his deficiencies. They've had every opportunity to take advantages of his deficiencies his entire time here in Detroit. And he's performed at a pretty damn high level here in Detroit. I would say championship caliber. And there's no surprises here.
So going into the last, I guess this would be, 25 years, Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, starting with Kurt Warner in Super Bowl 34. Kurt Warner, not mobile. Trent Dilfer, not mobile. Tom Brady, not mobile. Brad Johnson, Used to be mobile. At that point, not sure. Tom Brady. Ben Roethlisberger. Not mobile, but impossible to bring down.
Yep.
Peyton Manning. Not mobile. Eli Manning. Not mobile. Ben Roethlisberger. Drew Brees. Mobile. Aaron Rodgers. Mobile. Eli Manning. Nope. Joe Flacco. No. Russell Wilson. Yes. Tom Brady. Peyton Manning. Tom Brady. Nick Foles. No. Tom Brady. Patrick Mahomes. Yes. Tom Brady. I hate seeing Tom Brady. Matt Stafford. No, not mobile. Patrick Mahomes. So aside from Mahomes, Drew Brees, and Aaron Rodgers, and Russell Wilson,
there have been guys that have won. Some of them better than Goff.
Yeah,
without question.
None of those guys are you would call running quarterbacks. That's why we say mobile. So the people that want Lamar Jackson, who has 2 playoff wins in his career, running quarterback, not mobile quarterback. He's a different step. Can you win with a non-mobile quarterback is the question, and the emphatic answer over the last 25 years is yes, you can. And if you want to keep going back further than that, you can. And look at, Troy Aikman, or Mark Rippon, or Joe Montana.
The game has changed, but you've come up with some pretty recent examples. But 248-539-9797. Tim, you're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
I got to tell you, these fans this morning are really getting on my last nerve, arguably. You put Ben Johnson on a bottom 5 offensive line and see what he does. They have built a team that is built for Jared Goff. It's going to cost you that kind of money to have him play, and it's no big deal. I used to spend my entire life, I'm 67 years old, and I used to wonder what it felt like to be a fan of a team that actually knew how to play football, and they were not a laughingstock. We finally have that, and our fans ought to be called the same old Lions fans. A lot of them just can't get over that Holmes and Campbell have built an incredible team, and that's what makes them so good, not just one guy.
No, you're right. You're right. And one of the callers said we don't like to put it all on one person. It is a collective. Like what they have put together is a collection of players and coaches and a system that works offensively. They're still trying to hone it in defensively, but offensively they've got it pretty good. And now they've kept some critical components in place, and they've paid top dollar for them. I do think paying top dollar is part of the culture change, though. First of all, nobody will say the Lions are cheap. Okay, they re-signed Campbell, they re-signed Holmes, they put money into this roster. I mean, in a cap world, it's hard to actually operate cheap because everybody's got the same budget essentially. But the people used to call the Lions cheap. I think the community is a little bit gun shy because typically big contracts don't pay dividends here in Detroit. But in the case of this team, they now have got pieces in place, locked up for a while, and a cultural change is solidified every time they do something like this. We're not going to hear players don't want to play here. We're not going to hear that people can't wait to get out of here. There's a reason why Terrion Arnold dropped 10 to 15 spots in the draft, cost him maybe $10 million in signing bonuses, and celebrated that he went to Detroit.
It's a good franchise now. This is one of the franchise people want to play for.
248-539-9797. 97 won a ticket at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They are getting psyched for the summer. Mega deals all month long. Right now, you can lease an Equinox at $239 a month or a Trax at $228 a month. These are both XL front-wheel drive. They are 2-year leases with only $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount and a lease in your household. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $379 a month with no money down. You heard it right, $379 a month for 24 months on a 1,500 4x4 Crew Cab LT. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they got a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, and Trax. Hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. That's 87-SAY-SERRA. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
You all right?
I'm fine.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I'm.
I think you'd feel better, certainly, if you knew the Lions were going to play on Sunday night at this point.
Yeah, what was the latest tweet?
Dave Burkett had tweeted out that to this point, the Lions are the only team to compete for in the championship games that has not been announced to play in prime time, and then listed.
Okay,
the
so in the AFC,
games.
it was Kansas City and Baltimore. They both got primetime Week 1 games. In the NFC, it was San Francisco and Detroit. San Francisco got a primetime game.
So then it says Sunday Night Football or Detroit versus everybody?
Well, here's the question. Do we interpret my shoot the boot guarantee as being correct since 3/4 of it is correct?
No. No. What do you mean 3/4 is correct?
You don't interpret it that way?
Your shoot the boot guarantee was that the Lions would play on prime time.
Yeah,
in
but
week
you get
one.
wrapped up in the convolution and it doesn't really make sense. And the next thing you know, everybody's wondering what it was in the first place. So I'd say we just let it roll, right?
I think it's pretty cut and dry, Doug. Either but
like
they have
nobody-
one last shot. You got one last bullet in the chamber.
I mean, you're making this argument and everything, but nobody really understood your torque prediction. So we'll just move on. I don't bring it up.
I think we did.
It was a pretty badass prediction. Gators' prediction was once Torque hits one, he'll hit another one within 15 at-bats. How many at-bats did it take?
5.
4 or 5.
That
was really well played.
4 at-bats, actually, yeah.
Really well played by you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll stand by it. Sunday night against the Bears, Week 1. Greg in Detroit. What's up, Greg?
Oh, man, you guys are the ultimate. You guys are so awesome. Just so excited. So excited. I'm excited to get again.
Do you got us on speaker, Greg? Because we're having problems hearing you. If you could take us off speaker,
Okay.
please.
Or turn the
Yep, I
faucet
sure
off.
will. I'm sorry. That was a rookie mistake.
It's all right. What's up? Yeah, got you much better
Man,
now.
so excited. You guys are the best. And again, I always say thanks, guys, for making me an educated fan and not emotional fanatic. Really appreciate that. The rules I want to set for this year is anytime a caller calls in, the first thing he has to say is, "Thank you, Sheila." And then he goes in and asks his question.
Yep.
And those last two callers, besides the one that just called, I mean, golly, we should make a rule that they should have by their phones, if they're going to call the ticket in, then they have to agree to put an electrical prod around their neck. So when they talk really, really stupid, you guys get the chance to give them an electrical shock. So don't even call in if you're not willing to do that. I'm so excited for Jared Goff. He's a superhero. He needs to be a Marvel comic because I'm just so excited. I'm glad the Lions did this because I did not want him to get caught up in his emotions. Everybody around him is getting paid. They waited at the right time to do it. I really want them to do it at the draft, but I'm satisfied now. He's a great, great quarterback. He's a great fit. We have a great organization, and the chemistry is just so incredible. I just never seen chemistry like this coming from the top, all the way down, through the coaching staff and through the teams. I mean, it just translates from the top to the bottom. It's incredible to have from where we come from to the chemistry and the things that we have in place now. It's incredible.
Well, it certainly
It's really
feels different, Greg. You're right about that. And I hope it's sustainable and that this is a step towards sustainability of it. You hope that they stay healthy, but there are no guarantees. But I'm very much like you. I like the way this is trending.
I'll give you a guarantee.
Let's hear it.
Well, we know about the signing bonus, right? $73 million. That's guaranteed. That's a signing bonus.
Yep.
According to Jason from Over the Cap.
Yep.
I want your reaction to this tweet. Regarding Goff's contract numbers, a $73 million signing bonus should be the largest in the NFL. Lamar Jackson had been number one at $72.5 million.
What's my reaction?
Yep.
I think it'll be the highest paid signing bonus until the next quarterback comes up.
But for right now, it's just that much more than Lamar Jackson. Do you think that was intentional?
I don't know. Could have been. Yeah.
What's your gut reaction on that?
I don't really have one, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. I think that's just the next quarterback was going to get the highest. That's my gut reaction is he was just the next quarterback up. And the moment Dak gets his done, it'll be more.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Kang, maybe you'll play along. Kang?
Sorry.
No, it's intentional, but it has nothing to do with Lamar Jackson. It's just Lamar Jackson happened to be that quarterback with the highest.
So both of you guys just think it's because just to make him. But it's,
yes,
I guess my point is it's by $500,000 on something that gets to be so many millions and millions and millions. It's $500,000. I wonder if does Goff's camp go out there and say, even knowing full well that the next contract is going to pass it, but got to be the highest pay. Got to have the highest bonus.
Yeah, I think it's on purpose.
Yeah, and I think the next one will be on
and the
purpose.
fact that it's Lamar Jackson, I think it's ironic today, given
today,
Lamar
I will
Jackson
agree with you.
calls
That's
we've had.
ironic that we've had 2 Lamar calls.
But like, do you know who had the most? You know, Amon-Ra St. Brown, his guaranteed money was $77 million. Cooper Kupp was $75 million. Do you think it's anything against Cooper Kupp? No, it's
I'm not
whoever
saying against. I just think it's interesting the one-upsmanship that takes place, and it's ironic that right now the one-upsmanship is over Lamar Jackson. We've been talking about Lamar Jackson.
Yes, I would agree with the irony of that. But if when Dak signs,
it's going to be $174 million or whatever.
I still have yet to see how this hits the cap each of the years. That's the big thing. How does it hit the cap each of the years he's here? He's gone from 12% of the cap, 12.6% of the cap, to could be 18.24% of the cap in the first year of the extension, which is the 2025 season, if the cap goes up as much as it typically does, and B, if it's a $53 million hit, which would be the average annual value. And it won't be. It'll be either more or less than that, depending on how they structure it. And they may have some of it count against this year's cap because they do have some cap space, and that could help minimize the blow over the course of the extension. Spread it out. Chris in Garden City is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Jared Goff, he's playing good. He's a good quarterback, and a lot of us are growing on him. We're starting to like him more and more. He's not great. He's not bad. He's good. But, Doug, you've been one of the guys that have, kind of protected him and trying to boost him up, and you think he's great. But you also think Kale is great. So, I mean, it's just not like making the great case for him to be like one of these elite guys. No, but the main thing is his main thing is about 5-10 yards over the middle to Amon-Ra St. Brown and completing the plays that are called. And once Ben Johnson goes, I think we'll get a better idea where Jared Goff is. Now, some of these games that he's winning, he's not doing much. Remember the Green Bay Bowl where they did a lap around the stadium? He had 208 yards and no touchdowns. But was Jared Goff sensational that day? To Doug, he was. But to the rest of us, we just kind of see what he does.
Thanks, Chris. We go to another Chris. You're next on 97.
I think you have to respond to that because
I don't really want to. You just want to take personal shots at me. I can just move on. I didn't think Jared Goff was great on a night where he threw for 208 yards. I thought he was fine. He's not always going to play at the highest of levels, nor do I expect him to. He's not a great quarterback. He is a exceptionally good quarterback. And you know what? He might be great for this offense, which is all that really matters.
Well, in that game, he actually completed passes for 224 yards at 68%, did not throw an interception.
So, but here's a question I'd have for him. What did the game plan call for?
Well, right.
What did Ben Johnson have cooked up on that night? What were the Packers showing him defensively? All these things matter and what the stats are.
See, Aaron Rodgers was the one that threw for 205 yards.
But the purpose of his call was if Doug endorses him, he can't be that good.
Well, that's what's
that was the purpose of his call. I don't need to respond to that. If he doesn't like me or care what my opinions are, that's fine. But what did Aaron Rodgers throw for in that game?
It was 205 yards, and he threw a pick.
So Aaron Rodgers had a worse game than Goff?
Mm-hmm.
Another Chris, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hello, Doug.
What's up?
Gator.
Chris.
I love your show. I think I kind of got an opinion similar to other callers. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but you guys talk about stats a lot with the quarterback. But, I mean, as far as skill level and talent level, is Goff elite? And I don't feel like he is. I think he's a perfect quarterback in this system because he's got a great O-line. He's got two really premier receivers in the tight end, Laporta, Amon-Ra. I think if you put him on a team that has an O-line that's, say, 15th in the league, doesn't have all the weapons at running back that he has, I think you're going to see a different Jared Goff. That's
but he's not
the guy that.
But he's not. He's on this team. That's the thing. I don't know why everybody wants to forget that point. He's actually on this team, and he's helped to take this team to heights we haven't seen in our lifetimes. Now, is he getting paid elite money? Hold on. I think because I actually think you made one really good point, Chris, and that is this: he's getting paid like he's an elite quarterback, and he's not an elite quarterback. But I don't care because this system and this team that he's on are playing at a high level, and they were one of the final 4 teams in the league last year. So I don't care what they're paying him. It works out.
Okay. I mean, I can appreciate that, and you have a great opinion, but that's really my only point. I mean, you're paying him elite money, and he's got
getting elite results.
He's got a perfect system, a perfect personnel package.
So why would you ever risk losing him?
So why change it?
Well, I don't. That wasn't my vote to change it. My vote, if I had a vote, would have been to have him play the contract year out, franchise him.
All right. Well, we're out of time, but we've talked about that, and we'll get to it. Why don't you let him play the year out? And we will get to that. We've mentioned it several times, but we'll get to it again at 1:33 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, these days it's going to be really hard to find reliable service. So when I needed something serviced, like my garage doors, I needed them serviced because they weren't working as well as I wanted them to, I made the right call to Precision Garage Door. And they came out. They told me everything was going wrong with it, how they could fix it up for the time being before I needed to replace them, which is something I had done further down the road. But in the meantime, these guys were great. I'm telling you, the technician Jeff walked me through all the options I had. The service was stellar. And then the whole team that they had there, Daryl and his whole team, they're easy to work with. So I was very happy that I called Precision. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. So our guy that wanted to let the contract expire and franchise him, I think you're running a risk of losing the culture that you've established. And maybe not, but we talked to Jansen about this because I was in favor of it. It's really a matter of you've paid Amon-Ra. You've paid Penei Sewell. Goff is a leader of this team. Guys love playing for him. If you don't pay him, I think it leads to an uneasiness and a distraction in the locker room in 2024. They got a chance to win a Super Bowl in 2024.
I think everything changed when they officially won the division and then win the first playoff game. I think everything changed. And
in terms of what?
In terms of how I think people should feel about this, because the guy won 2 playoff games, did everything in his power to win the NFC Championship game, played really well, and at that point, I can't see how you could say, well, let the next season play out, let the contract play out, because so much can go wrong at that point. I agree with you on the culture thing. I think if you're the quarterback of the team that wins the first and second playoff games, that we haven't seen 2 playoff wins in our lifetime, and you do that in the same off season, the same season, I should say. How do you not reward that? And yeah, players see that, and if the organization isn't going to reward the quarterback for being the leader of this team, because it's more than just him throwing the ball around. I mean, he is the leader on this team.
To me, if they hadn't signed Amon-Ra and Penei, if that was their plan, I don't think they could have signed any of those guys, because I think it looks bad if you're not bringing back the quarterback, but you're bringing back them. Quarterback starts to feel like, well, what did I do wrong? Am I going to get replaced, et cetera, et cetera. Now, once they signed those guys to market value contracts, I think they had to sign Goff to a market value contract. You can't ask. It would start to get uncomfortable if you're asking for the team leader to take a haircut when everybody else got market value.
But like I said before with the previous caller, I did agree with his first point, and that is he was making the point that they're paying elite money to a quarterback who's not elite. That's not necessarily market money. He's getting a bump over perhaps what the market would be for a quarterback with his skills. But because it fits with this team, that was my point, is that who cares? This is what he is with this team. With this team, he's taken those skills and helped to make this an elite team in the NFL because they were in the Final Four.
I disagree, because to me, Dak Prescott isn't as good a quarterback as Jared Goff, and he's going to get more than Jared Goff because his contract's next.
He might. It still hasn't
that's just to me, that's the market.
They keep talking.
If you're like a top 10 guy, your quarterback, you're going to set the market next. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Devin next on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Devin.
How you guys doing, man?
Okay, sir.
I'm just kind of upset with the fans today, man. I was going to kind of take it easy. The fans is, like, really uneasy. So, like, Goff is taking us to heights that we ain't never been before. Why not pay that man? And you kind of alluded to it. You're going to mess with the whole culture here by, not paying him, making him play the contract out. What about the next quarterback that could possibly looking to play here? He's not going to want to play here, seeing that we didn't want to pay the guy that arguably has done the best job in this franchise history, period. On top of that, everybody wants to talk about, everything has got to be in place for him. So you want to tell me you want to march him out there with a crappy offensive line. You want to march him out there with a less than stellar running game. What quarterback is going to concede with all of that around him? I just think that the Lions fans need to take a little step back and just trying to reanalyze the way we look at our team. We are in a different realm, and we have a different type of culture going on, and we are willing to play players that perform. That's all I got to say, fellas.
Devin, appreciate the phone call. Have a great day. We go to Ryan next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. Let me get you off speaker.
All right, good idea.
So I want to apologize. I'm pissed, man. And not only am I pissed at these callers, but I'm pissed I got stopped by a train while I was driving. It's been an up and down while I was on hold of emotions listening to the callers. I don't know what's wrong with this fan base. It's like this is the best quarterback this team has ever had. And don't worry about paying him. It's not our money, for one thing. And two, is this what the calls were like? Maybe with New England when Brady was playing over there? Because he wasn't mobile either, but he can make plays, and he can win Super Bowls.
That was the difference. They won, so you wouldn't question what he did because they were winning Super Bowls.
Yeah. This fan base is driving me crazy. So I appreciate you guys doing this show. And not losing your cool.
All right, well,
I don't know about that last part. I don't know about
I
don't know about the last part. The cool has been lost here on a couple of occasions.
You did walk away from the desk.
I did. JR is next on 97.1. Hi, JR.
Hey, how you doing, guys? You okay?
You're doing good.
First time in a long time. What happened to the cork pop? Remember you used to have the cork pop? I used to love that sound, man.
Did we do that?
Anyway.
That's the next show. They do that. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, listen. These callers, I'm just like the last caller. I don't know what they're thinking about. They need to put them in a time capsule, send them back 10 years. They would wish they had a Jared Goff. I remember the last time we even showed up at a championship game was in Candlestick Park. And that was, how long ago was that? 20, 30 years ago? And let me tell you,
it was a playoff game.
He's getting $56 million a year, whatever. I'll give him $20 a week out of my check to stick around because he has brought joy. He has brought cheers. I mean, tears of joy to this city. And to hear these callers call in and saying what they saying, man, it's insane. It is completely insane. I have never been happier as a football fan as I was last year in my entire life. Because Jared Goff, and yeah, he has a nice cast around him. The only thing I would like to see him do is connect more with that young kid, the fast kid. Yeah. I can't
Jameson
remember his name right off.
Yep, that's part of it. That feels like an untapped part of a very good offense.
Oh my God! Hey, look, that's my play stepson right there, and everybody knows it. They say your stepson is playing. I love the kid, man. But, just to hear these callers, man, it's just insane, man. We have been at the bottom of the heap for so long, and he done brought us this far. They should appreciate that guy, man.
Is he legitimately your stepson?
No, but he's my play stepson because I love him so much.
All right, gotcha.
I love the Lions so much. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you something. He's my elite quarterback. He may not be these callers' elite quarterback, but he's my elite quarterback.
I just wonder how the people, the Goff haters out there, I just wonder how the Goff haters watched the postseason last year. Because I envision them as a bit of a visual, but I can hopefully describe it too. That the Goff hater watched the 3 playoff games last year. And it's hard to say. There were 3 playoff games. Arms folded. Firmly under their armpits with a scowl on the face. Lions win. Yeah, but whatever.
Should have won by more.
Right. And then when they lose, aha! But it wasn't.
Yep.
He didn't contribute to that.
He didn't even intercept that pass that went off Vildor's face mask.
People.
Kang, you look like you got something to add.
No, I think, like we've been talking, he's not elite, but the numbers suggest he's pretty damn close. I'm going to be honest with you. You don't just do what he did. If it was that easy, people, and they could have anybody because they have an offensive line that's the best in the world, why did Brad Holmes and the Lions extend him? Why?
I don't know.
Why didn't they just go and get somebody else that could do it behind this line with those weapons? Because he's part of the reason why they're that good on offense. And so the deal made sense for everybody. I was looking back at Kyler Murray's deal because people were saying the next guy, Dak probably is going to break this, whether it's with the Cowboys or somebody else. Kyler Murray at the time, when he signed his deal, was the second highest paid quarterback in the league. What has Kyler Murray done in this league?
Yeah, it's almost like you have to take
He was just the next guy up.
Yeah,
that's
the
all.
next guy up sets the market.
Yep.
And that's just, or comes close to it. Because the cap has gone up, quarterbacks take up a certain percentage of the cap. They'll always get their money.
Well, that's money well spent, right?
It's not always.
On Kyler Murray?
I don't know. How good is he at
that's
video games still? Is he still good at that? Well, and then the $53 million per year, the annual average value for Goff.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert was second at 52.5. They all know where the mark is. It doesn't matter who that player is. They know the number.
The agents, the
agents do. They're going to get right above that.
NBA playoffs, they're underway. It's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bets. Find a heavy favorite. Something that's, you could do over-under on a point total of 4 on some star player. Whatever you want to do. If you bet it $5, you get $150 in bonus bets. It's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, I got to explain something. Gator and I have a mutual acquaintance who has used the term haircut when referring to maybe not taking the maximum amount of money or coming in a little bit cheaper or whatever. He calls it a haircut. I've used that term on the air today, and I've noticed I got more people getting confused by it.
Confused.
Yeah, it's just a way of saying you can't ask. I mean, I could just say pay cut as easily. You can't pay Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell market value and then ask Jared Goff to take a pay cut. You could ask all three of them, hey, to make this work, Amon-Ra, can we give you 90% of what we're going to give you so we can also sign Penei? Penei, will you take 90%? And Goff, will you take 90%? I think if you have three players that you really want to hang on to and you're going to ask one of them to take the pay cut / haircut, then I think it might get uncomfortable. That's one thing. The other is there's news breaking today. There's a bunch of other stuff we didn't have a chance to get to, but I just saw something that blows my mind. The University of Wisconsin Green Bay men's basketball team is expected to hire Fox Sports radio host and basketball analyst Doug Gottlieb as its new coach. I worked with Doug for a while. I got to know Doug a little bit. I got a funny Doug Gottlieb story I should tell one slow summer day.
2 Dougs.
Yep. Because it's fun, especially to the one dude that really didn't like me. He will love the story. But he takes this job. The story in the Wisconsin Press Gazette says it is believed that Gottlieb will be able to keep doing his radio show during the week while coaching Green Bay. So he's going to do he has a 3-hour national show. So he's going to do the show while he's still the coach? We sure?
That seems odd. Although, I mean, technically we do our show while we also act as GMs for 4 major sports teams. So,
good point. Never mind. Gottlieb's on from 3 to 5 Eastern, Monday through Friday. 2-hour radio show. I can't see a coach doing that.
I can't see a college that would allow him to do that.
No, they are.
But that's what, Wisconsin Green Bay?
I'm just looking at the lineup, the Fox Sports Radio lineup, and there's our old guy, Martin Weiss, is on it. Way to go, Martin. One of our guys. Carson Anderson, former K&A intern. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Josiah in Lake Orion. What's up, Josiah?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love your show.
Sure.
Listen, I totally approve of the Goff deal. I wanted to re-sign him. But when Goff looks over and he sees, oh, my gosh, I'm getting paid kind of the same as pretty Joe Burrow, I really expect him to be at least a little bit mobile this season. And what I mean by mobile is moving around the pocket when the pocket starts to collapse. Joe Burrow has not even close as good an O-line that you have in Detroit. And you saw Brady, even when he was way young in his career, he was mobile as well. And then you saw little flashes of it a little bit later in his career. So I expect him to be able to move around a little bit. This is the NFL. This is not pretty boy football. So when you're getting paid that much money, I really expect him to step up. But I'm not discounting that he's not our guy. I wanted him to get paid, but 53, I just expect him to step up and be able to be
He's not
a little
going to
bit
be.
mobile.
He's not going to be even a little bit
Do
more
you
mobile.
think he's choosing not to run?
No, I don't think. No.
Then what
I don't
are you
know if he
saying?
believes in himself to do it.
You think
I
he's
don't
going to
think he
improve
believes in
his?
himself that he can do it, but I think that if he actually puts his mind to it, he can move around the pocket if he's put under pressure.
What, using the force?
What? Oh my gosh! What? Gator? No.
He said putting his mind to
No,
it.
this is
He's
where-
not
this
going to
is
be
where you
any
fuck
more
your
mobile
coach.
than he is. He's as mobile as he's going to be. He's 29 years old, going to be 30. He's not mobile. It's just who he is.
I wish I
mean,
could
you really
run
don't think that
faster.
I
wish I could run
You don't think-
faster.
Okay, there's a difference between that, and I'm not trying to sound accusatory, Doug, but there's a difference between that and talking to an NFL quarterback.
I know, but do you really think that there's a aspect of his physical skills that he is not unlocked yet? He's just waiting to unlock this ability to move around and run?
No, I just think that there's a type of training he can get from coaches to be a little bit more mobile. I think he has that in him.
I would say this.
By the way, Burrow's hurt. Burrow's hurt a lot.
Hey, he's missed a lot. You're right. I would say this. I think that there is a way perhaps where he could find a way to be more nimble in the pocket without being fast. He doesn't have to be fast, to perhaps be more aware of what's in there. Stafford went through that around the same time of his career. Remember him in the offseason talking about how he was going to try to improve his...
This isn't pretty boy football, Gator.
Right, his escapability. And he did. And he did improve that. Can Goff do the same thing? I don't know.
Guys, does Tom Brady work hard in the offseason? Does he change his diet? Does he have a workout plan?
Yeah.
How much faster did that guy get throughout his career? It's just not happening.
Tom Brady ran faster like 3 weeks ago than he did at the Combine, though.
And does it make that much of it? No. It's because he's good elsewhere.
Final approval rating is in. 85.6% say they approve. 14.4% say no, too much money. Over 1,450 people voted. Thank you very much for all your votes and your phone calls. Stay on hold because the guys are on deck.
What were those numbers again?
85.6% say they approve of the contract. 14.4% don't.
Like I told you as you were walking during the break, it kind of feels like when it comes to Jared Goff and this contract, it's like that Hall of Fame discussion where you're trying to convince somebody, no, he's really good. He's really worth it. If you don't believe that he's not worth it, you're never going to believe. There's never going to be a stat. There's never going to be a number. There's never going to be anything. Even if he wins the Super Bowl.
Well,
it's going to be it's going to be because of all the players around him.
Still not tough enough on the blue line, Gator. Are you new?
No, you're right.
Are you new?
You're right.
No, but Gator has a friend. They won the Stanley Cup.
After they won the first Stanley Cup, they're still not tough enough.
And so, there's going to be people that just look at it and say they won in spite of Goff.
Dude, I realize that there are just people that no matter what. I get it all the time. Case in point, I know, saying San Francisco, but for Purdy, well, it's because of everybody around him. He'll never get credit. It's because and that's the same with Goff. Some people will all say, well, look at the line and look at the receivers and look
it all
at the
goes
running
hand in
backs
hand.
and look at the coordinator. You could put a Pez dispenser out there and get the same results.
Yeah. Shooting footballs out of his mouth.
As long as the Pez dispenser's mobile. If the Pez dispenser's mobile, you make a case.
I mean, it's just funny because now, let me see. I went on vacation once and Stafford got traded, and then I'm on vacation, and the Goff news breaks while I'm in the airport.
There you go.
Yeah.
Depends if we want a big story the next time when you ask for time off.
I will, and you know what?
It's
You're
good.
welcome.
If it's during the middle of the summer, I love it. Big stories in the middle of summer are great.
100%.
I'm going to pull what you want. You're welcome.
There you go.
Maybe on a day when
I
it's just
assume
me
a lot
working.
of this next.
Yeah, some
right.
of this, maybe some Pistons as well.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, welcome in on a Tuesday. Nice to have everybody. Rico back in the saddle, and it's going to be the first full day. Now that people have digested the Jared Goff news, we can talk about it. And nobody is a bigger fan of Jared Goff than Rico Beard. So this is perfect that you're back today.
You know what? As Juwan Howard once said, you're welcome. Because when I leave...
I was raised by Chicago?
No. When I went on vacation, Stafford got traded.
I will effing kill you?
I leave, and all of a sudden this contract happens.
I know lots of things he said.
So, no. David, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move forward.
I know, I'm not. Go ahead.
This should be expected. If you listen to this show, we told you it's going to happen. It's inevitable. Hey, Lions fans, be ready with a number that may start with 5. I thought maybe it'd be around 48, starts north of $50 million a year. He's your quarterback. Where else were you going to go? You can argue he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now. And right now, he's sitting in the lucky chair. He's going to get paid until Tua steps up to the plate, until other people step in there, and they're going to make more. And then 3 years from now, you won't be complaining and bitching about this contract. But I don't understand. This is what you wanted, Lions fans. You're in your window for a Super Bowl. You got your quarterback. You got your O-line. You got your receivers. You got your offensive coordinator. All the pieces are there. Let's not go into a season where you're wondering, are you going to franchise him? Is he gambling on himself? He's locked in for years. Let's go win a Super Bowl. Because right now, that's what it is.
I think if there's any criticism, it's that they didn't do it last year, which we have a right to say.
I know you're not giving out fist bumps today, but you know what? Right there.
But you and I both said you could have done it last year, probably gotten him on the Danny Dimes deal. Can I prove it? No. Just what I think is a basic idea. But here's also context for what Rico said, because I think the numbers are important. I thought Doug did a fabulous job with this. Guys, you got to let go of the numbers. It's like my dad texting me. Oh, my God, Goff got a ton of money. I go, Dad, he's got the 6th highest guaranteed money at the position. 6th. If you look at the cap, let's say it doesn't go up 13, 14% again. Let's say it just goes up 10, a very conservative amount. Do you realize that Jared Goff's deal, when it hits, with a 10% increase in the cap, will only take up 18% of your salary cap? 18%. Not 20, not 22.5, not 25, 18%, right? Then factor in what Rico just said, that as the next quarterbacks, one of which will be Tua, and Tua will get more than this. Jared Goff will be roughly 10th in guaranteed money by the time next season starts. Rico, my confusion point with fans is Lion fan has yearned for a consistent product of winning and a quarterback that actually wins playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
What else? What else were they supposed to do?
They were supposed to keep this thing going and somehow get a hometown discount where he would only take $25 million a year. That doesn't happen. I think another thing that upsets fans, Mike, is maybe it's for years we always make fun of when somebody signs a quarterback to a ridiculous deal and it's like, ha ha, better you than me with your boy Danny Dimes, and he signs the deal. You weren't happy.
No, because he stinks. There's a difference.
But it's one of those, what else were we going to do? We had to pay him. When you look at some of the quarterbacks and how much money, Kyler Murray, we all laughed at. Deshaun Watson, what are the Browns smoking? Kirk Cousins, are you serious, Kirk Cousins? And now it's Jared Goff, and you're like, wait, so we just joined that party? Yes, you did. What else are you going to do? He's won you games. This team believes in him. He is your captain. You have to pay him now. And trust me, anybody upset with this number, come see me in a couple years. This is going to seem like a bargain because probably in 2 years, quarterbacks are going to be making $60 million plus.
2 years? Try next year.
I'm being conservative about it, but I see what you're saying. Right, but that number is going to go up, and you're going to be like, wow, we got a steal with Goff. I mean, wow, look at him. We're only paying him $53 million a year.
I think the other thing, people operate in a fantasy land as if, okay, you don't like Goff. What quarterback are you going to get? See, it's not shopping for a contractor. I don't like your price. I'm going to go with this guy's price. No, who else is going to be your quarterback? You can't just go out and get somebody else. Look at the cost of acquisition. Second of all, I want to know if you like this. I said this to Stoney yesterday. He seemed to enjoy it. Why is it we watch games on Saturdays and we always talk about system fits? College football, man, this guy's perfect for the system. J.J. McCarthy being one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then on Sundays, people go brain dead. Oh, I need a mobile quarterback. Blarg. No, Jared Goff runs your system perfectly.
Because system quarterback fits in college because year in and year out, we're consistent winners. In the pros, we like to say it's the best of the best. It's all about superstars. No matter what league, you want a superstar. You want that guy that everybody else covets and says, wow, you sure are lucky this guy plays for you. So that's why a system quarterback doesn't work. Because you're right. You look down upon any quarterback that just can efficiently work a system and work rules. And it's like, yeah, but he's not really that good. Look at everything around him. It's like the Eagles with the fourth down play and the tush push. You know what's coming. You can't stop it. It's a system. For Jared Goff, yes, he fits this system. So long as Ben Johnson is here, I think you're going to have a fun offense. They're going to win. They're going to score a lot of points. And you got to pay for that. And that's okay because you have the money to pay for it. And we told you for the longest, this is going to happen. My only concern was I was starting to think back last week, David, maybe he's realizing, I don't need the Lions as much as the Lions need me. When they've come up to an agreement, he's here. He's your guy. I mean, like I said, to me, the only mistake is two mistakes. You should have signed him last year. Because I believe Brad says he believed in him all of this time. If that was the case, you should have locked him up last year. And the other one is, hey, Brad, while you're going through all your receipts, can you now explain the whole Hendon Hooker thing to me? Because that doesn't make a lick of sense.
They'll just tell you he's a backup, he's trusted, he's a veteran, he's old, and he's cheap. Rico, they'll always defend.
Right.
I mean, I didn't make sense. You and I both know it, but you know what you would get from them. Right. Well, who's the backup supposed to be? I don't know. Someone I didn't blow a third-round pick on. That's probably my answer back. But I'd like to know where you guys are at with it. Obviously, it happened late in the day yesterday. We only got to talk about it for a little bit. I love it. Why? Well, because I live in the real world, and I don't know who else you think was coming in here. You're in a window to win this. Goff's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl. What happens in the Super Bowl? I mean, hell, your team twice has been there, and things happen. I can't sit here and go, you're going to win us. You can't say that. I've seen great teams go to Super Bowls and lose. But can you get there? And then whatever happens in the script of a 60-minute football game is what happens.
See, at this point, I disagree because you do have to win to validate it. Yes, getting to the Super Bowl is cool, especially if you've never been. First time the Lions get there, this town's going to celebrate regardless. But then you're going to sit back and say, but man, it's so hard to get back that once you're there, you have to take advantage of it. So it'll frustrate you. So I think that you actually do need to win the Super Bowl. Yes, you do need some luck, but you got to win that thing.
Okay. I mean, you know what? This isn't first take. I'm not going to do a 10-minute argument on that. It's just we disagree. But whatever. 248-539-9797. David, talk to me. Ticket text. We'll get some phone calls. I was surprised listening to the morning show, listening to some people complain, not John and Cookies. And I was surprised in the middays. And then the tide felt like it started to turn later in Doug's show, where people started wrapping their minds around it. If you want to air the grievances, go ahead. But Rico and I are not those people. You finally have a quarterback that has won some playoff games. I don't know what scenario or what type of fantasy you wanted to play out. And if you're going to call in and say you don't like Jared Goff or he's not good enough, here's your requirement. And this is where you will fail. You'll fail. You'll call up, you'll choke on your tongue, and I'll hang up on you. Who are you going to go get? Can't make stuff up now.
I want to hear what people have to say. Who are you going to go get, and why are you choking on it? Why are you so angry? Why are you so upset?
18% of the salary cap, that's fine by me. David, what do you got?
Is it an overpay? Absolutely. He's worth closer to 40 to 45, but that being said, They had to make this move. Obviously, they won't be picking high enough to ever get a franchise quarterback, and he's way better than Dak and Tua's of the world.
No, here's where you're wrong, Texter. He's worth 40. Says who? The Lions just said he's worth 53. The marketplace says he's worth 53. He's worth 40. Where? Your PlayStation? Like, you guys have to stop acting like you have price certainty. You have to stop acting like you get to pick what a player's worth. If Brad Holmes thought he was worth 40, he wouldn't have paid 53.
Well, and the funny thing is, listening to that, he's better than Dak. He's better than Tua. If he's better than those two, then he's better than 40. So you can't have it both ways where, well, these other quarterbacks are hot garbage, but yeah, he was only worth $40 million. Now, it's either he's worth all the money that you're going to pay him, or if he's in that same category as those other quarterbacks, he's worth less. But you can't sit here and say, well, he's better than Dak. He's better than Tua. To me, they're all in that same – they're in the same parameters, in my opinion.
It's a QB league. If you have one in his prime that fits in your system, you don't roll the dice on someone else. You keep the one you have.
That's right. As Brad Holmes repeatedly has said, it is a lot easier to get worse at the quarterback position than it is to get better. So I'll say it again. If you want to call in, great. Who the hell do you think you were getting, and have you pondered what it would cost you to get him? I can't wait to hear some of those suggestions.
Because, yeah, top free agent quarterback out there was Cousins.
You want him?
No, I'm saying at that point, it's just like, oh, okay, it's almost like the Spider-Man meme. Like, okay, is there that big of a difference? Like, you have a guy who fits your system. You bring in a Cousins, you have to start all over again, in my opinion, because Cousins now has to find his favorite receiver. We already know what Goff, who he likes to throw the ball to.
From Terrence in Southfield, he says, big mistake. Same old Lions. Goff couldn't win it with the Rams, and he won't do it here either.
Cool. You're a ton of fun at parties. I must have missed where you were up 17 in the NFC title game. And I must have missed where Jared Goff plays defense. Must have missed where he dropped 2 passes. Must have missed where he mishandled an exchange. Just do yourself a favor. Just stop writing into your phone. Only bad things will come from this. How could you possibly invoke SOL? Like, you know what? No. We're up against it. He's got to tell you about a career in crime. Just stop. Just stop. We'll stay timely. Okay. You can do whatever you want to do momentarily. I give up 15 minutes into the show. 97.1.
Not a career in crime, but a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist. That I can tell you about. That is Specs at LTU. Specs at LTU is the extension and a bridge for the future of radio, TV, media, and broadcast professionals. Yes, including you listening to me right now on the radio. This is your chance. If you ever want to get into radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. It's very simple. You just need to go and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU, taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business like yours truly, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's very simple. They're not some random organization with phone screeners. These are real guys, real lawyers, real brick and mortar. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They're going to advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the entire experience. Save your dollars, spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, I'm going to get to the phones, but let me say what I meant to say here, but we ran out of time in the first segment. And Rico, if you think this is unfair, so be it. But here's what irks me. Why is there more, I want to choose my words carefully, why is there more consternation with Jared Goff getting paid or what you should do, right? Fans have been more critical of this moment than, say, your baseball team and your baseball owner who have a payroll $60 million below league average. But that's totally okay. You're more critical of this or more stressed about this than you are your armpit. I mean your smelly, haven't bathed in 3 days armpit of a basketball franchise that, technically speaking, is still represented by Troy Weaver and good times party man Tom Gores. You're more critical and more like stressed, and there's been more debate about this and more passion about this. Once again, that's the part I don't get.
If I may.
May you testify. What's up?
It's because to a lot of people, Mike, when Jared Goff first got here, he was a Band-Aid. He was only supposed to be here for 2 years, and then the Lions were going to go out and find their quarterback in the draft, and that was going to be the franchise guy. He was never supposed to stay this long. He was never supposed to be successful. In their mind, people already had said, well, we got rid of Stafford. He won a Super Bowl, but it'll be worth it when we get our franchise QB. It wasn't going to be Jared Goff. Remember, it was he's got tiny hands. And then all of a sudden, he started winning. And to some people, they couldn't evolve past the initial, he's just a Band-Aid quarterback. He's just here for a second. I told when they extended him, I'm like, guys, I think they like him. And they do. And Brad Holmes has come out and said that. But to some, Mike, that's why they're this angry, because it's the world we live in. I'd rather be right than just see what's right in front of me and evolve my opinion. And that's why some people are still so upset, because in their mind, he was only supposed to be here for 2 seasons and then he was gone. That's why you have the Hendon Hooker love. Oh, see, they drafted Hooker for a reason. Actually, they didn't. They made a mistake.
So I'm the weirdo because I want to be wrong, and I hope the Tigers win 93 games in this division. That makes me crazy. Yes. That I'm fine being wrong that I said they'd win 84 games.
In 2024, yes,
awesome.
You are crazy, because no one wants to be wrong. Everybody wants to be right, and it doesn't matter if you burn your house down.
I don't want to be right. I want to be happy.
That's it.
I just want to smile. That's it.
See, and you would think that the fans would be happy.
And some are. And David, I do not want to, I'm sorry, David. I don't want to paint the entire fan base with a broad stroke. Some people have evolved, and they've said, you know what, guys? We got something here. And you realize, when he first got here, for lack of a better term, Jared Goff was just a little side piece. Guess what? You're walking down the aisle with him now.
Yeah, he took them to places they hadn't been in 30-plus years. And what happens is Lions fans, you're right, many of them want to be right because they weren't listening to their GM and their coach when they brought him here, when they never considered him a bridge quarterback. That's the story I'm looking at. When they extended him, when they first got him. They never saw him as a bridge quarterback. They saw him as their guy. And he showed them what he can do. He showed fans what he can do. And yet they're complaining over the new contract, $53 million.
No, some are.
Some.
I think, Enrico, it's a good idea. I think a majority of fans are fine. They're happy. They're good. It is the loud, annoying part of the fan base.
Because
I don't understand it.
He can't run 40 yards untouched like Lamar. He can't, break tackles like Hurts. He's not cool like Joe Burrow is. He's not like Patrick Mahomes throwing balls sideways 70 yards down the field. That's what they'd rather see.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that boring-ass guy has more playoff wins than Lamar and Justin Herbert combined. Very strange how that plays out. Let's go to Sheldon, 97.1, to lead things off. Sheldon, how you been? What's going on?
Hey, I've been doing great, man. I was one of the big Goff haters and saying don't sign the guy. And I have a unique take because when they did sign him, right when I knew it was signed, I just took a deep breath and I said, okay, I'm such a Holmes guy that it didn't bother me anymore that they signed Jared Goff. And I said, we still have Hendon Hooker just in case Goff gets injured or something happened with Goff. We still have Hendon Hooker. But I'm going to tell you my point. My point is not he did win 2 playoff games or he a sucking quarterback. It's just that when the game gets difficult, he throws wobbly balls. He gets nervous like any other quarterback does. And I didn't think he was worth getting paid, second highest quarterback in the league. But now that we did it, I'm rolling with it. I won a Super Bowl more than I don't like our quarterback.
That's right. No, Sheldon, because you're an adult. That's why. You're a respectable adult. That's why. Yeah. You evolve. It's Sheldon. That's the whole point. You want to be happy.
Yes, I have.
I want to be happy.
Yes, I have.
I don't want to be right.
Yeah.
I don't want to be mad while we're winning.
Nope.
And Sheldon, I appreciate the call. I think a lot of people, it also says, guess what? You're going to have to face facts. Mike, your window is now. It's not next year. It's not a few years from now. It's now. Now, we've been saying, hey, guys, you got to win the Super Bowl. You're in that sweet spot. No, because we got to get this, we got to get this. No. That's not happening anymore. By signing him to that deal along with the other 2 gentlemen, the Lions are saying we're a Super Bowl team. In this town, you're not used to hearing that. When you hear Super Bowl, you normally got laughed at. Now, if you don't speak Super Bowl, you're going to get laughed at.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes some other people uncomfortable because now there's expectations on this football team where they've never had expectations before. Mike, they go 9-7. Great year. Guess what? Not anymore. Okay? Now the bar is high, and to some Lions fans...
Ooh, morning wig line.
Oh,
the bar is high.
What if we don't always do that, where you're going to be disappointed? Well, we're paying him all of this money. It's not a guarantee, but he's one of the better quarterbacks out there. That's the going rate for being good. So you're paying big boy tax right now.
Go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
No, man, I agree with you, man. Listen, like, as far as Goff, whether it's 40, 45, 50, 53, you know what? You got to sign the guy. When you talk about, like, Hendon Hooker, he might be a great quarterback. But, like, if Goff tears a knee in week 2, then we'll throw him in, right? Like, I don't understand why people are, like, always like, oh, yeah, Goff, or I'm sorry, Hooker over Goff. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And the money doesn't matter whether they spend $444 million, right, on 3 players. Well, that's fine, but them guys deserve it. I mean, again, they're literally, paying their homegrown guys. I get it. Them guys need to, do what they do, and I give Brad Holmes credit. I really do. I think that
the organization deserves credit. It's the first time in my life, Joe, I've been able to say I'm proud of Lions ownership. It takes. It's true. It takes It takes chops. I mean, look,
that's new territory.
You hand out $300 million almost in guaranteed money. That money's got to go into escrow. Mm-hmm. It's not fake. Rico, like this town hasn't experienced it. Well, the last time we paid 3 players, right? It was the last time you had a real team. Mm-hmm. It was the 2013-14 team that had Sue, Calvin, and Stafford. That was a really good football team.
But what you have now are the people who are ready for expectations. Those who are angry don't want the pressure of expectation.
Well, then don't leave your house. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls as well. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason. I mean, they can move that product because they stock that product. It's in their warehouse right down the road. Some of it, $1.59 a foot. And whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, they got you covered. Stop in today. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get with the people. Jared Goff signing, kind of digesting that. Obviously, Rico and I are on board with it. Wanted it a year ago. Numbers look a little higher, but again, you take a little time after yesterday. You look at, hey, if the cap doesn't go up by 13.7% and only goes up by 10, which is a very conservative. Guys, this will take up 18% of your cap. And then it'll take up less than that. And less than that. I don't understand. And again, I think a majority of you've been great about it. It's not about being right. It's about being happy. And Jared Goff gave you the greatest season in this franchise's history. The point I'm making, the point Rico's making, if you don't like it, ask yourself why. And then ask yourself what the hell you planned on doing about it. You know, for all of the teams that needed quarterbacks, you know what didn't happen in the NFL draft? Nobody moved up to get one.
Good point.
For all the teams that need quarterbacks, I must have missed the blockbuster trade this offseason to land one. It's very expensive to do it. So, with that said, David, the ticket text, we will get more of your phone calls. I've got some Piston stuff for you. To say the job search isn't going well would be an understatement, and it's like they haven't learned from history. I'm also going to present you with where I've settled on the 5th pick in the draft and what we should do with it. Because a certain somebody, I think, is sending his team a message he can leave. So I'm just going to go ahead and put something out there into the universe. I'll be made fun of. I don't care. David, go ahead. What's up, buddy?
Will at work says, Justin Herbert is making a little less than Goff, and what has he won?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Not a playoff game, not a division title. Don't hear anyone ripping him at all. Fans need to calm down. Another one says, Lamar, Burrow, Allen, Prescott, Tua, Murray, Cousins, Watson. What is the playoff record? Conference championship game they've played in. Have they won? Have they made Super Bowls? No. Mark at Wayne. John in Florida says, hey, guys, I am glad Goff got extended now. He deserves it. He took his team to the NFC Championship game and almost to a Super Bowl. He carries his team on his back and is the leader of the Lions. They needed to bring him back.
Yes.
It's not SOL. It's same old Lions fans, though.
Yes.
They'd rather start rebuilding with the new Project QB than pay Goff what his market value is.
That's part of what I wanted to get into at 3 o'clock. First time in my life, I can tell you I'm proud of Lions ownership. I'm proud of this organization. Do you understand what it takes to step up, get your quarterback paid, make the Penei Sewell the highest paid tackle in the history of the league, and then pay Amon-Ra like the number 1 paid receiver, all in one offseason?
Right.
Not just the skill to get it done, but the financial wherewithal to get it done. There are plenty of organizations, including the Cincinnati Bengals, who are notoriously cheap, or the Arizona Cardinals, who are notoriously cheap, who do not do such things.
Right.
You should be proud of your organization.
You're right. Now, here's I don't know if you and Stoney talked about this.
But Mike hates everything, right?
Well,
No, I hate losing. That's what I hate.
I don't know if you and Stoney talked about this yesterday when the news broke, but let me add a log to the Goff haters, the ones who don't want this contract. Other than Patrick Mahomes this past season, if your quarterback makes over 13% of your team's salary, they've never won a Super Bowl. So,
yeah.
For those who are like, oh, he's getting paid too much, that's the only number. Now, I do think that is going to change because with all the quarterbacks out there, eventually that'll go away. Mahomes, he's the unicorn. I mean, there's a lot of things that him and Brady have done that they've killed a lot of quarterbacks' careers, that if those two didn't play, it'd be a lot more. It's like when Jordan played in the NBA. Other teams just was like, what are we supposed to do? But any quarterback that makes 13% or more of the team's salary has not won a Super Bowl except for Mahomes the last 2 years. So just want to give that stat out.
And I think there's a changing landscape. You know, the quarterback market there's been such a velocity to how much they're getting paid. I do think it'll change. It has to change.
Right, because here's your new quarterbacks that are up there. Aside from Mahomes, you got Burrow, Goff, Herbert, Jackson, Hurts, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Cousins.
So can I offer something?
And Josh Allen.
I think this is why I think making the championship game or making the Super Bowl, the winning and losing, it's part of what you just said. I mean, for instance, like Jalen Hurts got there. Dude, he ran into Patrick Mahomes and lost like 42-41. It's hard to do it. I mean, hell, like the Niners have had the cheat code with Garoppolo or Rat Purdy, and they ran into
get a man his respect. Go ahead.
Sure as hell not when you're paying him $55 a year. The point I'm making is...
We're only paying him $1 million now.
Go ahead. You better get ready to pay him.
No, it's not worth it. No.
Rico live on KNBR. 248.
I already said he's gonna break the bank. At his moment, you're gonna pay him.
Let's go ahead. No, let's go to Robert, 97.1. Hi, Robert. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, I've been listening all afternoon, and it drives me up a wall. Everybody talking about slamming on Goff because he's not a good runner. What he knows how to do is play quarterback. What he knows how to do is who to throw the ball to. And obviously, he knows how to play winning ball. and it just is driving me up a wall listening to everybody who's slamming on the guy.
And again, Robert, it's the vocal minority. I think a lot of people, a vast majority of people, are happy. But, man, it's wild when you listen to the station and you just hear the people call into each day part and you're going, I'm not sure you're ever going to be happy. I don't know what you want.
And, I mean, I agree with you that it might be that we've been losing for so long, we don't know what a real quarterback looks like.
Right there.
Correct.
One that knows how to play the position.
Correct. It's like being a Tiger fan and not knowing what a real shortstop looks like because you're stuck with Harvey Baez.
Yeah. And for some, I mean, and Robert, this is not you, but some fans take pride in the misery. It's like Cubs fans. They love being the lovable losers, and once they won the World Series, they couldn't use that badge anymore. It's like, well, what are we? Well, you're not winning games. You're a respectable team, but they love to say, well, our team sucks and feels sorry for us.
Man, you need some kind of counseling if that's the way you're approaching it. Like it's funny, like Robert brings this up. So, like, what will it take for my angst with the Tigers to go away? Simple. Be 10 games over 500 and get rid of Javi Baez. I can let go of what I wanted in the offseason, or I can let go of the foibles of the lineup. All I need is be 10 games over and get this dead body off this roster. By the way, shout out Javi. I believe he's now the single worst player in Major League Baseball. You strived for it. You achieved it, big guy, and we're happy for you.
Keep hope alive.
No, hey, look, it's like last night. Was it some work of art against an 11-31 Marlins team? Hey, did you get lucky? Half their bullpen's dead? Yep.
No, but
I don't care. Please, just Christ, win some games.
Maybe we buried the lead. Torque is back.
He murdered. The police need to investigate the baseball he hit in the bottom of the eighth. 446 feet. That was an absolute tank.
Home run drought. What?
Oh, that's
hitting game winners. Walk off. Yeah. Well, not a walk off.
We're back. We're back on pace for 21 bombs. Yeah. Hey, they come in bunches. Just win. I mean, these are look.
He was just waiting for Mother's Day, a special day to hit that first one.
That's right.
With the pink bat. Yes.
Two of the. We'll take that. Can't stand that. 248-5399. I'm sorry. What was that live audio? The Pistons at 5. We'll take that. I actually think I know who they're taking because I've connected the dots.
Oh, man.
We're going to get to that later. Don't you worry.
The NBA RAS score.
No. This one's much simpler.
Oh.
Much simpler.
Okay.
This is more of a whose kid are you? Being number one isn't easy. Takes years of experience, takes dedication and determination. And number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right in our backyard, right here in Michigan. Now, during the Memorial Day sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
All right, David. How about we talk about the entire NFL?
Well, guys, we are hearing from Kirk Cousins.
Oh, thank God. I couldn't sleep without hearing his thoughts.
He's finally over at the facility talking about the draft, and if they're asking him everything about it. So Kirk Cousins says there's no beef with the Falcons. He says we're trying to win a Super Bowl. It's hard enough to do other things, but we are trying to win a Super Bowl. We are on the same page. But then when he was asked if he would have signed there knowing they would have drafted a quarterback at number 8, he said, I don't deal in hypotheticals.
It's the only way he could answer the question. Yeah. As much as I'd like to make fun of Cousins because I don't like him. Yes, he's a Sparty, my favorite college quarterback. I hate him as a pro. The point is,
really?
Rico.
Not Connor Cook.
Yeah, no, I love Kirk. Sorry. No one came to Connor Cook's birthday. So listen, you have to file it under can't answer it any other way.
I think this is where his agent said, okay, Mr. Cousins, just realize whether you're in a quarterback controversy or not, that $100 million check will cash the same way. So let's just play ball. And even if you lose the job, they still have to pay you.
I've heard that.
Right. So let me give you some games that we already have for the opening week and week 2 of the NFL.
Okay.
We have the Thursday night opener, Ravens at the Chiefs. I will have some more on that in a second on the betting side.
It doesn't get any better than that, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, that is phenomenal. Packers got somebody good in the opener too, right? Eagles?
On Friday, the Packers will be going to Brazil to face the Eagles.
Oh, thank God. Who's playing on Mars?
Not sure yet. That will be announced tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I'm sure.
That will be the Black Friday game, MSU.
So the Sunday afternoon game on Fox, which would be Tom Brady's first game, will be Cowboys at Browns.
See, that's a Mikey game. That's like a sneaky spite game. I hate the Cowboys and I love the Browns. So that one appeals to me. I'll mute Brady. I really don't have high hopes for him.
Monday Night Football for week 1 will be Jets at 49ers. I believe this is the 49ers' first time opening at home since 2020.
And
because
on that night, we are all 49ers
fans.
We are all Niners that night. America's team, the Niners.
Right, yeah, because you're right. Last year to start the year off, we took the chair to Pittsburgh. And we killed your
now
team.
we take it to Aaron Rodgers' C7 vertebra.
I did think that I thought maybe it would be a Super Bowl rematch for that Thursday night game. I thought that, but once I was like, okay, the Ravens, okay, that's a pretty good game.
So Thursday night for week 2 will be Bills and Dolphins.
Love it.
There's a reason why I'm bringing this up, though, because you have not heard the Detroit Lions name once.
Okay.
Will they get the Sunday night opener?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Okay.
I know that when this schedule comes out, you will be on at least 3 nationally televised games. You will be a team that networks want. You did huge numbers.
That's not including Thanksgiving, correct?
Right. I truly believe, Rico, they will play enough night games and prime games.
I think that you're going to be angry because I do think that one of those prime games will be a Christmas night game.
And I don't like that. I don't have to like that.
Because that's when you look and see, okay, they got to play Dallas. They got to play San Francisco. That would be a pretty good Christmas game.
As long as it's not Thursday night, I'm a happy camper. Don't put me on any of that Amazon Prime nonsense.
That's Wednesday night, the Christmas game.
Coming up Tuesday after Matlock, Ravens and Browns.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but that's the only night that the NFL won't be playing that week is Tuesday.
So far.
I give up.
So far. Here's the betting side to the Chiefs and the Ravens opener.
Okay.
As of right now on DraftKings, 86% of the bets are already on Baltimore to upset the Chiefs.
It's May 14th.
I know.
86%. What did 7 people bet on it?
KC's a 3-point favorite right now.
You want to know why? Because I think people are looking at the fact, the ring ceremony and the
like
Lions,
last year.
Lions walked in there and took the game away from them. So,
and the Chiefs' best receivers arrested.
Well, yeah.
Hi, Kenny.
This one I actually wanted to present to David and you all because this involves his team. So a bunch of reporting coming out from the Chicago Bears and people that related to that, staff, coaches, players. The Bears' QB room of Justin Fields, Nick Foles, and Andy Dalton in 21 was effing toxic as hell. That's one. There were several arguments amongst the QBs, one per source. Foles was trying to teach Fields something in the QB room, and he wasn't listening, and he said, "Oh, to hell with you," basically, and stopped talking to him.
And then Foles said...
Exactly. And then a Bears coach on Justin Fields says, watch his eyes. He tries to see the whole thing and doesn't see anything.
Oh,
it's
God.
terrible football to watch.
Oh, God.
Yes, but Kenny, I would say this is one of those consider the sources. It's like when you hear the bad thing after a breakup, like, wait, you love this person for 10 years, but now.
If it was one bad thing, I'd give it to you, but it's a bunch of bad things coming out.
But Kenny, okay, I'm with Rico on this, right? It's like in the music industry or the movie industry, so I'm supposed to listen to disgruntled ex-employee complain about the movie they worked on and got fired from. See, you got that's the whole considered a source.
Yeah.
So do I think there could be an element of truth? Sure. The Justin Fields thing, while you were gone, we did discuss this briefly. Look, the league is telling you, not one team or a handful. The league is telling you this man is bad at football. So it just renders whatever highlight reel we have or thought process we have moot.
But see, I wonder if you put him in a better situation. I've seen quarterbacks, a.k.a. right here in Detroit, Jared Goff, not a good quarterback. Wait, he changed that image. Baker Mayfield, not a good quarterback. Wait, he's changing his image. So the same could be with Fields. New situation.
He's a kick returner now.
And you can change your image. So a lot of times.
David's excited about that.
You know what? I'm not talking to you.
Can you imagine if he's back there on kick returns?
Somebody's going to get fired.
It would remind me of, what was it, Stanton from Michigan State?
Drew Stanton.
He was the protector on the punt.
Yeah.
In the Alamo Bowl.
Here's the
He
thing.
shouldn't have been.
If he's back there, then this is a kickoff that you need to go to the Super Bowl. That's the only time I would accept the fact that he would be back there. Because if it's just a random 1 p.m. game on a Sunday.
Oh, baby. Week 3.
No, I'm talking.
In Seattle.
Right. This is special where we're going to put our best guys back there because we got to get this thing.
Well, speaking of best guys, I wanted to give you a few things of college football. First thing I laughed at. Second thing, maybe a little bit more serious here.
What?
Oregon State and Washington State really don't have a home. Well, on TV, they'll be on the CW this year. That will be where their home will be for TV.
I will say it again, and not slandering Rico. I truly believe history will look back at the 5-year period of college football from COVID through this season as a complete joke and a circus. The idea that two teams are conferenceless, TV deal-less, and have been utterly gutted by the Wild West, no regulation, ridiculous, turn a blind eye to what's happening portal.
You think so? Because
yes,
how would this be any different from the first time you did the conference shuffle, where all of a sudden in comes Nebraska to the Big Ten, and this team's going there, and they're adding these teams?
Who got left behind? What Power 5 conference got to? No. You didn't see a Power 5. The Conference of Champions, the Pac-12, is now the broke 2. With 2 teams playing for no title, but they're not independent on the CW after episodes of Monk.
You saw the SWAC all of a sudden go into 2 different conferences.
That is not the Pac-12.
No, it's not the Pac-12.
You know what? I'm going to file a charge. He's being obtuse.
What? The SWAC was all that? I mean, Mike, you appreciate this. How?
The SWAC is where, like, Prairie View plays.
No, not the SWAC.
Oh, you're talking the old Southwest Conference? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Yeah, but that morphed into the Big 8. The only person who got hurt.
The SEC.
How?
You had Arkansas. You had other teams
right,
that were
they
in there.
went places. These 2 are sitting in their underpants homeless.
Just saying, the whole conference went away.
Oh. He was saying SWAC, and I'm like, man, he's invested in
was so confused.
No, I meant
I hear
the
you
Southwest.
Now.
Yeah.
I got you now.
Well, I'll get to my other thing at a later date.
Just say it right now.
It's going to be deeper than that. So we
Usually
I'm sorry.
is.
That is it's football today.
All right, Home Run Tuesdays. It's a thing. FanDuel has it. Look, Torque's heating up. Maybe tonight's your prop bet. He hits another one. The point is, any player you bet to hit a home run, and you do it with FanDuel, they're going to give you a $5 bonus bet for every home run hit during that game. Look, you're playing the Marlins. The Marlins are vomit. They're awful. 11-32. Might be a good little Tiger home run prop tonight. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Just call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, 3 o'clock. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. We open with the Goff contract. Your calls are welcome on Jared Goff all day. And we're going to get back into it. We'll certainly take your calls on it. I wanted to mix in a couple things here. And with Rico back, I certainly want to get his thoughts. But I have a 5-pack of Pistons things after the lottery. And one of them is a Rico production. But the other 4, I can just throw these out there because there's so much news with the team. And you guys can tell me what, if anything, because Lord knows I'm probably talking to 7 people in this town, you care about or you think I'm crazy about. But may I run through these? And then here's what I want. David, or who am I kidding? Kenny doesn't know a single NBA player. He still thinks Patrick Ewing plays for the Knicks. But Rico or David, when and if I say something, whether it's interesting, objectionable, or you want to stand and applaud or punch me in the face, feel free. Are we ready? Just going to run down the list. Okay?
All right, let's go.
So I want to start out with number 1, the have we learned nothing discussion. So
this is going to be good.
Have we learned nothing? So the reports of the Pistons' search for a new president of basketball ops, not going well. You were denied permission by Milwaukee. Neil Oshie, who's not even in basketball, decided unemployment beats working here. And now you may focus on Conley, the guy who built the T-Wolves. Well, one problem. Conley was already on a 5-year, $40 million deal, which by my lousy Michigan State math is $8 million a year. He has opted out of his contract because why? He wants more money.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Here come the Pistons. Have we not learned what bribing someone gets you? It gets you Monty Williams, who looked like someone was holding a gun to his head all season to be here.
No, I think Monty Williams became the Wikipedia definition of the word regret, where he sat there and said, and I said, yes, I wanted to come here and take the money.
And that's why I would never do this. Plus, don't you think you're nothing more than the leverage for Connolly? Hey, T-Wolves, Pistons. Yeah, I know, the guy in the loud dress shirts. Yeah, he just offered me $14 a year. Like,
I just want to go, but
I will. Just kidding. So, A, watch that storyline, because now you're getting down the list here. And the more time this takes, let me remind you, it's a month after the season ended, Rico. Troy Weaver still represents this team. The players are in Chicago, measurements and testing, and Troy Weaver and your scouts are still employed, right? All right. Number 2, the new president, whomever they hire, I have offered something. I offered it yesterday to Stoney. I have to offer it to you as well. This has to be the summer of Cade. And by Cade, trade Cade. It has to be a discussion. I'm not telling you to do it, but I'm certainly not telling you not to. A new president of basketball operations and a new GM have to be given the opportunity to not hand Cade a 5-year, $270 million extension. Anthony Edwards was 5 at 260. The thought process is it would cost 5 at 270 now. Why? You won 14 games. That's why. You won 17 the year before and 23 the year before that. This totals less than what the Celtics won this year. So my point is, it has to be on the table of moving Cade. That's issue number 2. Neither of you have protested yet. This is interesting. Number 3, I have settled on a break glass in case of emergency move at 5. And I think the person I'm speaking of is sending smoke signals. Did you see who was at the Cavs game last night?
Yeah.
Anybody see it?
Yeah.
What'd you see? Who'd you see? Who'd you see?
I saw the king, LeBron James.
I saw LeBron James.
That's
the
right.
King.
And he walked in late, so everybody got to see him sashay in.
With his wine bottle.
And his cup of coffee. Weird combination. Probably makes you have to poop. The point is, Rich Paul was sure to tell the Lakers what was up. LeBron is sending messages. My son stayed in the draft. And I will leave. So, with the 5th overall pick in the 2024 NBA draft, provided LeBron even looked us in the eye and didn't spit in our face, the Detroit Pistons select Bronny James. And we bring the king to the Motor City.
I got an objection.
I do too.
No. Here's my objection. About a month ago when I suggested this, you know what you did? You kept hitting that button. Spine. The chair drop.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what? If the Pistons, it's a package deal, you'll sell tickets. No.
I think, I didn't know we were going to get boned with no emotion by the NBA again. But B, I do think LeBron would retire rather than come here, a.k.a. the Gronkowski. But I'm being legitimate with you. I would at least vet this out. Because the 5th pick, here's your other option.
Or he leverages this and makes the Pistons make a trade, and they get a lion's share of stuff back from the Lakers.
I'll give you the last thing. I have a fear as to why a certain player is being mocked to you over and over and over, again and again and again. This Basilius character, do you know who his agent is?
No.
Dude.
No.
Michael Tellum. I mean, we'd be up to what? 11 former Arn Tellum clients or current Michael Tellum clients. What is it? Marco Basilius?
Yes, close enough.
Bazookies, whatever. Come on. No, you don't get to look down. You right here. Hey.
Really?
Talk to me.
Your reaction, Rico.
Talk to me.
Oh, man, because I kept saying, like, why does this name keep popping up? Like,
oh, look who his agent is. The son of Arn.
Okay. You know what?
Cue the All in the Family reset, please.
Let's just hope that he's gone before the Pistons select him. So.
And what do we say about hope, Kenny?
It's not a strategy.
That's right, and you're not Kenny. All right. So
Kenny had opted out.
So which of these do you want to have the most meaningful discussion on? Ha!
I mean,
I know it's a cornucopia.
It is.
You got to pick
for
one.
Me, you were gone. I said go after Bob Myers. I know he's doing things with the Washington Commanders. That's not his first love. It would be easier, I think, for you to get him. He's the man that helped build the Warriors and turn them into what they were.
I will buy you dinner in eternity if Bob Myers took this job. I don't think money's not the issue. Bob Myers can have whatever job he wants. Rico, dinner in continuum. Once a week, every week of every month, every year. I will just consider it another car payment.
I don't want to do this 5th pick with Tellum's.
So hold on. So then, do you want our discussion about
because that's not who you should take? Okay.
Do you want to have no? It wasn't a discussion of should. It's a discussion of fear of inevitability.
Because it will.
Because Arn Tellum is Thanos with the jewel glove. I am inevitable. So are my kids' clients.
Right.
So here we go. The two, and you get to pick what we have the most meaningful discussion on. The trade-cade principle or Bronny at 5, bring the king to the Motown Museum. You pick.
I think you have a shot at Bronny at 5.
Let's talk about it. You can think it's stupid. I think this franchise is. So it fits perfectly.
Because it screams, you know what? We're going to have sellouts. LeBron's going to be there. He can opt out for the whole season. You can't do load, man. He's going to have to eventually put on a Pistons jersey and play with his kid.
You'd make the playoffs next year. You realize that, right? What LeBron is doing at this age is remarkable.
And you'd probably have a few people who say, you know what? Screw it, LeBron. I'll come to Detroit for a year.
Oh, maybe Boobie Gibson will come out of retirement. Wow. 248-539-9797. Let's have a meaningful discussion on a really twisted idea for the Pistons at 5. We'll do it next. 97.1.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. And the beauty of it is you don't have to wait until the fall. Classes are starting year round. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's dynamic media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, summer driving season is upon us. The combination of increased traffic, 18-wheelers, motorcycles, and construction on every damn road in this state. In Michigan, we got more accidents than anybody in the summer. If you are injured in an accident, David Feminini on his team, ready to help you right now. And David will not take a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so we're going to have this in a serious manner, no trolling, and I want you to hear the sales pitch. And if the nerd portion of Pistons fan base wants to call up and yell and scream like they've got an answer, God bless, because I don't know how you have an answer with your head firmly planted up your... So here we go. This draft blows. It's awful. This is one of the worst drafts in the last 25 years of the league. The Pistons are destitute. They're the Flint Tropics at the end of the movie when the commissioner comes in and says, even if you win tonight, we're not letting you in the NBA. You may as well trade Coffee Black to the Spurs. So you're destitute. You're tired of losing. You got Cade, who you got to hit on a rookie extension, and you got to start winning games. Guys like Duren, Ivy, Cade. You want to throw Beef Stew in there. You want to throw Sasser in there. You want to throw Sir Thompson in there. Guys, these guys have got to start experiencing real basketball, or this thing truly goes to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Now, we all know LeBron wants to play with Bronny. In a way, I view the fifth pick as being whatever. No, I don't want to take Michael Tellum's client. No, I'm not going to make some impassioned pound-the-table case for anybody. Here's why. If you take the best player available, you're going to be trading someone. Donovan Clingan is the best player at 5. Great, you're trading Duren. Oh, well, what about Rob Dillingham? Great, you're trading Jaden Ivey. See, you're at a point now, you've been bad for so long, you have people that are placeholders in every spot.
So who would you trade if you took the guy that I want them to take, Dalton Connect?
I would just quit. The point I'm making is...
Like, why would you quit?
I don't have high hopes for him. The point is, if I take Bronny and I can bring LeBron in, that is the steroids. That's the human growth hormone for player development. Because now, Cade, Ivy, Asur, Duren, all the youth, LeBron's here. I don't care if it's for 1 year. If in 1 year I can pack 4 years of development and I make the playoffs, and I'm sold out every night. I'm on national TV. I'm playing meaningful games in the fourth quarter. I think that has way more value than taking some Euro stash who won't be ready to play for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's take Bob Bazilius. He's 6'11", 190. So my point is, now that we've been properly boned and the NBA didn't even leave the money on the nightstand, and we're picking fifth, and they're not going to call us in the morning, and we're wondering what happened. Why don't they love me? Well, now your former stupidity is actually brilliance. And I'm here to talk about it.
First of all, David has taken everything that I can to actually pick up a physical chair and hit him in the spine. Because when I brought this up a month ago,
it was different.
You told me, no. Yeah, if you're the Pistons, it's dollar signs. Nobody wants to see you. Guess what? You're going to sell jerseys. You're going to sell tickets. People are actually going to be sitting in seats. You're going to have real sellouts again. And yeah, it's going to be a circus. It's going to be a sideshow. It's going to be
awesome.
The NBA equivalent of watching all the stuff they're doing with Caitlin Clark. That everybody's going to want to watch. Detroit will be the it team because for the first time ever in NBA history, a father and son will be playing together. Yes, it will work for you. Is it long term? Is it sustaining? No and no. But you're irrelevant right now.
That's
so
right.
what does it matter? You're paying a coach who doesn't want to be here. Your owner probably can't name the players on your team. You have a person running this team who can't pick a winner in a one-horse race. So what does it matter right now? Go ahead.
Yes.
Take Bronny. It's a package deal because you know LeBron is going to come here. And on top of that, you may get one or two NBA veterans who says, hey, LeBron, make some room for me. I'll come to Detroit.
Oh, Tobias is already coming.
Well, yeah, I guess.
The point I'm trying to make, if you think this is folly, tell me why.
But you're still getting a chair. Go
Okay,
ahead.
just tell me why. 248-539-9797. Look, now that the dust is settled and we're screwed and we're picking fifth, guys, you can't just take some 19-year-old who won't be ready for 2 years and just keep losing. Oh, well, what if we make a trade? For who? Are you going to trade for Trae Young's male pattern baldness? No.
Well, and here's the thing.
You want Brandon Ingram? Is that where we're going with it? Do you know how many picks that would cost you?
Well,
what are we doing?
Mike, here's the other thing. If you bring LeBron and Bronny here, you may have a double dip in Detroit on Christmas Day where you could have the Pistons.
Oh, that's right.
And the Lions both playing on Christmas Day.
Somebody call Sheila E. and her drum. We need a halftime show. It's on, y'all.
Because if you get LeBron James and Bronny James, you're relevant. You're going to be on TV.
And LeBron is sending the smoke signals, Rico.
Yeah. I mean, we all know. It's the worst kept secret.
He's telling the Lakers. Hey.
Bronny has to the end of the month before he can withdraw from the draft. But the way he's tearing up the camp doesn't sound like he is.
42-inch vert. I mean, Lord knows he's never played well in a game, but I don't care. The fifth pick is basically I'm drafting LeBron. Guys, if you don't like me here, we're going to do what we do with the Wings. The difference is the Wings have fans. If you don't like my idea, cool. What's yours? Oh, you think you're just going to sit there, take another player? Okay. Maybe you take a guy at 5. Maybe it's the next Paul Pierce. Maybe it's just this tremendous draft pick. What evidence do we have? And oh, by the way, this is all across the board. People in the league are referring to this as the worst draft in a generation. So you know what I'd rather do? Something bold. Something different. I'm bored. And honestly, Cade is probably closer to asking or demanding out than anybody realizes. So when you're going to pay him 5 at 260 or 270, if you don't want him to, quote, do the Simmons, i.e. sign the extension, and before the ink is dry, demand a trade.
Oh, I thought you meant just not play games.
Yeah, hurt back, orange sunglasses, Met Gala wearing a grandfather clock.
Layup. No, I'm just going to pass the ball.
248-539-9797. You know what? This might be so good of an idea, nobody can call up to argue it.
Because you want to know why?
Or nobody cares. It might be the latter. I'm not sure.
Because I think a lot of people are thinking we're joking, but I'm not.
I'm not joking.
LeBron James, and it's like, wait, because LeBron James is the hated person. He's the modern day equivalent of Michael Jordan, where, wait, you can't bring LeBron to Detroit.
Actually, sure I can.
You can.
I know.
And
I brought Chris Chelios here.
It would be relevant.
No.
This team, people would care about the Pistons, David. You would be all over ESPN. You'd be all over the NBA because they're going to want to showcase everything that the Pistons do.
Here, David, I'm going to go get LeBron. And we're going to go sign Malik Monk. Come on, let's get it done.
Your summer league games. Imagine what the summer league games would be on prime time.
Hot. We're in Vegas live for Pistons basketball, David. Sizzling.
I'm going to say this before I say anything else.
We probably will be at the D for their games in Vegas.
Sizzling.
What you all are saying is right. I just can't sell my soul, man. I can't. We would be in salary cap hell trying to win here to get everybody in place to play with LeBron.
This team is so bad. They have no pieces. So either you get rid of Cade, but this way you can keep Cade and you become interesting. You become fun. And you become something that all of a sudden the league will remember, wait, we got a team in Detroit? Yes, you do.
Here's the other thing, guys. You have to realize something. You may be stuck at 5, and there's 3 point guards staring you in the face. Now, what are we doing there? I have so little respect for this draft. I'm just offering you something different. When I saw LeBron at that game last night putting on a spectacle, that was a message. He's telling the Lakers, oh, I'm going to leave. better get my kid here.
Well, by the way, there is history to that. When he last played for the Heat,
Zydrunas Ilgauskas retirement night,
He
and a
went-
month later,
exactly.
he was a Cav. That's true. David's right. Listen, guys, I know this idea is way too high level.
Or real quick,
it's absurd, but I love it.
Or you get a lion's share from the Lakers in order for them to make this trade. Okay, Pistons will make a trade for that 5th pick because we need to make LeBron happy.
The Austin Reeves arc. He goes back to the team that tried to draft him, and he hung up the phone on the Pistons, and he comes back in a big trade package, and then a bunch of picks from 2042.
Yeah, or you can just sit there and take Tellum's kids.
No, I'm saying, or you sit there, take another 19-year-old,
Because,
and if
right.
it's any of the foreign players not ready to play, and you just keep losing.
The Lakers will move heaven and earth to keep LeBron there. So you're going to get a sweetheart deal, even if you just hint, we're going to take Bronny, and we're going to bring LeBron with, okay, no. Okay, Pistons, what do you want for this? Just don't want Troy in the room, but go ahead.
Maybe the ticket texters have something to say, because people keep calling and hanging up on Kenny. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. 248-539-9797. If you missed the golf discussion, Odyssey.com rewind. Guys, we're ready to rock and roll. It's summer. You get road trips galore. Moran Buick GMC, hot deals right now. Lease a 24 GMC Terrain starting at $279 a month. You can lease a 24 Encore GX Preferred, $229 a month. Both 36 months. Both $19.99 down. New stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system at MoranExpress.com. Hey, they'll have the vehicle you're looking for. Moran even has Yukons. They've have Denali's in stock as well. So make sure your car is in good tip-top order. You don't want to break down on that road trip. They'll give you the certified service, and you get the free loaner vehicle. It's always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com and Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. All right, if you're looking for Goff reaction, Odyssey.com Rewind did the second half of the show yesterday on it, did the open today on it. Right now, a little bit of a wild idea inspired by LeBron's World Tour last night. Look, it's no secret. Obviously, Cleveland would be the place he could run the entire show. He was a VIP of Danny G last night, and he made sure to walk in fashionably late so everybody saw him. The point is, if you're the Pistons at 5, be the wrench. LeBron, we're taking Bronny at 5. You in? Now, if he says, I'd rather die than play in Detroit, well, we'll alter course. I'm making a point. This draft is horrendous, and something has to change with this franchise. No, I don't want to go and sign human garbage Miles Bridges. Sorry, I don't. No, Tobias Harris, not all the Cheez-Its in the world. No. Why not this? Draft Bronny at 5, get LeBron here, let's play meaningful basketball. And you know what? What's the cost? A pick no one's excited about? How about this? What if you make the pick, the guy you draft plays 12 minutes a night, and a year from now, Cade's demanding out after you paid him $5 at $270?
Or, you know what? Here's the compromise. You let everybody, we're going to take Bronny. And whether it's L.A., whether it's Cleveland, wherever LeBron wants to go, you got to come and deal with Detroit. You got to give us something back so that we can kickstart this franchise and do something. We want a king's ransom for the king's son. If you want to make this happen, we're taking him. Well, he doesn't fit. Doesn't matter.
That's right.
Doesn't matter. He may never play it down here.
The Colts are taking Elway.
But, right. It's like the Colts and Elway. It's like, well, we're going to draft him. And now what are you going to do? Because now, hey, LeBron, where you want to go? Cleveland has to pick up the phone. Detroit, what do you want?
That's right.
L.A., Detroit, what do you want?
Be the wrench. Let's go. All right, let's get to the people. David, ticket text, then we'll go to the calls.
The LeBron idea is so stupid it would fail miserably. Everyone would be afraid to say how effing terrible his kid is in the locker room, and it would be a complete mess. Another person says, that's the dumbest LeBron idea ever. Hence, it's brilliant. Ticket sales, media coverage, and LeBron passes to Bronny. That's 2 paid commercials right there.
Plus Johnny Kane every night.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the Bronny to LeBron dunk and then LeBron to Bronny dunk. And there it is. It's going to live in infamy. And for the rest of eternity, Detroit uniforms will be on those 2 players when this happened.
Hell no, Mike. Don't nobody want what's left of LeBron's core.
Whoa. What's left? Tell me you didn't watch the NBA this year without telling me. What's left is first team All-NBA. Mm-hmm. What's left is 27-7-7.
And
what?
He may be up there in age, but imagine if LeBron actually, not to say that he didn't care, but he's really going to want to play for his son to make things go a lot smoother. LeBron knows his kid's not that great, but
Does
I'm LeBron. He does. And I'm going to make sure that I set you up in the best possible situation. David, he knows.
Is this the best possible situation?
No, but what I'm saying,
but it's our dream. You leave it alone.
No. Here's the best. You're going to play with me, son.
That's right.
And it's just like we're out in the backyard on the hoops. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to bring in some of my guys. You need somebody to rebound? Hey, Day, leave Golden State. Come here. You're from Michigan anyway. Let's go.
Here's the thing. Nobody likes your GM or team president anyways. Let LeBron be the GM. There, I've just expedited the search.
Right.
Do whatever he wants. Who
You're going to ruin a franchise. At least it got ruined by LeBron.
How do you ruin a house that's already burnt down? Like what is how do you ruin the burnt sticks of what used to be the Detroit Pistons?
You just go hire a backhoe and you just dig up the ground.
And that's an improvement.
Right.
Let's go to the people. Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good. I called about Jared Goff, but you sure got my attention with the LeBron thing. I can sum up Goff real simple.
Sure.
I've worked in the service industry between Toledo, Flint, Monroe, all around there. People are stuck in the 70s and 80s with pricing. They will fight you for a nickel increase on the cup of coffee. They fought my wife over it when she worked as a manager. So people just cannot get over pricing of the Midwest and of the 80s. So that sums up Jared Goff, why you're getting so much
Yes.
resistance. You had a caller say, I wouldn't pay 1 cent more than $40 million. That just seems to sum up what most everybody says. But on the LeBron subject is, what else do we have to lose? There's no way out of where we're at. And like you said, it could just spur it. Maybe it spurs a big trade, for that 5th pick. Because that 5th pick, like you said, is not worth much in this draft.
No.
There's nobody that you're looking at that you say, I just really hate missing out on. So I like the idea. You got to do something because right now nobody even cares about the franchise.
No, as we sit here right now, I mean, Jeff, nobody you coveted wants the president job. You haven't even begun to figure out Troy Weaver and Monty Williams' future. And you are going to approach a point where Cade Cunningham doesn't want to be here anymore. And he's extension eligible this summer. Now, if you want to tell me it's stupid, I hate it, fine. Sit there at 5, have an unnamed GM, take an unnamed player, or God forbid another Tellem client, and then wait 2 years for that player to be ready. I mean, it just, guys, you get in a vortex. Okay, or Rico's thing. Let's say they go out and do something you've talked about. That not while you endorse this man on a personal level, you want him on a basketball level. Let's say they go out and sign Miles Bridges. Okay, let's say you use the 5th pick. I don't want that. You're free to. I don't want that.
Well, for the record, Miles Bridges was last year when I thought maybe this is over. Doesn't look like it is. So we're going to pass.
Well, he violated the order. So, the pesky law has a way of catching up.
But this is one where, Detroit, you're irrelevant. You become relevant. NBA, NBC, everybody's going to be back here in Detroit for every one of your games.
It'll be just like 04, standing room only, David.
You want to know what it's going to look like? Turn on ESPN tonight. It's all Caitlin Clark. That will be you from NBA opener to Christmas Day. And the Pistons are going to be all over the place.
Stephen A., First Take, live.
Yes.
Live from the district.
Okay, you went too far.
All right. Hungry Howie's football season's over and basketball season never really exists. So look, it's Hungry Howie's, the mix and match, any 2 items, starting at $6.99. You mix and match, it's never been easier. Choose from essentially the entire menu of offerings. Pair up what you want, $6.99 each. Dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. And yes, that includes a medium 1-topping pizza for $6.99. 2-topping flatbreads, salads, even the desserts. So no matter what, it's Hungry Howie's. 8 flavored crusts, they never miss. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, we'll get back to the phones in a moment. Mix in a little football for the first time this hour. David, a little music. Let's do the business.
So we've been talking Jared Goff. He got a huge contract extension. There will be other quarterbacks after him, Tua, Dak, whatever. We'll see more. So here's what I want to do. I want to go to the reverse side of it. And we want to talk about quarterbacks under the most pressure entering this season. So we're going to go 1 through 5.
Okay.
5 meaning the seat is on fire. 1 meaning they're okay.
All right.
So let's start with the New Orleans Saints quarterback, Derek Carr.
5. I think they had immediate buyer's remorse. He's not very good. He's not a leader. David, it's 5+.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, this is one of those, like, you thought, okay, we're going to take him from the Raiders and he's going to come here and it just didn't happen and doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, 33 years old, just 25 touchdowns last year. Yeah, it's probably over for him there in New Orleans. Let's get to your quarterback, Michael. The New York Giants quarterback, Daniel Jones, another buyer's remorse.
17. I mean, Rico could take this one. You already know what I'm going to say.
David, I'm going to go with a 4. It's buyer's remorse, but they were kind of painted into a corner. They had to do something. They couldn't just let him not – you just want a playoff game, right? So I guess we have to sign him, because what would happen if we said no? Well, you should have said no, but you almost were forced to say yes.
How much pressure is he under?
He's on a ton of pressure.
That's 5.
But I'm saying, yeah.
That's 5. Come on, gotta just give me this one thing. Just
5.
give me.
It's 5.
It's a 5.
Oh, this next guy, I'm curious.
I needed that for the soul, David.
I'm curious what you say about this guy. They brought more talent in for him. This will be his second year there in Tennessee. They brought Calvin Ridley in, Tony Pollard in, but it's the Tennessee Titans quarterback, Will Levis.
You want to go first?
I don't know, because I don't know what Tennessee wants to do. They really believe that Will Levis is all that. They didn't go after a quarterback. So I'm going to say it's probably around a 2. They believe that they have something here, and just wait. Year 2 is going to be the breakout season for him.
I'll say a 4. It's very simple. If it doesn't go well, they'll be in a position high enough in the draft to take a quarterback, and they will. Why? Levis was a second-round pick. I think it's a 4. 5 is just it's likely already over, intense pressure. They just wait for the person to die. 4, there's still a little bit of hope, but we didn't invest enough in this dude to care, and if we suck again,
I think
he's gone.
I think it's a little more hope there. That I think they believe maybe they have their next Jalen Hurts, a guy you took in the second round and you were smarter than everybody else in the league.
Las Vegas Raiders quarterback, they're stuck with him. They did not trade up to get a quarterback this year. He threw for 2,200 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions in 11 games, 10 starts. Aiden O'Connell.
It's a 0 because he's not going to play. It's Gardner Minshew's job. So how can I put pressure on you? You've been replaced.
See, I don't think he's been replaced, Mike. I think that's a fan favorite. Like, as much as they chant Jared Goff here, I think Las Vegas people love Aiden O'Connell because he's the ultimate underdog guy. And, yeah, I think, David, I would probably say that's – wait. Yeah, probably. I would put it in the middle. I put him like around a 3.
So then, Mike, I'll give him to you then. They did sign him to a 2-year, $25 million deal. I'll give you Gardner Minshew.
4.
I think Minshew is he's the insurance policy. If this doesn't work out, we could always go to Minshew, but we really want this to work out.
So I'm going to give you 2 guys here. I think they're in the same category. They will get contract extensions, but they've done nothing in the playoffs.
Okay.
One, Dak Prescott. The other, Tua Tagovailoa.
Wow. I mean, they're both getting paid, but pressure, I mean, Dak's like a 7,000. What's the highest number imaginable? It's 5. You're in Dallas. You're winning 12 games a year, but you tank in the playoffs. And they're going to pay him even more. I'd say a 5. Tua's probably a 3. They got no outs. He runs the offense well. It's his health. But I think he's just a 3.
He runs the offense well. They normally disappear in cold weather and in the playoffs. For Dak, where else is Dallas going to go? Oh, wait. Shedeur Sanders is coming out next year. So, oh, Mike, David, I need this. I need this to happen for Shedeur to go to the Dallas Cowboys. It's like peanut butter and jelly. It's like rum and Coke. They go together.
Next quarterback on the list would be Geno Smith for the Seattle Seahawks, 33 years old.
5. He's old. He's stanky. Team just wasn't in a position to take a quarterback, but this is it. New regime, 1 year saver. I'm a 5 there.
Yep, new regime. If you know what, if you want to keep your job, you do this. But the second we see that, you know what, we can do better, you're gone.
I'm putting these quarterbacks together, both Steelers quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
Are we wrong for just saying 5 on a lot of these? I think the teams that don't have quarterbacks, you're under this immense pressure that, like, Russ, if he has 3 bad weeks, he's benched.
I'm not going to say, if you're going to combine the two, I won't say 5 because the Steelers are banking on the law of averages that one will work out and one will stink. So once Russ goes out there and has 3 bad weeks, Justin will come in and save the day because we're Pittsburgh, because I'm Mike Tomlin, and all we do is win here in Pittsburgh in the Steel City. So if you combine them, I'll go with a 3, knowing that one is going to be a 5 and the other one they're hoping will be a 1, so 3 combined.
So I'm going to close it out with the college issue that I wanted to get to before, and that is Brian Kelly clearly doesn't believe in NIL. Quote, "We're not in the market of buying players, and unfortunately right now, that's what some guys are looking for. They want to be bought. If you're just looking to get paid, you're looking in the wrong place."
Great.
He's doing this wrong.
Yeah, and he won't be in Atlanta. It's just simple. I don't have to like the portal. I don't have to like the way it's playing out. But if you're at LSU, it's like Clemson. Dabo refuses to use it. Is he putting the best team on the field that he can? No. Brian Kelly and LSU may be good, but they're not going to put the best team on the field, and those donors will not accept anything less.
See, the problem is you came out publicly and said that, like Dabo, because if you kept that to yourself, you believed it in your heart of hearts that, you know what, I'm not doing this. You could easily just say, you know what, we really wanted David Hull on our team. We just got outbid, and people will be okay with that because it'll show you had integrity. We're not selling out the pro. But when you say, I'm not doing this at all, you better win because now it looks like you're not trying, and that's what's hurting Clemson right now.
That's why Ole Miss is going to win the SEC West.
That's not going to happen, but go ahead.
Let's just place the bet.
Who's the coach?
Come to the SIP.
Okay.
Come on.
I may not come back.
Okay, that's, my God. Jesus.
And that is in football today.
Oh, man. All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you with us. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We've covered the Jared Goff stuff. We've given you the state of the Pistons and what just one fun idea, because Lord knows there's nothing fun about picking fifth again.
It's like if you try to make that bet in Vegas, you'd be a rich man.
look, here, it's both things can be true, and I know we're moving on, but yes, the lottery's broken. No, I don't think it's a conspiracy. It's just 6 straight years the team with the worst record has not gotten the first pick. It's broken, and the Pistons have fallen victim to that. Now, they're lucky in that they've actually gotten the number 1 overall pick at one point, but I don't feel sorry for them because they are such a clown show. But I wanted to ask this question, something different. You can't go anywhere in the sports world right now, whether it's ESPN or CBS or whatever it is. I mean, they may as well be flying a blimp over your head that says, Caitlin Clark. Tonight is the Caitlin Clark opener for the Indiana Fever. Okay. I go to ESPN just to check. All right, what's going on? Am I missing anything? Add it to the show sheet. Rico, I scrolled down 17 times. It's all Caitlin Clark. I'm not interested. Goodbye, red X. I'm out. Here's my question. And it's not even, there's no judgment one way or the other. The problem I have when you get to this topic is if you make a decision that you're not interested or not watching, people want to attach things to it. You're a misogynist. No, I'm not interested in women's basketball. I don't find it fun to watch because I want to play above the rim, not below it. Not watching. It's cool if you do. Do whatever you want. But I won't dedicate 10 seconds to this tonight. I'm interested in our audience, though. Look, there's clearly a financial stake in this for the NBA. They're tired of losing money. The WNBA has never turned a profit. There's a financial stake in this for ESPN. The better the WNBA does, the more money they make. Don't know if you're aware of this, but ESPN's bleeding money. They're hemorrhaging. So Caitlin Clark represents a meal ticket. All right? I'm fine if you watch it. But whatever NBA game is on or whatever NHL game is on or baseball, that's where I'll be tonight. The odds are I will never watch a single second of Caitlin Clark's career. That's just for me. Mm-hmm. I am not interested. I want to know you guys and certainly you out there in listener land. But tonight, what time's the game start? 7? 7:30?
7:30.
All right. They're playing the Connecticut whatever. And it's the first sellout in that team's 20-year history. The point I'm making is we can talk about this, and I don't think it's evil to say I'm not interested. I've highlighted the reasons. Now, I watched Caitlin Clark against LSU, Angel Reese. Remember we talked about if they made the Elite Eight?
Right.
I would sit down and watch it. It was cool because there's a rivalry. Fine. I watched a half. That's about what I could do. But now that's gone. It's not the tournament. It's not her quest at Iowa to bring Iowa, of all places, a natty. I just know for me, I'm not watching it. I wonder if you are. And if you are, there's no judgment. I don't care. God bless. Do whatever you like. But I wonder how many sports fans will take time out of their night. Maybe it helps the Tigers aren't on TV with over half of Metro Detroit. Obviously, it helps the Wings aren't in the playoffs. Pistons in playoffs. My God.
But I think a lot of it, Mike, you do have people who just like watching Caitlin Clark, and they've been following her career, and then, it's just their thing. You have others, I think that it's almost a little bit of curiosity. Like when they played earlier this year, and it was like, okay, I'm going to sit there, me and my buddy, and we were watching the game like, okay, you know what? She's entertaining, hitting the logo threes. It was the Peacock game they played against MSU, and it's like, all right, this is kind of an entertaining game. We're like, I can't believe we stuck with this thing the whole time, but we watched the whole game. So for some, it's a curiosity. Okay. I don't know if curiosity lasts for an entire season. And in others, it's just a little bit of a FOMO. Like, well, everybody else is doing it, so I got to do the same thing. To me, it's almost like the whole Aaron Rodgers in New York. And it was like, why do we care? And ironically enough, he's done after 3 plays. And it's like, okay, well, now what? He's done.
I think it would be certainly a different conversation if Caitlin Clark played here in Detroit. If we had a WNBA franchise, I think there would be a different dialogue to it because it would be something local that, yes, it would be a legitimate thing for a lot of people to take their kids to. We don't have a team here. No. For my purposes, there's no use for it.
But I think it's just the the fact of what she does. It's watching Caitlin shoot threes is almost like when Steph comes to town. You want to watch Steph and see exactly everything that he does. He shot a 40-foot three-pointer and beat this team, or he did this, and you just want to say you saw it because she's entertaining, because she's doing something that not a lot of people can do.
Does it last?
No effort.
And again, no one knows. I don't claim to know. I don't think I know what's going on right now, and it's just pretty clear that this is a big-time narrative being pushed by people who have a financial stake in said narrative.
It lasts as long as she keeps winning, but kind of like Steph, they're not winning anymore. He's not as fun to watch because you've seen it. Okay, he hit another 40-footer. Okay,
that's called the 2022 NBA Finals. Thank you. I don't want to relive that. 248-539-9797. Bang!
You know what? You got the Celtics right now. You're going to win the whole thing.
No, I don't think so.
You're winning the whole thing, my friend.
Our listeners don't care. You and I can have a sidebar. David, talk to me. Are you watching tonight? What channel? What is it? ESPN2?
It would be on ESPN2 tonight. And asking me I'm going to give a different answer because I've been watching the WNBA for over 10 years now.
David, it's not North Korea.
So
you're not going to be thrown in the gulag if you're watching.
I am going to watch it. Of course, I'm going to watch it.
Okay.
But I do understand there is clearly a narrative here. There is clearly a narrative here where they want Caitlin Clark to succeed. That's why ESPN has been covering her like crazy, not just now, but even when she was in college 2 years ago. Because they knew eventually she was going to be in the WNBA, and who carries the WNBA?
David, it's the same.
ESPN.
It's the same thing.
But here's the thing, though, David. She's actually good, and
but I can't say that.
No, they're capital.
She's never played in the WNBA. I can't tell you she's going to be good.
David, we do the same thing. We've done the same thing for Caleb Williams. He's never played a down in the NFL.
I can't tell you he's going to be good either.
But oh my goodness, look at this guy coming into the league. It's why I said a segment ago, Pistons should go get Bronny James. You will get the same type of notoriety, and ESPN and everybody, NBC, will all descend upon Detroit. Why? Because that's LeBron's kid, and it'll be so much hype. Now, unlike Bronny, she's actually good. So we'll have to see how she gets implemented into the league. David, the last time, I feel like I'm dating myself, the last time that I've seen this much hype over somebody who we didn't know what was going to happen in the league, ironically enough, was LeBron James. When he first got to the league, it was, well, this kid's coming from high school. He won't be able to hang with the pros. Yeah, some 20-some years later, he was able to hang with the pros.
Kenny, you watching?
Playoff hockey tonight. Come on.
Okay.
What are we talking about?
All right. I asked everyone to answer the question. It's not a judgment. Kenny's into the hockey. I get it. David, what's coming through on the ticket text? What do people have to say about it?
Someone says, yes, I'm watching CC tonight. Ohtani, Mahomes, and CC are must-see TV. Another person says, Mike, I agree with you. I don't care about Caitlin Clark. Good for her that she's successful, but I just don't care to hear from her. Caitlin Clark is a story pushed by ESPN to the sheep. No one actually cares or watches. It's fake.
Well, here's hold on. Can I just please get this out?
Yeah,
just please. Like, it's here. If you want to go to the other side of the aisle, it's no different than what they're doing with McAfee. Okay? They have a massive financial stake in Pat McAfee. They are jamming him down your throat at every turn. You know what I don't need? More McAfee. Okay? It's no different. So I do feel like there's an element here where go to ESPN.com. Rico, you can't find a story about anything else.
Right, but it's her opening night. And I disagree with that person saying it's for the sheep because we do that. If it's something you disagree with, well, you're a sheep. You're this. Or maybe it's just not for you, and that's okay, ticket texter, because there are people who are going to watch her. There are people who are interested. I mean, I guess they have like some documentary, and I'm flying back last night, and the lady next to me is watching the entire thing, and it was like last year's college hoop season featuring her and the South Carolina team. But so people are into this. It may not be for you, but yeah, she's the it person right now. And yeah, ESPN would be stupid not to capitalize upon this.
So also, if you just don't want to get involved in the are you watching or are you not, does it have staying power? I mean, honestly, we're a prisoner of the moment right now. None of us have the answer. I would love an opinion. Last I checked, opinions are what we do.
Now, that's a different question.
I know. I want to offer people some outs here. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, David.
I'm not sure it lasts. I'm really not sure. And I'm going to continue to say this. Until I see her win something, I can't tell you she's going to be successful. Sure, if she hits a three here or there, but if she doesn't take her team and win championships,
Right,
and take them to the next
at this
level,
point, it's like Diana Taurasi, Sue Bird. Like, they had all of these Hall of Fame great players, and they were struggling as a league. Can she be that bridge to take them to the next? She's going to bring a lot of attention. She's going to get especially a lot of little girls saying, you know what, I can do that as well. They're going to gain a lot of new fans. But is it sustainable?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure as of right now. Someone else does say if it is the only thing on television, then I guess I'm reading.
Okay. I
feel strongly that Clark has been absolutely pile-driven down our throats, and I'm completely uninterested and will never watch because of it. That is from Alex.
Yeah, I think that's just the point I'm at in my life now is I don't like being told I need to care about something. Maybe that's in this post-COVID era where I'm just tired of being – I don't need to be told, you have to watch this or you're a bad person. No, I don't. I don't find it entertaining. And I damn sure don't think it's nearly as important as the NBA or NHL playoffs tonight. Sorry. Hi, Kenny.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, too, is I'm just resentful of it's constantly in your face, where even if I did have interest, I'll probably look at the highlights on Twitter after the game is over, kind of get a sense of what happened, but beyond
right, but
that,
trying to find other sports stuff right now, it's impossible. Yeah. I think we just became best friends. 2-4.
But once again, bring it full circle, it's why you want Bronny here, because we will be the annoying story.
That would be amazing.
We would.
Instead, the Pistons are just annoying in a way different way.
You'd have people in other cities. I'm so sick of hearing about Detroit. Well, deal with it.
248-539-9797. Rico, hit him.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. It is time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs to perfect days like today and later on this week. You can go and get that convertible at Hamilton as well. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the May Rico deal. A 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for detail. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located right at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games and a viewing experience built for you, the fan. One of 6 pools, 3 different levels, and a perfect view of the massive screen. It's located Circa Resort and Casino, right in downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to the people. Number of topics in the mix. If you're looking for Jared Goff discussion, we open the show with it. We can get to it again at 5, Odyssey.com rewind. Right now, just the question. Caitlin Clark's debut tonight. Are you watching? Hey, man, if you are, God bless. It's not for me. I just don't find it interesting. I don't find it entertaining. And honestly, the more I'm told I need to like something, I generally kind of dovetail out of that. And I mean, just doing show prep and going around various sports sites, enough. Enough. You would think Michael Jordan rose from the ashes. Literally. I can't do it. So enjoy it. ESPN2, what is it, 7:30? God bless. Let's go to D, 97.1. D, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
How are you?
I'm amazing. Happy Tuesday.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
So the first one was LeBron, and you already said it. If you bring, and I don't want Bronny James, but if you get LeBron, you get a GM and a coach, and we need them both.
You get the all-in-one, the all-inclusive.
We need them. We need them both. With the WNBA, and you mentioned Coffee Black earlier. I'd rather listen to Coffee Black play the flute than watch the WNBA. I would rather tonight listen to Pat Caputo for 17 hours.
No.
Than watch the WNBA.
How about Jackie Moon wrestling a bear?
I have a solution, I think, for the WNBA. It's not right, and they won't do it. But follow me, okay? When we watch the Olympics and we watch the women play volleyball, they have on a certain uniform.
No, we're not. Stop. All right, it says 1950. Now, come on.
Nope.
Cut it out. It's ridiculous. Now, that's the offensive stuff. That's ridiculous. Move on.
Wonder where he was going with that.
Well, and unfortunately, he went to the wrong place. Go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, how are you?
Fine. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind, Ed?
Am I understanding this correctly? We're paying 3 guys $110 million of the $255 million salary cap this year?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Well, I don't know how the math works out, but how are we going to make it to the Super Bowl with 3 guys?
Well, the way it works, I mean, if you go around the league, and obviously the cap went up 13.7%, and it's projected to go up again like that, you have a quarterback you have to pay. Penei Sewell's the best offensive lineman regardless of left or right orientation. And yes, Amon-Ra, I think consensus now is he's a top 5 receiver. So if you don't want to pay them, how are you going to get to the Super Bowl?
Well, that's 43% of the cap.
Correct. But when Brian Branch makes $10.
I was about to say, but everybody else still fits under the cap. So this year and the next couple of years, you have the luxury of all your young players being under their rookie salaries.
All right. Well, I guess if the math works out, but we better win it this year. Can we get Higgins to complement the receiver core?
No, that's where we go a bridge too far. I mean, T. Higgins is going to want the better part of $30 more million.
And Ed, the way the contracts are set up, by the time the other players that you're worried about, they're up, these guys' contracts are going to start to fall off.
I mean, look, there's a very good chance this is Ragnow's last year. He's the highest paid center in football. There's a decent chance Taylor Decker's last year. Who
replaces Ragnow?
Well, that's part of why I wanted to draft a guy. But I think that's where you let Brad cook. You have to draft someone, just like the Chiefs did when they needed to replace their center, and they went and got Creed Humphrey with the last pick of the first round. Ed, if Holmes is as good as many people think he is, then this is the challenge that is set before him. A, to acquire the talent. B, to keep it. And C, how do I patch holes when I don't get to keep everybody? That's why the league is so hard. That's why the league is designed for parity. It's really hard to do it. And it's also why, like, it kills me to respect Rico's team, but they're able to stay good because John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have a knack. They find people, including that rat of a quarterback.
See, you always take.
I'm sorry. That was gratuitous.
If he was a Giant, you'd still call him a rat.
He'd be out of the league. We have no talent. But no, look, you're suffering from sticker shock. Here's a different way of looking at it. Did we pay these 3 guys this money? Just work with me. Your quarterback in the new salary cap next year will take up 18% of your cap. That's it. Now ask yourself, does Jahmyr Gibbs make any money? No. Do either of your guards really make any money? And by the way, Zeitler will be a one and done. Glasgow could be one and done as well. All right. What other receivers on this team make money? Does Laporta make any money? No. Does J-Mo? No. Does anyone not name J-Mo?
DPJ?
No. All right. Defensively, you're probably going to lose Aleem McNeil. Good thing you signed DJ Reader, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else makes big money on that defense? Now, Carlton Davis would be the closest to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you got a couple other rookies. Amik Robinson doesn't make any money. Your safeties don't make any money. Brian Branch doesn't make any money. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how. And again, Rico's right. A couple of years ago, how are we going to pay? A couple of years from now, factor in, it's like compound interest.
Yeah.
Cap goes up 10, 12, 13% next year, the year after, the year after.
And here's what you'll
Not worried
also
about.
probably see. Goff will restructure his deal, or Amon-Ra will restructure the deal and push the money down the line so that they can bring in other players or pay other guys. That's what happens. That's big boy football. And I know Lions fans aren't used to this, but this is how the real teams do the salary cap.
Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'd like to comment on the Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting topic because I'm on my way back from seeing my oldest daughter who played both high school ball and college ball. I had a second daughter played high school ball. And as a father, I was out there, passionate, absolutely loved watching them. Can't bring myself to watch Caitlin Clark in the WNBA, and it is simply for one fact that one player cannot save this league, cannot make this product, this bad product, a good product. So I'm just simply not going to waste my time. She might be good, but it's almost the same reason I will not watch the Pistons today. It is a bad product. So I don't know what to say.
No,
Two daughters, loved watching them.
That's all you have to say.
Yeah,
I
go
mean,
ahead,
Jeff,
please.
like, another way to put it. Let's say the unthinkable happened and an NFL player, a great NFL quarterback, left the NFL to go play in this XFL, UFL, USFL thing, whatever this thing is, right? It's a fledgling league that loses money, just like the WNBA. Would I all of a sudden begin watching that league? No. Why? It's a bad product. I'm not interested in it.
Absolutely. I
Same
agree
principle.
with you 100% on that, and that's a great example. Hey, I do have to go, but I just want to make one more side comment, if I will.
Yeah.
After spending 2 weeks in Jacksonville, I have such a huge appreciation for everybody on your station because that was some of the most boring sports radio I've ever listened to in my life, and I've traveled the country. So it is good to be back in Michigan. It's
Thanks,
good to hear you guys' voices. Have a great evening.
Very nice of you. Thank you.
Two games in London. Will you be going over there?
And Jeff from the clouds. And thanks for stopping by,
It's
Jacksonville.
just unnecessary.
My. Dude, is there even sports radio in Jacksonville?
Oh, there is. I listened to it while I was there, too. It is trash.
Turn into Petey and the Hammer, 2 to 6. Ridiculous nickname garbage. Turn into Jake and the Crocodile, 2 to 6. I don't know what it is, man. Some of the damn small towns, everybody's got a nickname. And you're like, well, how the hell did you get one of those?
Well, at least we got our own Gator.
And I still don't understand that whole deal, but whatever.
Yeah, I never asked him.
He's just Scott. I don't do, I don't know.
How did he get the name Gator?
I don't know. Nobody knows. Let's just stop it there. All right. Mix and match deal, Hungry Howie's, very simple. Any two items starting at just $6.99. Mix and match has never been easier. And now Howie's has expanded the deal. It's essentially the whole menu. 2-topping flatbreads, salads, subs, even a medium 1-topping pizza. All $6.99. Mix and match, pair it up however you need, and get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. It's simple. And when it comes to flavor, Hungry Howie's has the market cornered. 8 flavored crusts. Hungry Howie's, they don't miss. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight. It's Hungry Howie's. As we meander through the day of sports, and I'll get to the phone calls in a second, I'm pretty sure I just had the most sobering and depressing moment of my day. I don't know how your office works, people, but in certain portions of this office, they play music for some unforeseen reason. They play music in the bathroom. They also play it in the kitchen. So I went to get some ice for my beverage. Update, there is no ice in the building. I guess that's too much to ask. The point I'm
went to the wrong refrigerator.
They were playing Green Day. And then I thought about, well, geez, when did this song come out? And then you realize the song is 22 years old. And then you realize that Billy Joe Armstrong, the lead singer, is 54 years old. And you go, oh, my God, I'm old. Oh, God. It's like the moment you realize the Beastie Boys were old. You're like, oh, boy, this is going badly.
Or one of your favorite movies, they're like, what do you mean it's like 25 years old?
Happens all the time.
Like,
happens all the time because Channel Guide is sure to tell you the year it came out. And you're like, oh, man. Oh, God. So, yeah, sorry. Little jarring right there. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the people. The Jared Goff stuff, we opened the show with it. We finished yesterday's show with it. There's no issues on this radio show about Goff's extension. I can't find them. If you wanted one, I was pounding the table for it to get done a year ago. Doesn't mean it could get done. Maybe Goff didn't want it. Maybe he wanted to bet on himself. I can't prove it. My point, I think you could have got him for something way more Danny Dimes than Joe Burrow. But am I mad that they paid this money? No. And I do think context, like we offered last segment, will help you in understanding. Let go of the number. The number is like, whoa. Look at the context. Mm-hmm. The cap, this league pimping individual games for $110 million apiece. That's how the cap goes up 13.7%. David, go ahead.
Goff, the last two seasons, second in yards, third in touchdowns, second in touchdown to interception ratio, fourth in first down percentage. Dude is a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, top 5, top 8, top 10, top 3. Here's an idea. Better than at least 2/3 of league. Full stop. Guys like you, guys like me, desperate to find a QB. I find it incredibly jarring to hear you yell about Jared Goff. My quarterback's in a neck brace.
Right, it just makes no sense.
He's
to
healthy
me.
now.
Is he?
He is. Comeback player of the year.
His vertebra look like a box of smashed goldfish.
Can't be the comeback player of the year if Justin Fields wins it. Someone
Doing
else.
what? Returning kicks? That bit is never going to get old now that that's a report, Kenny. It'll never get old.
Thank you, Jaylen Warren, for opening up your big mouth.
I'm sorry.
Someone else says, I love it, Mike, when you wax poetically on Brock Purdy. LOL. He is a rat.
Part of it is a bit. Part of it is pure vengeance. I can't help it. All right.
It's funny to me because it's, he can't do this. He can't. And then I hear people, oh, Jared Goff is the greatest. Like, guys, really? Are they that big of a difference? Yeah, it's not. But,
privilege.
I haven't heard that in a while.
It's not football season. We don't have to warm it up. Go ahead, David.
If Candace Parker couldn't get the fans to stay and watch in the WNBA, then Clark sure can't do it either. Okay?
I don't know. I don't have that answer.
Well, someone's asking you on this one, though. I think Caitlin Clark has the potential to have a bit of the Tiger Woods effect. She could bring people to a sport they otherwise wouldn't ever watch.
I'll tell you why I don't disagree. Is because if you are a chosen one by the media and the networks and the corporate sponsors, yes, it is clear they have tapped her. And it wasn't Diana Taurasi. It wasn't Candace Parker. It wasn't Cheryl Swoops. It wasn't Lisa Leslie.
Didn't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't Rebecca Lobo.
Sue Bird.
Okay, Sue Bird. Ionescu, the girl from Oregon. The point is, she's got that backing. So does it make it possible? Yes. But Tiger Woods was intergalactic.
But see, I guess in a game that's not played above the rim, she does the one thing that will be entertaining the crowds, shooting the long 3-pointers.
Well, then let me read this one, because you're right. They were not above the rim. two individuals that really weren't above the rim either, that brought the NBA to elevation, someone saying, comparing them to this modern day of Magic Johnson and Bird. The rivalry between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark could be what they need for the WNBA.
Man, I can't go there.
That's a stretch.
Look, okay, rivalry, fine. Magic and Bird was on another level at a time where the NBA was coming out of having their games on tape delay. And you had a player winning a national championship against the other guy losing it. You have now I don't want to get in trouble. Magic and Bird, both top 10 all-time NBA players. Okay. And NBA's explosion in the 80s. Are we thinking that's what she's going to do or Angel Reese going to do for the WNBA?
That's what the texters believe in, that they can do that.
But I'm not comfortable comping it to that. I don't know that we'll ever see another Magic Bird era.
See, I was going to say I could comp it to Steph, where Steph has changed the game.
For the worst, by the way.
Everybody is shooting three-pointers. Everybody's trying, you're on a fast break. It's 4-on-1. Let's stop and shoot a 30-foot three-pointer.
Yeah, Steph ruined basketball, 2-4-8.
Like, there's a guy wide open underneath the basket. I know, but I got to shoot this 35.
Rico, I watched the Celtics game the other night. I had no joy. My team was up 20. Why?
Because you just can't be happy?
No, because it was just a nonsense product. The Cavs come down, 40-footer. Celtics come down, 40-footer. 40-footer. I'm like, can we at least have 3 passes on the offensive end? Can we operate and do something other than this?
No, it's the Cleveland Heat checks.
It was bad. It was just bad basketball. Sorry. Let's go.
Your team's going to win it all. So.
No, they're not.
Just letting you know now.
They
won't
ready
for the I expect you to take the day off for the parade.
If Minnesota beats Denver, I will have much more belief in what you're saying. But if Denver's there, Denver has the kryptonite for the Celtics.
You going to the parade?
Forget. Why do I try explaining?
No, I'm Mike. I believe in your team.
You get off the airplane on meth. Do you know that?
No,
you
Mike,
really do.
Well, because I believe in your team, and I'm saying, you know what? I think you have the best team.
You're being patronizing.
Have you seen Jason Tatum lately?
Thank you. And the Jokic brothers are going to rough him up, and there's going to be a problem. I'm telling you, Denver's got the toughness, and Tatum doesn't react to it.
He's Lou Holtz. He's sandbag.
I'm not.
I like what I see with the Celtics.
Who has the most playoff wins in the National Basketball Association the last 10 years without a championship? My team. They're not closers.
That ends.
I hope you're right. They're not closers.
All I asked was, would you go to the parade?
No, I'll go to a game. I'm not going to go to some I don't like parades. Parades are stupid.
Okay. That's all you had to say.
I hope this town gets a parade. Not that I'll attend it, but I want the people to be happy.
That's all you had to say.
Okay. Who likes parades? You like parades.
No, but if it's a championship where you get to celebrate with the rest of the fans.
But see, I don't want to celebrate.
And it's in the summer, so it'll be nice outside.
I'll celebrate with you guys. I don't want to celebrate with fans.
Like if the Lions win, it'll be like 30 below outside.
No, if the Lions win, we're going to Kenny's bunker because the world will end. The meteor will have hit. This town will burn. The Lions win, we're going to need to rebuild the whole city. It's going to be chaos.
No, did you not see the draft? This city has changed.
I'm saying people will lose their faculties. It'll be like Philadelphia where they're going to have to grease the light poles so people don't climb to the top of them.
I think they'll be so shocked they won't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
There is an Armageddon-like asteroid coming close to Earth real soon within the next few years.
I'm telling you, Lions win the Super Bowl, it'll be a celebration like you've never seen. You may as well have a holiday in this town because no one will show up to work.
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah, we will. But people won't.
Well, good thing they're moving it to President's Day. So everybody will be off work anyway.
Oh, also, shout out for continuing to ruin sports. The NFL is going to go head-to-head with the college football playoff.
The NFL doesn't care about anybody. How is that my fault? The NFL
You're in bed with the TV executives. Ergo, your fault.
It can't be stopped. Enjoy your Wednesday Christmas games.
NBA playoffs have tipped off. It's not too late to get in on the action. Right now, new customers, $150 in bonus bets, any winning $5 wager. It's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets. Hell, Rico's so sure the Celtics win the championship, let him waste his money. You can bet a future. You do whatever you like. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 5 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We'll get back into the Jared Goff stuff, but if you're interested in some Pistons news and notes, we covered that. Talked a little Caitlin Clark, the debut tonight, whether you're watching. With the Lions, it's interesting in Jeremy's update. Rico and I obviously agree on this. If I were a Cowboy fan, I'd be livid because now I have to pay Dak even more because now Goff has gotten his deal done. And if Tua gets his deal done, I'll have to pay even more. Look, the Lions could have done this earlier. I can't prove they would have gotten it done. I would have liked to have heard more chatter that they tried, to which we have none.
Yeah.
But I'm happy they got it done.
Especially after last year when Daniel Jones signed. That was the time to strike when the iron was hot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't believe we signed Daniel Jones. All right. So, with that in mind, I wanted to ask the fan base. I'm feeling something for the first time. I've never felt this way before. And I want to know if you agree. I am actually feeling proud of ownership. At no point in my life have I been proud of the Lions' ownership. Never. In fact, I've generally loathed them. But see, in this instance now, here's why I think it needs to matter. We have always, look, I always say this. If you're going to own a team and you're not willing to spend, don't own a team. I mean, there are plenty of other grifts you can operate in the United States of America and make tons of money. You don't have to own a team to do it. And what the Lions did here, what Sheila Ford Hamp did, was greenlight almost $500 million in contracts. And roughly, David, what was the guaranteed money in total? Shame on me.
Guaranteed money in total, $332 million.
That you have to put in escrow. See, the guaranteed money is, as Chuck likes to say, guaranteed. And you need an owner with chops to do it. You need an owner who and a group that is willing to take that level of cash money and dole it out. Because that was kind of the big thing that owners around the league hated about the Watson thing, was that was fully guaranteed, and that has triggered bigger guarantees, which means more real dollars has to go real places.
It gets locked up. Yeah.
Right. And I feel very proud. I can't believe I'm saying it, but look, I'm willing to give credit where it's due. I'm proud of what Sheila Ford Hamp and this ownership group accomplished because Sewell, Amon-Ra, and Jared Goff, if Goff is a top 8 quarterback, Amon-Ra's a top 5 receiver, Penei Sewell to me is the best singular tackle in football. If people want to quibble, fine, no problem. The point I'm making.
So he's got youth on his side.
One off season.
Yeah.
I got all 3 done. That is a major, major move. That's something a San Francisco would do. That's something that a Kansas City would do. I want to know as a fan, look, whether you agree or disagree with the deals and the structures or you're worried, let's just put that to the side for a second. Are you feeling the same way that this is almost a graduation, right? It's graduation season, all right? I feel like the Lions have graduated. I feel like the Lions have put down the chocolate milk for a glass of bourbon. I feel like the Lions are sitting at the adult table. Mm-hmm. They're not at the card table next to the Thanksgiving Day meal. They're at the proper table. Mm-hmm. This was like, I don't know, like a point of arrival to me.
It is. It shows you that you're part of you've gone beyond the velvet rope. You're part of the exclusive club of teams that could win a Super Bowl, teams that like winning, teams that want to continue to win. I think the only piece missing, the final jewel in the glove, is when they let go of a veteran person that they know, you can pay that person if you want, but we already know that person's no good. Kind of like when the Pistons let Ben Wallace walk. We're like, yeah, good luck with that, Chicago. We're not going to pay him. But right here, right now, yeah, it's something that you've never seen before, that they recognize we got something good here. These guys are the nucleus. Let's just take care of them all right now and know what we have to go along with the young players and the young core that we have. We can keep winning. We can keep doing this because really you're looking at especially being in the NFC, it's not like the AFC where you got to go through this gauntlet of quarterbacks. It's maybe 3 other teams in the NFC that you really need to worry about, at least as of now.
Who are the quarterbacks that are unequivocally better than Jared Goff in the NFC? Who are the quarterbacks?
That's what I'm saying. You don't really have that. I mean,
it's for the Costas of the world. It's for the people who have a doubt about this move.
I will still say Jalen Hurts. I know they had a down year, but I think a lot of that had to do with turmoil with the coaching staff.
Who else?
Jury's still out on Jordan Love.
I'm waiting.
No, Mike.
No, it's rhetorical.
Oh, okay.
This isn't a quiz show. I'm talking to the people.
Just one. I mean, I think Stafford has seen his better years.
So I got a guy who's in the discussion to be the second best quarterback in the NFC. And I just got him signed. He wants to be here. He wants to play in Detroit. And I just got him signed. In the same offseason, I signed his personal protector in Penei Sewell. In the same offseason, I signed Amon-Ra St. Brown, which, by the way, I don't begrudge any of these guys, but I'm only really happy for one of them, like thrilled, and it's Amon-Ra. Just because the dude was overlooked. And I love the underdog story. I love the fact he was a 4th rounder. I love that he remembers every receiver taken ahead of him. And all he did was show up, shut up, and work.
Yeah. I just thought about you when I saw what A.D. Mitchell was going to do with the number.
Oh, yeah, number 10 and how 9 other. Yeah, I like stuff like that, though. The Spite Store.
But, yeah, I mean, when you think about it, probably as of now, I don't know what the rookies are going to be, but 4 quarterbacks in the NFC. And only one that I think is better than Goff. And that's, Jalen Hurts.
Like right now, for the people who don't love the contract, would you rather have Dak Prescott?
Funny, I didn't include Dak in that 4.
Oh, okay. Would you rather have
I guess it would be 5.
Would you rather have Kirk Cousins? Look, the Jordan Love one, I'll live with a discussion about. That if you think Love and his physical gifts, that he is in fact better than Goff, I'm not mad if you say that. But here's why I say what I say. You're not getting him. See, this is the guy you can get. And I think the guy is plenty good. So if you do, look, in the morning, I know they took a lot of calls. A lot of people were not thrilled. Middays, it started out negative, ended respectfully positive.
I mean, you're right. When you look at, like I said, Dak, I didn't include in that. Cousins, I didn't include in that either because Dak plays for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys will find a way to just shoot themselves in the foot. They just do.
248-539-9797. Do you view the Goff extension now, along with Sewell and Amon-Ra, that it's a point of arrival for the Lions? It's a graduation for Sheila Ford Hamp. That now, do we need to change the discussion? And I think we do, personally, but I'm asking you in question form. Do we have to change the discussion of how we view Sheila Ford Hamp, Lions ownership, and this franchise? You know my answer, but I want to hear yours. David, what do you think? Talk to me. That's a lovely turquoise shirt, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you another organization and what they did this offseason, and everyone saw what they did and said, yeah, because that's what they do. That is the Philadelphia Eagles. Sure. They signed A.J. Brown to an extension this year, Devonta Smith this year, Mailata this year on their offensive line, Landon Dickerson, and then Jalen Hurts last year. They secured their players, their guys that are going to help them win in their window right now. Mm-hmm. And everyone looked at what they did and said, yeah, that's what an organization does. Mm-hmm. When they see the talent,
it does.
And they keep those guys.
It does. And David, I'm going to give your organization some credit. You truly become elite when you know I'm not paying that person. Let somebody else pay them. That's what the Steelers do. I envy that. You'll let somebody like, you got to sign. No, we're not. He can go. We got his replacement already.
But that's what Philly did when they signed Devonta Smith, and then the rumors came out, A.J. Brown's coming. They may trade him. They're sitting there in their office like, no, he's talented. We want to keep him. And then they also extended him.
Because they like Detroit, see the window.
And that's what it is.
Really? Guys? Because once again, I don't respect the Cowboys. And maybe that's wrong of me. I think Green Bay is up and coming. So you're looking at 4 teams that can win the NFC every year. In Detroit, you're one of those 4 teams. If I would have told you 2 years ago, you will have a 25% chance of going to the Super Bowl every year, you would have taken those odds.
And that's the language that's being spoken in this town that has never been spoken before.
Yep.
Lions in great ownership, Lions in Super Bowl.
Because if you used to say Lions in Super Bowl, you got laughed at, you got hung up on.
Like
now,
Kenny
if
just
you
did
don't,
7 times.
If you don't say Super Bowl and Lions, now you're getting made in fun of. Like, what do you mean they can't go? You know, they were 30 minutes away from going. Yeah. Lions fans, you probably are sitting at, I would still put Green Bay a little bit further down, but you got probably a 30% chance of making the Super Bowl every year so long as you keep this core intact.
Kenny, why are you being hung up on with such force?
I'm not being hung up on. It's all good.
Okay, it doesn't look good. 248-539-9797. David, couple of ticket texts hit me. What do we got?
Yeah, someone says, I am happy that Sheila is our owner, and I thought I would never say that.
Agree.
When she became the owner.
Agree. When she spoke at 1-6 a couple years back, I went, oh, man, this is quintessential WCF. Couldn't have been more wrong. It has turned around. You know, it has. The Lions are in a place that we've always dreamt of. And that's why I'm thrilled they got their quarterback signed, and I just can't understand the people that aren't. But Rico might be right. They just what was the show? The Beverly Hillbillies. You know, they don't know how to be rich. Right. You know, they pack up their little truck and, you know.
Every time we hear the chimes, there's always somebody at the front door.
That's Lion fan. I don't know any better.
Out in the cement pond.
Exactly. Go ahead, David.
Someone wants to add a couple names to what they did this offseason. Says not only did they re-sign those 3, they also got Campbell and Brad's extensions done as well.
Okay, if you want to go that route, cool. Add it to the list. I'm very proud of what ownership has accomplished. It's meaningful. And I'm telling you, not every owner in the NFL would have gotten this done. They just wouldn't.
You want to hear a Lions rumor?
Well, I'll tell you about it next. I know what you're doing.
No, I'm just asking. If
yes,
do you want to hear the rumor?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you the Lions rumor.
Yes.
It's just a rumor. We'll find out next.
America's favorite place to watch sports at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games at a viewing experience built for you, the fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, and for a massive, massive screen and a great view. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, to the people, Dwayne has been very patient. He's up next on the ticket.
You want your rumor?
Oh, hold on. No, let me get to Dwayne, and then I forgot about the damn rumor. Dwayne, how are you?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Not much. Just going along with the earlier topics, and like you said, it's a great show today. But first and foremost, had an alert that hit my phone while I was waiting, and it showed Bronny played 19 minutes in a scrimmage, 4 points. So at least he's consistent.
Yeah, exactly. 4 at USC a game, 4 in the scrimmage.
And Dwayne, as I just had to explain, I'm not saying he's going to take over the league. You're drafting him either for trade value or to get his father here for a year, not because of him.
Interesting debate. Like you said, I would go with the Cade option first and foremost, and figure it out after that. But I'm like David. You guys are making somewhat sense, but I feel icky even.
Oh, it's gross.
That subject, but
Make no mistake, it's disgusting.
But with the Caitlin Clark debate, and like you said, great discussions all around. I'm a avid admirer of the WNBA. I watched it since the inception. I've been watching women's college basketball since 1990 when Stanford won. So, my experience and knowledge goes back a little ways. I saw Cheryl Swoops scored 48 points in 93, and I saw highlights of Charlotte Smith. Matter of fact, I met Charlotte Smith in the airport, who won the 94 championship with the jump shot from North Carolina and whatnot. So, Caitlin Clark is a phenomenon, amazing talent. I'm awe-inspired by her. The last time I saw the WNBA possibly make an ascension was the 2013 draft when Brittany Griner and Elena Delle Donne and Skylar Diggins all came in. You had a white girl that could really play. You had Griner who could dunk, and you had an attractive female who could play basketball and Diggins. So I was like, oh, this is pay dirt. The league is really going to, hit the uptick. And it didn't quite work out that way. And even after that with Sabrina Ionescu, you thought the following was going to, continue with her to a certain degree, but not as much. This is hitting the hot iron and lighting the match.
And I think it's okay to have a discussion about whether Caitlin Clark and this hype will carry. I have a hard time believing any one player short of Michael Jordan can, quote, save a league. The WNBA.
It's not the one player, though.
What's up?
It's not the one player. No, and sorry for cutting you. I apologize for that. You kind of brought it up earlier. You and Rico and David just casually discussing amongst yourself. You brought it up, and I was like, oh, thank you. You're touching upon my thought process. It's about Angel Reese. It's about Cameron Brink going to L.A., having the All-American, California girl look at that particular franchise. The All-American girl with Kayla in Indiana. Angel Reese, having, and sorry for, putting it like this, you're breaking it down on racial lines because if you look at Black Twitter and social media, it's hate watching on Caitlin Clark because they're so supportive of Angel Reese. Even when it came down to the introductory press conference with Caitlin Clark and had the red carpet laid out in front of her and all the media exposure, conversed that with Angel Reese, and she went to her press conference in the practice gym wearing sweats. So people complain about that on social media.
And David's nodding his head. David, jump in here. You're nodding your head at what Dwayne is saying.
He's right. There is a social media presence when it comes to the hate, the racial side of it for Caitlin Clark. So a lot of it, in order to support Angel Reese, they think they have to hate Caitlin Clark, and that should not ever be the case.
Because of the game that they play when LSU wins the title.
Correct.
And, it was like Angel Reese did the "You Can't See Me," and she took a lot of heat for that, and it was just like, oh.
So they jumped on her side, and they're continuing with that
so
by
like,
hating
well,
Caitlin.
Look how bad you treated Caitlin. It's just like, well, wait a minute, what's going on?
Caitlin talks a ton of junk.
And Caitlin came out and was like, yeah, I do the same. Like, it's no big deal. But, Mike, since when in 2024 do you allow, common sense to take place? You don't. You pick a side and you fight to the nth degree. To the death!
So there's a segment of Twitter dedicated to hating on her because they're defending another player.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Cool. Just like he said, it's called Black Twitter.
Here's an idea.
Yep.
if that's what you're doing with your day, your life is headed nowhere. Congratulations, you've reached the bottom.
And
hate mongering all day because you want to defend player who wouldn't know you if you walk by them.
Correct. And people have been on Ticket Text hating on me because I said I don't think Caitlin Clark's going to be good. They think I'm using the race angle, and I'm not at all.
Oh, boy.
I just don't believe in somebody just saying she's going to be great because she was great in college. That's not how it works for me.
I think the stuff I'm interested in is like we saw this type of play. Like if you go old school and you talk about crazy good college player coming in to try to save a league, it was Pistol Pete. Now, she didn't break his record. They're two totally different records. It's a ridiculous argument. But again, we're in the day of narrative. Pistol Pete didn't have a three-point line. Pistol Pete wasn't allowed to play as a freshman because nobody did. So you can just save it. It's not the same record. I digress. But Pistol Pete, when he came into basketball, you know what happened? Everybody resented him. Teammates resented him. Resented all of the money he brought in. Resented, why does he get to take these shots?
Jealous.
Why does he get to dominate the ball? I just want to see how it works with her entering the league. What happens on nights she goes 3 for 16 and is taking 40-footers? These other players that are her teammates, you're taking food off their table.
They haven't even played a game. I already saw the hate. Last night, they were on their first chartered flight, and Caitlin was sitting by herself, and people were like, see, they already hate her. They can't stand her as a teammate.
Okay.
I'm like, that's just one video. Other videos showed the teammates with her.
David, I can't. You know what? You need to hang out in different spaces. If this is what you're doing with your day, man, and you enjoy that, David. I wish you all the luck in the world. We'll go to Marcus, 97.1. What's up, Marcus?
Mike Bellini, Rico. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Man, this is my first time ever talking to you, man. And you know what? It's like an awesome day to be alive and a Lions fan.
Yes.
Just an awesome day. Mike, I want to do something right quick on this Tuesday evening at 5:28 p.m. And I think everybody's going to be on board with me. Stoney in the morning with the old morning show, that was my guy. Godfather Radio, I love the guy, you know. But, Mike, it's time to pass the torch. And
what am I leaving?
As a longtime listener of 97.1, I nominate you, Mike Bellini, as the new Godfather.
I'm not old enough. No. Hold on. You got to be at least 50, and you got to have a pinky ring. You can't do it.
Mike, nope. You're
You can do it, man.
Okay.
Mike,
you got a pinky ring. You're just not 50 yet.
I wish.
Mike, I'm telling you, Mike, your passion for the Lions, for our city, for the people who call, man. Oh, my God. I guarantee I'm not the only one out there in Radio Land, believe it.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. All right. I'll get a little Burger King crown. This is exciting. Now, listen, where are you at with your Lions? Are you feeling pride in what ownership accomplished here?
Listen, Mike. I was at the game when they lost the 16th, when they was 0-16. I was at that game. I was at that game. I'm that old. And I just feel so, I don't know. I can't explain it with words. I'm so excited this year for everything. The smartest move was, like you say, paying Jared Goff. That was the first one. They should have did it last year, but we ain't going to complain about that because they got it done. They got it done.
They did. And look, Marcus, that's the biggest thing. Rico and I have talked about this. Whether they were late in doing it, all right, did it maybe cost you on an AAV $6 million more a year? $8 million more? It might. And could that hurt you? Yes. But this guy over here said what'll happen. They'll just redo Jared's deal and free up the money.
Yep.
Look, eventually the prescription is always pain. Mm-hmm. It's you win now and you're going to pay later. Yep. So let's just have 3 good years and see what happens.
You want to be like the Rams where, you know what, it all fell apart. Oh, well, we still have that trophy in the trophy case.
That's all that matters. Yeah. That's it. Otherwise, being good in continuum and never winning anything, what the hell does that do? Yeah. You'd know all about that. Oh, no. Wow. Oh, you hate to see it. Wow. All right. Yes.
I guess I'll have to wait to give you the rumor.
Rumor. Here.
You know what? Apparently, it wasn't
next.
good enough. So I'm going to put the rumor to
next.
bed. You're not going
Rumor
to. You haven't
next.
earned the rumor. It's over.
Rumor.
It's over.
Next. John Jansen weight loss. Listen, you can lose 40 pounds before the 4th of July. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. John lost 63. You could sign up and get a $200 Visa gift card. Book that free consultation right now. IdealU.us. They're different than other programs. They provide you the support, the coaching, the consistency. And again, John lost 60 pounds, 63 to be exact, with Ideal U. Sign up today. You can lose the 40 in 40 days. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at IdealU.us. That's IdealU.us.
I don't know if you guys actually deserve this or not. You've made me and made the people wait for so long. But
rumors.
This is a rumor, but it's coming from someone who I trust. A Lions schedule release day of a game that they have. Looks like they will at least have one primetime game on the 30th of September against the Seattle Seahawks.
Smith gets his contract extension, isn't it? Golly.
So that is the rumor that I have.
But that's it?
Yeah,
No.
so far, yeah.
There's no way.
It's the September 30th against Seattle.
All right, so we understand we got national TV on Thanksgiving, and you got September 30th. If I set the over-under on national TV primetime games, and I consider Thanksgiving a primetime game.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Okay.
If I set the over-under at 3.5, would you go over?
I would go over.
Okay. I still believe the Lions are highly desirable by
Because
the
I think the most you could have is 5.
I think they'll
correct.
get 4.
Because I think they'll be a Christmas Day game.
No.
I think that's going to be one of their games.
I don't want that. I just want to enjoy Christmas.
Because I could easily see them at Dallas.
Do you know on Christmas Eve last year with the Vikings game, do you know how long that ball was in the air by Nick Mullins? And my mom doesn't even give a damn about the Lions, but to quote her, she goes, I just feel so bad for the people. I want them to be happy. That ball with it, it's Christmas Eve. I don't need that type of stress. And neither do you, the people.
Right, but because you're good.
But Christmas Day? That's the NBA's day.
Okay. But you got Dallas. Come on. You couldn't see Lions, Dallas,
I could see
Christmas
Lions,
Day.
Dallas. I could see Lions and
Lions
Seattle.
at Frisco.
Oh, that better be Monday Night Football.
Oh, Christmas.
No, with the Christmas.
Texans are on their schedule, too. Bills are on their schedule.
Right, remember, Niners played Thanksgiving and Christmas last year. Lions can do it, too.
I don't like it. I don't like the Christmas Day thing.
I think
sorry.
that's one of them.
Does that mean I'm a boomer, as the young
No,
folks say?
no, it means that they shouldn't be playing that game on a Wednesday, is what it means. Because
Correct.
scheduling, I don't know how you do this because I don't know if the bye weeks would be over by the time Christmas comes, which means you play the game on Sunday and you got to turn around and play one on a Wednesday. Good luck with that.
I feel like I know the NFL's a monolith and the NFL takes all the oxygen, but it's like what they're doing now where they're going to play on Saturday, the day the first round college football playoff games are being played.
Yes, there will be 3 college football playoff games, 3 out of the 4 for that weekend will be played while the NFL
Right.
is
And
playing.
I don't look, I understand the NFL doesn't care. Let's get that out of the way. It doesn't make it right. It's wrong for fans. Whatever. It makes no sense to me.
It doesn't.
Stay out of each other's way. Thrive.
And that's why I've always believed, because once the NFL starts doing something, they never go backwards. That's why I believe there will be a Friday slate here eventually, because they started on Christmas because, Christmas fell on a Sunday a couple years ago. And they said, you know what? We like this.
All right. Now, I do think that with the college football playoffs, this may be one battle where I won't necessarily say they lose, but they just won't win the way they think that they're going to win, and it may be a one-and-done type of thing. Like, you know what?
It's like when the college football playoffs on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
That's not right.
So,
all right, let's go to let's give our main man Paul and Shelby the last word on the deal. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, thank you so much for that kind greeting. Rico, hello. David, everybody else. Regarding the WNBA, very quickly, I think they need a rebranding, to market their game further. They've got some big female stars in the league here this year. I don't know. I look at MLB with their City Connects and everything else, and I think that the rebranding and, maybe something along those lines may help them a bit. Thank God Roberto's not in charge, because it would probably be beach volleyball on the hard court, which would just be bad. But anyway, it's just a thought. But, regarding Jared Goff, I've been listening the last couple of days since the contract was announced, and I'm totally on board. Look, people have short memories, some of them. when Holmes took over from Quinn Patricia, he wasted no time, tearing this thing down to the bare studs. And, he brought Goff here in the trade. He believed in him. Now, myself included, I thought, well, at least we have a good quarterback to get us to the next level. But now what we've seen, I am just absolutely thrilled with what this new regime is doing under Sheila. This is the best we've ever had.
Yes.
And this is, I don't understand some of these calls, with the money. The cap is not real if you work it right, as you guys have pointed out so many times.
No, and you know what, Paul? Here's the other thing. People refuse to accept that the NFL, like we just talked about this, their greed, as much as I hate it, the byproduct of it is you get to spend more on your team. The cap is going up at a rate right now where you're going to have contracts and numbers that they won't make sense unless you put them in the context of where the cap is and where it's going. There's never going to be a time with the course, Paul, that the NFL's on where this cap won't keep going up.
Well, wait till you see what that crazy SOB in Dallas and what Tua gets.
Sure.
Goff's going to look like a deal.
Yeah. I still can't wait for the next Mahomes deal. Because that hometown discount thing, come on.
Mike, it's a race to 70 million, man.
Sure it is.
It is.
Unless it's a Bobby Bonilla type of thing where
$1 a day for the rest of your life.
Or Shohei where, we'll give you something on the back.
That is still the coolest contract ever. And it was all for the tax defer. Like, that was so slick.
By the way, the Super Bowl rematch, looks like that leak is out, will be October 20th. Chiefs at the Niners.
You blew it. You know you did. What? Just admit it. You blew it.
Oh, they did.
You blew it.
I've never denied it.
Yeah. You never admitted it either.
I never denied it. No, I did. It was run the ball. You pay Christian McCaffrey a ton of money.
Okay.
Turn around.
Kyle Shanahan.
Hand the ball off.
Kyle Shanahan not running it again in a Super Bowl, right? Again with the 2-minute warning issue. It is the equivalent of Goris paying Connolly $20 million a year to bribe another guy here after you paid Monty and bribed him. It's the same thing you haven't learned.
Because people are like, oh, well, your boy Purdy, like, that wasn't Purdy's fault.
You needed to run the ball. The Chiefs wouldn't have had time to get down the field the way they did, and instead you threw it.
Either it goes to overtime or you just win the game with no time left.
Kenny has something he'd like to say to you.
Wah.
Wah. Wah.
You feel good about yourself?
Do you?
At least we made it. Hold on, Kenny. What does this look like, Kenny?
Oh, you cannot.
He did a Vildor.
You cannot go simulate Vildor. You can't do that. Oh my God! For the people in your car, Rico just bounced a water bottle off his face.
He started this.
Cheap shot. That's terrible. All right. We'll get to a little football today next. So, Michigan weather. It's special is all I can tell you, and it can put your roof through hell. If you have any questions about whether your roof is in tip-top condition, Victor's Home Solution, schedule that appointment and get a roof inspection. Get it done today because their calendar fills up quick. Schedule that appointment before the rush. Get the peace of mind to knowing your roof is ready to handle the spring rains. Have a plan if it isn't. And when you call Victor's, you're taking the guesswork out of choosing the right roofing contractor. You're going to get great customer service, more 5-star reviews than anyone, and they have so much confidence in their work, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com.
All right, as we get ready to take you to Tiger baseball as they host the Marlins in a game they should win because, let's face it, it's the Marlins. The Big Finish.
Well, I'll start with this one because no one cares about the Pistons anyway, so I'll get them out of the way. There were 5 issues brought up regarding the Pistons. One is you love Dalton Knecht in the draft. That was one of them. You think that can be the winner for the Detroit Pistons?
David, because you know what? Here's the thing. And I know probably not a lot of people have ever watched him. He played for Tennessee. For Detroit, he's a pro. I don't want to see them draft somebody that you got to stash overseas or he's got to play in the G League on the Motor City Cruise. How about you just draft somebody who can help you right now? And if you tell me, well, that means you got to get rid of so-and-so, fine. Let him leave because this gives you a score. All he did was get buckets at Tennessee. So, yes, at pick number 5, if he's sitting there and you're on the clock, that's who you select. And I don't know who his agent is. Let's hope that a Tellem will hire. He'll hire a Tellem.
Yeah, there was also a connection revealed that the Pistons' name of Matas Buzelis, I think is how you pronounce his name, is connected to the Detroit Pistons in all these mock drafts because Arne's son is his agent.
And if you draft this, if he's truly that good, fine. But if you're only drafting him because of the relationship, then you're a Mickey Mouse team and you're a Mickey Mouse organization and you're not, it appears like you're not trying to win. You're just trying to get everybody in the family paid. Okay. That's not I want to see them win, not just spread the wealth to the Tellem family.
Well, speaking of spreading the wealth, we did talk about that option for the Detroit Pistons, which is a very, very scary option of drafting Bronny just to get LeBron here.
It's not a scary option, David. It's playing some chess. Yes, Pistons fans, you've hated LeBron all your life. LeBron will only stick around for 1 year. And he may not even be here for the whole year because he may come, play with his son, and say, okay, now trade me. If you're Detroit, one of 2 things will happen. You will either sell tickets, like people would care. You look at everything that's going on tonight, everybody's following Caitlin Clark. The media, not just basketball, national media would descend upon Detroit to watch father and son for the first time ever in the NBA. You would be the it team. It's not saying they would win, but you would have, it would be fun. Like you would see Detroit in a positive way for basketball. Now, either you do that or you say, I'm going to take them, and then you tell Cleveland or you tell LA or wherever LeBron wants to go, we hold the rights to his son. So you got to come through us, give us some players, give us some picks, and you jumpstart the team that way.
Well, you mentioned it. Caitlin Clark is debuting tonight in the WNBA. There is constant media coverage. You cannot go online on ESPN. You cannot watch ESPN without seeing Caitlin Clark talked about, and Kenny says he's going to watch.
No, I'm not going to watch. I have playoff hockey. I have back-to-back playoff hockey.
We know why Kenny's not watching. He'll be watching the playoffs.
Yeah, he'll be watching the playoffs.
Things.
But are you watching Caitlin Clark?
David, no, I honestly, I didn't know it was tonight. I guess I just got off vacation, so I didn't know. But no, because I watched her in college, and that curiosity is gone. Like I think for some people, they naturally they like her and they want to watch her. For me, I've seen her play, and if all of a sudden she starts doing good, then maybe, okay, I'll check out a few games. But it'll probably be just, you know what, I want to watch a few minutes of the game, and then I'm going to change the channel and watch something else. It's just, it's like, you know, when watching the Michigan Panthers. Yeah, you'll watch a couple series, and then you'll move on and watch something else.
One thing we did talk about, and one thing that everyone is waiting to watch for, which will be the NFL season. So we talked about some of the games already announced, which is the Ravens at Chiefs on Thursday night, Packers Eagles Friday night, the first Friday night game. Then Sunday, Fox has Cowboys at Browns, Jets at 49ers on Monday Night Football. But then you have a rumor for the Detroit Lions that they may be playing the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, a buddy of mine said, hey, here's a rumor for you, just a heads up. Lions, I think they're hosting Seattle again. Which if I'm Seattle, well, I mean, I guess if you're Seattle, you come to Detroit and you win. Because I'm thinking, like, when are they going to go out to Seattle? But according to him, rumor has it, we'll find out tomorrow when the schedule comes out, that Detroit will be hosting Seattle prime time Monday night, September 30th.
And then we'll close it out with this in the big finish, that it is a different era to be proud of Lions ownership. They have spent over $330 million this year in guaranteed money and bringing back Goff, Penei Sewell, and St. Brown.
It is. I mean, Detroit they've graduated to the big boy league. For years, this has been a poverty organization that just couldn't get out of their own way. They can't get right. Every time you think, no, they can't. And, 10-6 was like, yay. Now it's Super Bowl. To say Lions in Super Bowl is a given. Where before, man, you would have that person committed, like, come on, man, pump the brakes. But now with the Lions, yes, you've now entered into rarefied air. You're in big boy territory. All right, Tiger baseball up next. Tigers, Marlins, right here on 97.